Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku and Uraraka Were Couples and Were Slowly Turning Towards Evil Part 2. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 16. Preparations begin. For the first time in 3 years, the green-haired boy got up heavily from his bed. His clock kept ringing. A part of Deku urged him to pick it up and throw it away, but he decided not to. The boy got up and changed his clothes. But as soon as he tried to open his door, he noticed that it wouldn't open. The boy pushed with all his might and barely managed to move it. Somewhat cautiously, he thought about using the OFA and moving it, but a shiver ran down his back. He wouldn't risk it. The boy activated it and kicked it, destroying the top half and separating the other half. The boy took it and tore it off its hinges. Underneath was a box that had a note. Midoriya, this is a special gift. I had some help, but I hope you like it. Sincerely, Hatsum, in collaboration with Ida. The boy went from being on guard to being worried. He had broken his door in half. How would he explain that? The boy thought about it, but his attention returned to the note. It said gift. Coming from Hatsum, he didn't know what to expect, and with the box being so heavy, even less. Deactivating the OFA, the boy pulled the box inside his room and then went out to sweep and pick up his broken door. Finally, he opened the package. At first, he was surprised because it didn't seem like anything out of this world. It was a change of sportswear. He couldn't get over his surprise. He could have thought they were weights. With some concern, the boy touched the fabric but was surprised. The fabric felt normal, nothing strange. The green-haired boy gathered his courage and took out the clothes. Deku, making a great effort. What the hell? The boy was surprised. The clothes were too heavy. After a great effort, he managed to get it all out: a t-shirt, sweatshirt, pants, a pair of wristbands, and a replica of his tennis shoes were what he had inside. The green-haired boy didn't give it much importance when he saw who was getting late, so he put on his new clothes and tried to run out, but he could barely walk. Finally, he went down the building and started his training. The boy managed to get used to the weight, and consequently he was a little faster. Deku, I thought if I used the OFA it would be easier, but something tells me that's not the goal. The boy continued training, debating whether he should use his power or not until he remembered something Uraraka had learned during her internship with Gunhead. Uraraka, I learned many things. He taught me very important fighting techniques. I shouldn't trust that I will always use my quirk. The boy smiled as he remembered that he would train his body and his fighting ability without using the OFA. After finishing his training, the green-haired boy slowly climbed the stairs. He was exhausted but happy, but when he reached the corridor that led to his room, he managed to see Yaoyorozu standing there, so he quickened his pace to catch up with her. Deku, Yaoyorozu, what's going on? Yaoyorozu, these. Deku, yes, I am he. Yaoyorozu, I heard a noise, and when I went to see if you had heard it too, I saw your door destroyed, your clothes thrown around, and your bed untidy. I thought something had happened to you, I thought. Deku, hey, I'm fine, there's no need to worry. Yaoyorozu, so why is your door like that? Deku, it's a funny story. Yaoyorozu, I have time. The green-haired man told everything to the vice president, who couldn't help but laugh. Yaoyorozu, tell Hatsum to let you know when he's going to do that. Deku, I already made a mental note of it. Yaoyorozu, well, you tidy up your room, I'll be right back. The green-haired boy nodded, and after taking off his heavy clothes and bathing, he quickly settled down. When he finished, he found the black-haired girl. Deku, vice president, what are you carrying behind you? Yaoyorozu, we agreed that it would be Yaoyorozu. It's nothing. Just a gift. The girl smiled and took off. The green-haired boy was surprised to see a totally new door in front of him. Yaoyorozu, same material with which I reinforced the doors of the other girls, only this one is completely made of it. The boy smiled. If he remembered correctly, it was at the beginning of the second year that the brunette reinforced the doors of all the girls in Class A, even putting a different security system on the lock to prevent Mineta from entering. Deku, I. Yaoyorozu, it is very resistant, although knowing your strength it may not withstand many hits. Try not to break it, okay? Deku, but I don't deserve it. Yaoyorozu, You do so much for us, I think it's the least I could do to thank you. Deku, but what? Yaoyorozu, no buts Midoriya. Deku, Yaoyorozu, I don't have a way to repay you, this is something incredible. Yaoyorozu, prepare something delicious for breakfast, and we'll be even. Making that door was difficult. Deku, why yes, but first let me install the door. Yaoyorozu, of course. The green-haired man didn't take long, and when he finished he went to the kitchen, but before starting he felt that he was missing something. Yaoyorozu, did you lose something Midoriya? Deku, yes, but I don't remember what I feel strange. Yaoyorozu, maybe this is it? The black-haired girl took out the Filipino she had made for the green-haired boy, who took it nervously. Deku, thanks, it really is something incredible. Yaoyorozu, well, it's something you earn now, see that it won't take long for the others to push to arrive, and also you owe me something for the door. Deku, something is coming out from Miss Yaoyorozu right away The boy immediately went into the kitchen, and leaning on the OFA he began to cut vegetables and prepare everything at an incredible speed. In a matter of seconds the boy came out of the kitchen with a plate of toast and a cup of coffee and placed it on the table in front of Yaoyorozu. Deku, what are you waiting for The black-haired girl nodded with a smile. The green-haired boy returned to cooking. I didn't know you got up so early Yaoyorozu Yaoyorozu, Melissa? What a nice surprise. Melissa, I have the habit of getting up early, but I think I'm not the only one here, nor the first, you leave me second place. Yaoyorozu, it will be the third Melissa. Melissa, third? Yaoyorozu, the first one is in the kitchen. The blonde was surprised by the words, so she went to see who it was and was surprised to see a green-haired girl moving at full speed. Melissa, Deku. Deku, Melissa, good morning, you are also an early riser. Melissa, I thought it was the first one. Deku, I hope you don't mind the. Melissa, third place? Not at all, first time I've received it with pleasure. Deku, haha, okay, well if you want go sit with Yaoyorozu while I prepare something for you while you wait for breakfast. Melissa, don't you need help? Deku, I have everything under control, nothing bad will happen while I'm here, I promise. The blonde just smiled and went to sit next to the black-haired girl. After a few minutes the green-haired boy came out with a plate of toast just like with Yaoyorozu and went back in. Slowly the others arrived and sat comfortably. After a while, and with almost the entire Class A gathered, Deku came out with his food cart distributing the breakfast, which was Katsudon, to all his friends, all of whom thanked him except Bakugo, who just yelled at him to hurry up. Everyone had breakfast. After a few minutes more of his classmates arrived. Last of all arrived Hatsum and Ida, but it was no longer a surprise. Hatsum, Midoriya, did you like the gift I left at your door? Deku, very cool, but could you let me know next time? I had some problems. Ida, pulling Hatsum's cheek angrily, I told you that you should give it to him at breakfast or at the end of classes. You have no choice, Hatsum. Hatsum, but if I gave it to him now, he wouldn't have trained with him, would he? Besides, it's a surprise. The dark-haired president just breathed a little annoyed but didn't say anything. Hatsum, besides, I don't know why you're upset, you helped me make it. Ida, and that's why I told you to hand it in during breakfast or at the end of classes. They both started to argue, but Deku separated them. Deku, well, but everything is resolved, thanks to both of you for the gift, I didn't expect it. Ida, I'm glad you liked it. Hatsum, I say the same. Melissa, you two get along very well, I thought Ida didn't. The green-haired man covered his friend's mouth and then explained everything in her ear, to which she understood that she almost ruined something, so she started to laugh. Melissa, I was glad they got along. Uraraka, yes, it's because of Ida that Hatsum is with us, we just had to get to know her better. Tsuyu, yes, and she's very friendly, Kero. The inventor blushed a little but felt a very light tap on her shoulder. The girl turned around and saw that the person speaking to her was Ida, who was smiling at the girl, who felt a blush but decided to ignore it. Hatsum, thinking, what's wrong with you, why do I blush from a simple smile? Control yourself, Hatsum. Deku, are you okay, Hatsum? Hatsune? What? Me? No, I'm what? Deku, better forget it. Ida, okay, Class A, let's go now. Everyone nodded and stood up, but before leaving they met Aizawa and Kendo. Deku, bowling president professor, good morning, we were just heading to get ready. Aizawa, it's okay Midoriya, I'm here because you have to accompany Miss Kendo to Class B. Deku, boo, but me. Kendo, come on Midoriya, we have to tell my teammates. Deku, why yes, let's go. Aizawa, Ida, Midoriya will go to Class B so you don't report him as absent. I don't know what time he'll be back, but you've been warned. Ida, yes, teacher. Aizawa, well Midoriya, go change and accompany the president, you have to arrive today. I have a special activity for you, Bakugo and Todoroki, understand? Deku, why yes. Aizawa, as for the others, hurry up, I'll wait for you in the living room. Everyone hurried and left the recreation room. Deku, okay, President, please wait for me while I get ready. Kendo, yes, hey, do you think I can have some katsudon while I wait for you? Deku, sure, you can take whatever you like, I won't be long. The boy ran to his room and started getting ready. A few minutes passed and the green-haired boy was ready. He left and headed to the dining room while talking to Uraraka via message. Uraraka, Deku, is everything okay? Deku, yeah, I guess we'll just go tell them the same thing as yesterday. I'll try not to take long. Uraraka, will everything be okay? Deku, Bakugo won't go so I think so ha ha ha. Uraraka, take care of yourself. Deku, are you okay? Deku, promise. The girl was writing but the green-haired man couldn't read it anymore because he ran into the president. Kendo, are you ready Midoriya? Deku, honestly, no, but it has to be done. The green-haired boy put away his phone without seeing the message from the brunette that said, Uraraka, do you want to go out with me? The green-haired and orange-haired girls were heading towards the classroom of Class B. Before opening it, Kendo noticed a nervous tremor on the part of Deku. The orange-haired girl just gave him a comforting look. Kendo, calm down Midoriya, everything will be fine. Deku, if it came out relative in my classroom, how do you think it will come out here? Kendo, well yes, but this is my classroom, I can stop them without having to worry about complaints from Yaoyorozu or Ida. Deku, okay, I trust you but go in first. Kendo, what a gentleman. Deku, I say it out of fear ha ha ha. The girl just smiled but listened. As soon as she entered, the teacher remained silent. Kendo entered his classroom slowly but with a firm step. Nobody said anything. They were already used to that behavior when he was in the classroom. What did surprise them was Deku's slow and timid step entering the classroom. Monoma, eh? What are you doing here? Did you get lost, baby, from Class A? Where are you going? To your homeroom or to the infirmary to get cured? Pony, Monoma, shut up, Midoriya is someone good. Monoma, okay? Pony, you're too innocent. Class A is just spoiled kids with an air of grandeur and a lot of luck, although I don't know if it's bad or good. Haha. The blonde started to mock and his laughter was too boring for everyone. Tetsu, come on man, shut up. If Kendo brought him it's for something special. Midoriya is one of the few kind guys in Class A, along with my brother Kirishima. Pony, yes, he is also a fun boy. Monoma, kind? But he's just a bone cruncher, what could be so kind about him? Maybe he's very stupid. Ibara, joining his hands and with an angelic aura, he is one of the only ones with a pure soul and who does not have a very high libido who respects women. Tokage, biting her lips seductively but with a body that incites sin. Monoma, you don't see anything. Kendo, silence. Kendo's firm voice was heard throughout the room. Then they went on to explain everything related to the festival and the couples that will be formed from both classes, surprising everyone. Even Deku spoke to their surprise and disbelief by not stuttering and speaking as seriously as he could. Pony, work with Manga Class A. Ibara, it would be very difficult. Tokage, a challenge without a doubt. Monoma, something that would tell us that Class A are useless and the opportunity to destroy them. Deku, if your team fails, you fail too, don't forget that. Monoma, And who says I have to do it? I'm my own team. I don't need to be with you for my event to be a success. Deku, really? Monoma, I just need to copy my teammates' quirks and that's it. Deku, I remind you that working alone is a terrible idea, and even though it is prohibited, it has to be a collaboration between both classes. Also, stop thinking that your quirk will always save you. You just copy other people's quirks. Monoma, my quirk allowed me to steal Bakugo's headband at the sports festival, something you couldn't do. The green-haired man got fed up, so he activated the OFA. The characteristic rays began to come out slightly and then increased. Both Professor Vlad and Kendo knew that this was a sign that the power he was using was increasing. The green-haired man managed to reach 85, knowing that he would not make clumsy movements, so there was no risk of breaking any bones. The atmosphere became tense. Everyone thought there would be a fight as soon as they saw the green-haired man. They were ready for anything, including Kendo, who was ready to hit the green-haired man with her enlarged fist. Monoma, do you think that will scare me? I think you're the one abusing your quirk. Deku, no, you see, since you don't understand the good way, I'll do it the hard way. Use your quirk on me. The teacher immediately stood up. He knew the strength of the OFA and knew it would be a bad idea. Monoma, eh? Did I hear that right? Will you let me copy the quirk of one of the big three? Well then, let this be a lesson to you. The blonde touched the green-haired boy's arm, and to everyone's surprise, Monoma also brought out Deku's lightning in a golden color. His muscles increased a little. The blonde's eyes opened. His smile grew bigger to the point that he began to laugh. Monoma, yes. This quirk is excellent. With this I will crush Class A alone. I could even request a group change. We will be the star class. Vlad, ready to use his quirk? Monoma. Sit down now. Kendo, Midoriya, what did you do? Deku, pushing Monoma. Even with the OFA, if you want my classes you'll have to step on me. The green-haired boy's gaze was serious. He even seemed annoyed. Everyone was attentive. They knew that Deku was not like his companions. He would not attack like that just because. Or would he? Monoma, I'll crush you with your own power, and then I'll go after them. Deku, with your power level? You couldn't even touch me again. Boost it or I'll crush you myself. The blonde didn't understand, but soon he felt how the force increased. He felt full of power. The force of the OFA was intoxicating him, making him lose his mind. Deku, is that really all? I thought you were strong. Increase it more. Vlad, stop now. Monoma. Kendo calls Aizawa. Monoma, this is your end. The blonde wanted to throw a punch, but nothing happened. Everyone was looking at him. Monoma was standing, but now his gaze was lost. Suddenly the rays became more intense, and with this a loud scream was heard. Monoma went from mocking to writhing in pain. Tetsu, what's up? Pony, Monoma, what's wrong? Monoma, my body, I feel like my muscles are there tearing. This hurts. It hurts so much I won't be able to bear it. No, I can't turn it off. Help. The blonde was now trembling. The rays became even more intense. His body moved in a strange way. Deku, I won't wait for your time limit to pass. Everyone let him copy your quirks so you can neutralize mine. Everyone immediately tried to touch their partner, and immediately the rays stopped coming out. The boy's body stopped moving. Suddenly Monoma fell to the ground on his knees with his breathing labored. Deku, when I told you to increase your power level, I meant yours, not mine. With your current strength you saw that you couldn't control my quirk. You almost died because of your selfishness. Let this serve as a lesson to you. If you come across another quirk like mine or one that's difficult to control, you might not be so lucky. The blonde looked at the green-haired boy without saying anything. Deku, I know what you felt, the strength, the power, it's incredible, right? You feel like you can split mountains with a single blow, stop the rain with just your hands, but after that comes the cost. You feel the weight of the world on your shoulders, the responsibility of carrying such great power, and its consequences. That was bigger than you. It overwhelmed you, that's why you couldn't move, that's why you let my quirk get out of control. Now you know I carry that with me every day of my life. Before you open your mouth, think. Before you copy a quirk just like that, think about the cost it entails. You never know what you might find. Don't just be an idiot who copies quirks like a simple sponge that absorbs like an idiot. Remember that each quirk is a unique power, and with great power comes great responsibility. The entire class looked at Deku in surprise. They didn't know what to think. Even Vlad was surprised. Deku, what I'm going to tell you is something that President Kendo knows. I'm one of those who is against you thinking that you are the weak class. I have a notebook where I wrote down the quirks and other notes of the heroes I admire or considered incredible, and you are there. Each and every one of you have an ability to handle your quirks that is surprising and could put my classmates in trouble or defeat them. For example, Ibra, your quirk may be deadly, but you know how to use it in such an incredible way that it would put anyone in trouble. Tokage could confuse as many rivals as she has faced and cause a crushing victory. The purpose of this festival is for us to see that we do not have to be fighting. There is no difference or weakness other than those we put on ourselves, because in the end we are here with the same goal, to be heroes, to help whoever needs it no matter who it is. Pony, but if there is no difference between us, why are we in Class B? Deku, you have incredible strength. You have points to be in A, but if you are in B it is because if dealing with 19 super students and a human bomb with a fearsome anger management problem is complicated, imagine what it would be like to deal with 4. Everyone burst out laughing at the joke the green-haired boy told, including Ibra, who, although it wasn't as loud as the others, even raised her thumb towards the green-haired boy, who smiled. The boy turned his gaze towards Kendo, who just nodded happily. Deku, the teams will be decided today or tomorrow. A meeting will be held in the recreation room of Class A where they will be told their team and also the time they have to deliver their project, this to authorize it and start working on it. Everyone nodded happily. Deku, and don't complain about the place to meet, I'll cook, hee. Everyone started celebrating without complaints. Deku, let's try hard and give our best, let's get ahead plus ultra. The boy raised his fist and the others imitated him. Some applauded. Tetsu stood up and took the green-haired boy by the shoulder. Both bumped their fists. Pony went and hugged Deku, who turned red, doubting whether to respond to the gesture or not. After a few minutes, Vlad stood up. Vlad, well, that's enough. Thanks for that, Midoriya. Kendo accompanied him to his classroom. I don't want any problems with Aizawa. The others will open their books and let's continue with the class. All, yes, teacher. Kendo, I won't be long. Both boys left and walked down the hall in silence until the orange-haired girl broke it. Kendo, so plus ultra? Deku, I always wanted to say that. Kendo, what was that motivational speech? Were you practicing it, or did it just occur to you? Deku, a little of both, hee. Kendo, thank you, Midoriya. Deku, it's nothing, President, I told you I would help you and that's what I will do. They both finally arrived at their living room. Kendo, well, this is as far as I go. Deku, yes, I think so, hee. Well, President, see you later. The boy bowed. Kendo, yes, well, I'll send you a message to meet at the gym, is that okay? Deku, yes. The boy went into his classroom. Aizawa didn't say anything. Classes went on normally until they reached break time. Everyone headed to the academy dining room. Uraraka stayed behind talking with Deku. Deku, hee, I felt too nervous, hee. Fortunately, everything turned out well. Uraraka, hee, did you really end up saying plus ultra? Deku, it was a dream to say it, hee, nervous. Uraraka, thinking, he looks so cute, oh hey Deku? Deku, what's going on? Uraraka, did you see my message? Deku, we were all talking, remember? Uraraka, boo, but I'm referring to the last one I sent. Deku, last one? Sorry Uraraka, I don't think so, what was I saying? Uraraka, I wanted to know if you and I could. At that moment the boy was walking with his tray of food and because he was distracted he bumped into someone. Deku, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The boy looked up and managed to recognize a blonde hair. Monoma was on the floor but he didn't take long to get up. The whole class A and B became tense. It was ready for any move and B knew that Monoma could take revenge for what happened in his class, but they were surprised when the boy didn't make any aggressive move. His tray was empty so nothing was spilled. Deku, I'm really sorry Monoma, I didn't mean to. Monoma, whispering, I feel it too. The boy walked away leaving the green-haired boy confused. Uraraka, are you okay? Deku, what? Me? Ha! Kendo, did he do something to you? Deku, no, President, everything is fine. Kendo, I saw he opened his mouth, did he say something to you? Deku, no, don't worry, President, he. Kendo, okay, you know you can count on me, right? Uraraka, thank you, President. Come on, Deku, let's sit down and eat. Deku, yes. They both walked slowly towards their seats, but a voice called the green-haired man. Jiro, hey Midoriya, Uraraka, you can sit here if you want, we have seats. Deku, do you want to go, Uraraka? Uraraka, sure, let's go. Yaoyorozu, come on guys, we don't bite, ha ha ha. Deku, yeah, I say no, I say I know, sorry, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. At the table were Jiro, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, Hagakure, Mina, Ojiro and Tsuyu. The green-haired man sat next to Jiro, who saw the green-haired man who was thoughtful. Jiro, whispering, hey Midoriya, is everything okay? Deku, whispering, what? If everything is okay, Jiro, why? Jiro, whispering, don't lie, I heard everything, raising one of his author's note. I've seen that some stories put jacks. Do you prefer me to put them like that or leave them as headphones? Why did he tell you that? Deku, whispering, I'll tell you at night, okay? The purple-haired girl nodded. They began to eat until the bell rang to return to class. Deku, Uraraka, were you telling me something before what happened in the cafeteria? Uraraka, I breathing, do you want to go to my room to watch a movie tonight? We can talk at ease. Deku, yes, I'll bring popcorn, no problem? Uraraka, no, I'll bring the drinks. Deku, so we have movie night tonight? Uraraka, yes. They both smiled and walked happily. The topic of Monoma was left behind. The classes passed normally until the end. Aizawa entered with a determined step. Aizawa, Midoriya, Todoroki, Bakugo with me now. Everyone looked at their teacher in surprise. Even those mentioned were hesitant to get up, so Aizawa re-entered, now activating his quirk. Aizawa, was I not clear? Deku, Todoroki, Bakugo, let's go. Aizawa, the others can go now, there will be no class. Everyone nodded in surprise. Aizawa took the three boys to Principal Nedzu's office. Aizawa, Director, I already brought them. Bakugo, huh? Why the hell are we here? Todoroki, this is something new for me, I've never come to the office before. Deku, but where is the director? Nedzu, here I am. Am I a mouse? A bear? I'm the kind and gentle director. The director climbed onto his desk without any problems. Todoroki, if it's not rude to ask. Nedzu, go ahead son, ask whatever you want. Deku, what are we doing here? Bakugo, we have better things to do. Nedzu, yes, I know that and I understand that you are confused. I will explain it quickly. Do you remember when you were in first grade and received a visit from the Big Three? Todoroki, yes, he beat us up even though I decided not to fight back. Bakugo, I was still grounded so I couldn't participate. Deku, it was when we met Mirio, Tamaki and Miss Nijire. Nedzu, exactly, it happened after the Hussycats camp and the tragic retired Almight. At that moment, although almost imperceptible, Bakugo changed his expression and lowered his head a little, remembering Deku's words. Aizawa, and after the provisional license exam. Nedzu, exactly, the purpose was that in addition to what was mentioned at the time, you could compare your power level with theirs, who were the strongest students that UA had at the time. Bakugo, where do you want to go? Todoroki, are you calling us weak? Deku, oh hey guys, don't you think we should calm down? Nedzu, thanks Midoriya. Aizawa, now it's time for you to do the same. Nedzu, you are called the Destructive Triad of UA. Maybe it is not a striking or pretty title, but it is something that you have earned with your effort. Now you will have to go to Class 1A and do the same thing that your superiors did at the time for you. It would even be a good idea if you did it better. Todoroki, but you said it. When it was our turn, it was when we were more experienced. Great things had happened in our class, and however unfortunate they were, they formed us. Deku, the year hasn't started long, the sports festival. Nedzu, The sports festival will be in a few days. If your visit was brought forward, it was for that very reason. This year's class comes with many motivations and aspirations. You could say that in motivation they come better than you. They know what they came for and are extremely excited. They already did their rescue tests and other tests without problems. What I want to get to. Bakugo. He wants us to break his dreams. Deku Kakaken? Bakugo. Don't be a nerdy idiot. The director wants us to face them to show them the hell we went through. They entered, and although their training is hard, they only see the beautiful school life. The sports festival is an event that can destroy you morally, since they can consider you weak if you don't behave correctly. We were like that, but we lived real experiences with villains. We faced death on more than one occasion. That did not make us stronger and more united as a class. Todoroki. The world became calmer since the arrest of the villain with whom Almight retired, and the dissuasion of the 8 precepts and the rescue of Eri. Bakugo. Your father worked together to defeat and separate the Cursed League of Villains. Their activities are very limited. That is why what we went through is almost forgotten, and that is why they entered with the dream of all being All Might. Nedzu ahem guys. Deku. But breaking his dreams in his first year is a bit. Aizawa. Shut up, all 3 of you. Nedzu. Thanks, Aizawa. As I was saying, young Bakugo is somewhat right, but that doesn't mean we should break his dreams and his bodies. Aizawa. Just support them, talk to them, understood? Negsu. Exactly. Go and make your fur as shiny as mine. Bakugo. TCH, it's just nonsense. Todoroki. Understood. Deku. We will help them, it is our duty. Nedzu. That's the attitude. Go, don't make them wait. Thanks, Aizawa. Aizawa. No problem, director, we'll leave. The 4 left. Deku didn't know what his friends were thinking, but he concentrated on finding the right words to support them. After a while of walking, they arrived at the classroom, which was their room, brought back memories for the 3 of them. Aizawa. Well, let me tell the teacher in charge that you have arrived. The 3 boys moved and gave space to their teacher. He knocked on the door, and after a few seconds Present Mike came out. Present Mike. Hey, what's up, old man? As you can see, I'm also in charge now, haha, there's no difference between us anymore. Aizawa. Yeah, whatever, Mike, I'll leave you here, no problem, the same with you. I don't want you to exploit anyone, understand, Bakugo? Bakugo. Whatever, let's get this over with. Present Mike. Always so lively, ha. Wait here, I'll give you the proper welcome. All 3, it's okay. Aizawa. I'm leaving, please don't make a mess. Midoriya will enter first. You're the only one of the 3 whose smile isn't scary and who at least smiles. Deku, eh? Well, if you say. Aizawa slowly walked away from there. The 3 of them stood at the door waiting with Deku in front. Suddenly a great commotion was heard. Present Mike. Okay, everybody say hey. The whole class, hey. Present Mike. I love this kind of truth. Everyone laughed at their teacher's little joke. Present Mike. Okay, this time we have luxury guests, great personalities, the 3 strongest members of the academy and whose class was involved in numerous disasters since they were in first year. They were also from 1A. Ladies and gentlemen, with you the already recognized destructive triad of the UA. Moments before, Deku felt extremely nervous. His hands were sweating. He was forgetting everything he had thought to say, but he remembered Uraraka. Uraraka. I was referring to the last one I sent. The green-haired boy took out his phone and saw the message from the brunette inviting him out. In that instant he felt happy, full of energy and confidence. As soon as Present Mike named the nickname they had given them, the boy did not hesitate. There were no tremors or nerves. He took the door and opened it. The 3 boys entered the classroom before the astonished gaze of the first-year boys. Deku, smiling, we're here. Chapter 17. We don't want to fight. Deku, we're here. The entire 1A class stared in disbelief at the 3 boys who calmly entered their classroom. It was no lie to anyone that some of the Triad fans were from both the first and second years. But the fact of seeing them so close to you and knowing that they came from the same group as you made the first-year girls sigh and others scream with excitement. Present Mike. Guys, what a pleasure to have you here. How are you feeling? Todoroki. Well, I guess it's a bit hot. Bakugo. Annoyed. I want to leave now. Deku, good, very good, teacher, thank you. Present Mike, excellent, now tell me what is the reason for such an incredible visit? Deku, well, sighing, the reason for today is to talk to the boys, guide them along the path that a hero must take, and also tell them that they have the necessary tools to be able to fight and that people trust them. His green-haired companions looked at him attentively. Even for them it was incredible the way in which the green-haired man could speak without stuttering, but suddenly an aluminum ball with the force of a bullet grazed Bakugo's cheek. Bakugo, who the hell was it? Suddenly a boy stood up. They really have the balls to come and lecture us, don't you think? Todoroki, it's not a sermon, you are a class that fortunately for many has not seen the worst of society. Suddenly a spit fell on Todoroki's jacket. Suddenly he began to smell bad and was undoing the jacket, so the bicolor immediately took it off. Another boy laughed. Sorry, ha ha ha, I don't think I know how to sign up. Todoroki, that was no good. Yako, my name is Yako. My quirk allows me to fortify things and launch them like bullets. I can turn a simple sheet of paper into aluminum, and obviously it would be something deadly. Sabuto, and I am Sabuto. My quirk allows me to throw acidic spit. I can control its acidity. Yako, you have no right to come and lecture us, you are rebels who got things on a whim. Bakugo, you're a talkative little shit. Todoroki, everything we have achieved has been based on our efforts. Suddenly, a mass of meat formed on one of a girl's tables. Taking the shape of the bicolor, the mass began to speak. Copy, blah blah achieved blah blah base blah blah effort. The bicolor saw this and got a little upset. He approached the girl, but the copy immediately pushed him away with an ice ball. Todoroki, what the buck? Aiko, my name is Aiko. My quirk is called Think Copy. I can make masses of various materials, and these have the quirk of what I copied. Suddenly a silver-haired boy stepped forward. Takashi, my name is Takashi, president of Class A, and I tell you right now, you better leave. You do not have the right to be recognized as the 3 strongest students of UA. Deku immediately walked towards the boy. Deku, hey, calm down, there's no need for violence, we're here to help. As soon as the green-haired man took him by the shoulder, he felt himself pulled to the other side and then hit and fly out, destroying the door. Before he was hit, the green-haired man covered his chest, putting his arms in an X. Deku, what the hell, I didn't even think about using the OFA. If I had used it I could have stopped him, he has great strength. The green-haired man stood up and walked towards the entrance. He saw how the silver-haired man's arm was noticeably stronger and covered in hair. Takashi, my quirk is savage form. I can transform into animals and increase their physical abilities, or just use parts of them and mix them equally, increasing their abilities. Deku, I felt it. If I hadn't covered myself in time I would have really gotten hurt, but we didn't come here to fight. Suddenly a loud explosion was heard. Bakugo, it's over, you sons of hitches. This made me laugh writing it. Your damn nerd diplomacy doesn't work here. Smiling psychopathically, we'll do it my way. Time skip. They were all in the training camp. Everyone was wearing their sports uniform. Bakugo stood in the middle of the arena. Bakugo, since we saw that talking is useless with you, we will do this. You come very arrogant. You believe that life is rosy and it is not true. Therefore today, leaning threateningly and with smoke coming out of his hands, I will crush your dreams and tear you to pieces. Takashi, your attitude is not worthy of a. Bakugo, shut up, idiot. Those who want to fight come here and show what you're made of. If you don't you'll be left like the damn cowardly extras that you are. Everyone was offended but no one made a move. Suddenly the boy was attacked at an incredible speed. The silver-haired boy used his quirk and launched attacks with claws. Aluminum bullets grazed the blonde, who defended himself well. Bakugo, looking at his companions, won't you help me? Deku, it's your fight. I didn't want to get to that extreme, Kaken. Todoroki, I think the same, just try not to kill them. Bakugo, tisk idiots, well I don't need you, come at me with everything you have. Everyone got angry and started against the blonde. A claw grazed his neck, the explosive barely grazed him and used an explosion. Suddenly another explosion, although of lesser intensity. 2 replicas made of the concrete of the battle platform. Aluminum bullets had to be dodged. Takashi, did you like that, buddy? Bakugo, you're fast. Takashi, cheetah speed plus that of a velociraptor. Bakugo, wow, I thought you'd be smarter or faster, you'd barely be able to see the nerd over there. Takashi, shut up. The enraged silver-haired man formed the arm of a gorilla together with that of a lion with the legs of a cheetah and that of a velociraptor, adding the tail of a pangolin, and thus he threw himself to attack the blonde. The fight was still in a critical state. The green-haired man analyzed everything without saying anything, although he kept his smile. Todoroki, I'll go help Bakugo. Deku, sure Todoroki? Todoroki, yes, they are strong. Deku, good luck. The bicolor made a wall of ice to separate them. Bakugo, you finally arrived, bastard. Todoroki, it was that or let you kill them. Suddenly an even bigger bullet along with a tail whip made them return to the fight. Takashi, if you don't take this seriously you'll die. Todoroki, you're too confident to talk like that. Suddenly Sabuto seemed to want to vomit but surprised both older boys when his throat began to swell. Bakugo was about to shoot but the brown-haired boy was faster and took out a huge ball of slime that fell between the two boys, exploding. Both covered themselves but it was too much, it began to melt everything it touched. Sabuto, special attack, a huge ball of acidic slime, haha, what did you think? Deku, amazing. Bakugo, don't encourage him, damn it. Todoroki, let's go Bakugo. Bakugo, finally. Both began to fight in a more combined way. The fight was incredible. There was a girl who could make herself smaller and shoot energy beams. There was another who could become intangible and fly. Her blows were strong. A boy could make himself an armor of various materials. It was a shield and his blows also had power. The green-haired boy was amazed by the incredible demonstration of quirks. The girl who could make copies of her friends could only do two. It seemed the fight was even, but that was what surprised Deku. Deku, wait a second, Bakugo isn't using his AP shot. Todoroki is only using his ice part, and very occasionally his fire part. They aren't attacking, they're defending, they're not fighting seriously. The boy saw that and smiled and then laughed out loud, and to the astonishment of his classmates and the first-year students, he stood up. Deku, so what they want is to teach you a lesson. Takashi, you shouldn't carry such an important name and wait. Deku, okay, let's do something. If we win you won't put up any objections and you'll listen to what we came to tell you, understood? Aiko, what if we win? Deku, easy, if we lose we will withdraw without saying anything, and if what they want is the title then we ourselves will hold a press conference where the 3 original greats will be and we will give the title to the 3 strongest here. Sabuto, there must be some catch. Yako, it can't be that easy. Takashi, we accept. Deku, it's okay, opening his sports shirt revealing a black t-shirt, hee although. Everyone was waiting, what more could I ask for? Deku, Todoroki, Kaken. Both what? Deku, do me a favor and fight seriously. Bakugo, bastard. Todoroki, did you notice? Deku, they were just putting up defenses. Takashi, damn, they were holding back. Deku, stretching but no more. Ready? The real test begins now. Bakugo, I expected as much. And so the real fight began. Everyone got ready to fight, but it was a serious mistake. As soon as the red-headed Yakuo formed enormous bullets that he threw towards them, but the green-haired one rejected them with a kick. Aiko created a copy of the green-haired one, but it didn't last long. It only took a percentage more of Deku and the copy disappeared into pieces. Todoroki, how did you do that? Deku, those things copied the total power of the original, but mine is strength. I can increase or decrease it. She only created a copy with a small percentage. I am stronger than that. The blonde-haired girl gritted her teeth but didn't stay calm and created 2 more copies of her friends who attacked the green-haired boy with fire, but he only deflected it, sending a blow upwards. The air current extinguished the fire and gave him time to get close, grab the copies by the head, and slam them against each other, destroying them. Deku, if you don't know how to fight hand-to-hand and only depend on your quirk, then retreat. I will defeat as many copies as you have until you run out of strength. The girl growled and was about to advance to hit him but realized that she couldn't continue. Her legs had been frozen thanks to Todoroki. The girl was planning how to get out when the green-haired man appeared in front of her. Deku, this is a decisive battle where I can't tempt my heart, I regret this. A punch to the stomach knocking the wind out of her, and forcing the blonde to get on her knees, and a kick that knocked her out of the arena was what she received. Deku, one less, 19 to go. And now you will face me. Deku, Ghost Girl, your quirk is amazing. Kanta, my name is Manta and thank you for the compliment. Deku, maybe when this is over you could all tell me about your quirk. Kanta, is that an invitation to go out, senpai? Deku, no, I just wanted to be nice. Bakugo, shut up or you'll lose. The green-haired man nodded and began to hit the girl, but she only dodged him, and sometimes the green-haired man's fist went through the girl. Kanta, you can't hit what you can't even touch. Bakugo, don't be so confident, shorty. In that moment of small distraction the green-haired man managed to hit her, which made her angry. Kanta, a distraction. Deku, he said it, don't trust him. Manta, thanks for that, starting to float. With the girl on top the problem was bigger, the green-haired boy only made small jumps. Kanta, you bore me, senpai, I thought you would be a better challenge. Deku, don't underestimate your opponent. At that moment the boy using full cowling made a great jump, but the girl did not move. The green-haired boy passed through her, but when his whole body passed he did a somersault in the air, and propelling himself down he kicked the girl, landing on top of her. Deku, whether I told you or not, never underestimate your opponent. Kanta, how come? Deku, easy, you have two quirks like Todoroki, but like him you don't know how to use them together. Todoroki, I'm here, don't forget. Deku, sorry, what I'm getting at is, you can fly and be intangible, but you can't be both at the same time. If you become intangible you can't fly, the same thing happens the other way around, but you're fast, you know how to use both quirks without wasting time, but you can improve. You can use both at the same time and be a real ghost. Now don't get up or things will go wrong. Kanta, I support that well, could you take me to the stands? I'm exhausted. Deku, of course. The green-haired boy did it, and returned to the battlefield. The fight was almost lost for the newcomers. Deku was holding back, that's obvious, as were his friends, but they hit it perfectly. Soon the number of fighters decreased. Todoroki managed to defeat the boy in armor. Bakugo managed to defeat Gyako, but there was a new adversary. The boy could use portals, although they weren't like Kuroji's, since he could only make two in a way directed to the same point, one entry and one exit, which caused the attacks of the bicolor and the blonde. Todoroki, watch where you attack. Bakugo, look at you bastard. Kenshiro, my name is Kenshiro and my quirk is Void, they could never defeat me and their fights are no difference. Bakugo, hey bastard, even if you have those portals you'll never be able to beat us. Kenshiro, really? At that moment one of the portals opened next to Bakugo, tearing off his clothes, and the other was created in the hand of the rival who took the piece of cloth. Kenshiro, my portals when they open consume anything that includes certain materials and of course living tissue. Bakugo, you talk a lot but you forget the most important thing. Kenshiro, and what could that be? Bakugo, not taking your eyes off your rivals now, you bastard. At that moment the two-colored boy threw a huge flame of fire. Bakugo, my quirk allows me to secrete something like nitroglycerin, that's my shirt and guess what it has? Kenshiro, curse. At that moment the flare hit it, making it explode. Deku, good teamwork, I thought you'd kill each other. Todoroki, thanks for the trust, friend, but... The bicolor was going to say something but was interrupted by multiple rays that apparently came from nowhere. The three boys were attacked with this. Bakugo, if you have an idea of who it is, it would be a good time to say it, nerd. Deku, she's the girl, she can shrink and shoot these things. Todoroki, I took care of her but you have to distract her. Bakugo, at your service. The blonde started shooting with his AP shot in all directions but the shots didn't stop. Todoroki, that's not working. Bakugo, really? Deku, focus, maybe I can do a smash. A tackle took them away from their friends. When he recovered, he noticed that it was Takashi who had hit him. Takashi, gorilla arms, elephant strength, Do you think you can do anything to me? Deku, I'm faster than that. The rays began to come out and the green-haired boy disappeared, moving in different directions. He was about to hit the silver-haired boy, but he managed to see him, so he wrapped himself in the shell of an armadillo. Deku, seeing this, gave a strong kick, throwing the boy towards the wall. Deku, if you're going to be an armored animal, don't be an armadillo. You'll just become a soccer ball, and believe me, you won't want Kaken to kick you. Bakugo, I do. Smiling sadly. Deku, see? That's what I mean. Takashi, shut up. The boy immediately adopted a form mixing the arm of a gorilla with that of a lion, with the legs of a raptor, and a cheetah, the head of a crocodile, and the tail of a pangolin, and threw himself at the green-haired boy, giving him scratches or blows that the green-haired boy dodged with ease. The difficulty was the crocodile head that he had, since having the bigger snout made things complicated for him, but Deku countered that with punches and kicks. Pushing the boy away with a gust of air, he got close enough to hit him. Deku, you're fast, but mixing two animals that never got along and have different types of legs isn't a great idea. Either you choose one and put more force into them, or you choose nothing, because I can see you limping, and I haven't hit you there. Takashi, I told you to shut up. The boy ran towards the green-haired boy, and when he was close he jumped towards him, transforming into a boa constrictor and coiling around the green-haired boy. Takashi, this will teach you not to give lessons to your opponent. The silver-haired boy was getting more and more excited, so the green-haired boy knew that if he didn't do something, he would soon stop breathing. Deku, and this will teach you not to underestimate me, whispering, 1 for all 85%. The green-haired man opened his arms and the boa flew away. It had been an excess of strength, and he soon returned to his human form. Deku, I'm sorry, did that hurt? I think so. Takashi, thank you for your concern. Deku, I wasn't worried. The green-haired man activated 1 for all again. Deku, Kaken told you that you would barely be able to see me. Do you want to check it out? The green-haired boy began to move at a speed that the silver-haired boy could not see. Without wasting time, Deku began to kick and lightly hit the first-year student, who, after receiving the blows, managed to see the green-haired boy head towards him. He transformed into a rhinoceros, and with his horn ready he ran towards the green-haired boy, but he did not move and the blow finally occurred. But the silver-haired boy was surprised. There was his rival stopping the sharp horn with one hand. Deku, is this your strength? I thought it would be more painful. The silver-haired boy was furious, so in an attempt to move him he transformed into a triceratops, but still Deku didn't move. Deku, wow, it's like seeing evolution in a flashback, but it's still not strong. The green-haired boy managed to kick him in the snout, sending him flying, but the boy didn't give up, transforming into an ankylosaurus and hitting the boy with his tail, not caring if he hit his own companions. The green-haired boy managed to dodge this and more attacks, but he was getting closer and closer. Deku, you know, the name Ankylosaurus is also understood as armored lizard, but if a predator wanted to defeat it, they just had to hit it in the belly. Managing to slip under him, giving him a kick that managed to turn him over, and quickly positioned herself on top of him, preventing him from getting up. Deku, usually a kick would be enough, but look at your teammates. Your own idiocy defeated them. It wasn't us, it was you who did it. Do you want to be the strongest? Show that you can control yourself, know your limits, be the strongest without challenging others. Takashi, quit. Deku, you've never been taken to these limits, right? Well, now you know them. If you occupy the form of any animal for a long time, part of your consciousness becomes the instinct of the animal. You don't care who you attack, be they villains or allies. You become a danger. On the other hand, if you only occupy the parts, when you detransform, your joints will hurt. I win. The boy got off the animal, who returned to his human form. On the other side, Todoroki had a girl trapped in a small sphere of ice. Todoroki, you have a good quirk, wasp. Siko, my name is Siko, and the heroine's name is Stinger. Todoroki, whatever. Deku, Todoroki releases or he will die. Todoroki, true. The bicolor released her. She returned to her size, but as she went to attack Todoroki, her body did not respond. Todoroki, You just came out of an ice sphere, you're frozen, you couldn't even spread your wings. Siko just looked at him sadly. Todoroki, come let me help you. The boy lifted the purple-haired girl and placed his hand on the girl's chest, who blushed but immediately felt warmth all over her body. Todoroki, that should do the trick, it'll keep you warm. Siko, thank you. Todoroki, we are heroes. Siko, this senpai? Todoroki, yes? Siko, why are you helping me? I attacked you. Todoroki, why wouldn't I? We're partners after all. Everyone got up and went to their classroom. Everyone sat down and then their superiors began to speak. Everyone had their heads down. Their arrogance defeated them, but far from expecting a scolding, they only listened to the understanding of the boys. Deku, we go through things that we wouldn't wish on anyone, believe me. It's not the best thing in the world to live in fear of an attack. Our first excursion to the USJ ended with an attack. You wouldn't want to see your teacher almost die at the hands of a monster, nor that when you go to a camp they attack you. That your identity is impersonated by any villain. We had difficult things, but that forged us. It made us grow. You don't have to go through the same thing to join. Remember that we are in the same school. Insert topic. My hero is our hero. Deku, you are the new generation of heroes. Be comrades. Do not fight alone. Learn to watch your backs and those of others. Be the students that everyone thinks you are, the young people that society expects, and the heroes that everyone already knows you are. Because remember something. If you are here, it is because you have what it takes to be the best heroes. Because you knew the challenges that this job entails and decided to face them with your heads held high. Because no matter what society or the media says, they do not define who you are. You do it, and not with words but with actions. Being here is already a step, and a big one. Lose your fear. Face the consequences of your actions, because that is what a hero does. He does not limit himself. He gives his all, even knowing that death is lurking. A hero gets into where he is not called. He helps those who need him without asking for anything in return. He faces danger with a smile and comes out victorious. He goes further. He surpasses his limits. Finally, I want you to remember something very important. A single person can make a difference. That person who helps others just because they have to and because it's the right thing to do is without a doubt a true superhero. The green-haired boy finished saying this and looked at the whole classroom. He could immediately see his classmates when they were in first grade. He even saw himself. The green-haired boy smiled, and his smile was warm. He turned to see his friends and they smiled at him too. They had done the right thing and they knew it. They turned to see the boys who remained silent. Takeshi, we were sorry. We put them to the test and we were the ones who lost. Bakugo, it hurts, right? That's what defeat feels like. You feel useless. Without strength, you feel like everything you've done has lost meaning. I know because I've felt that pain. But I give you some advice. Stay with that pain, because in the end it will make you stronger. It will remind you where you failed and you will be able to reinforce that. You will learn from your mistakes and that will help you grow. To all of you. Siko, someday can we be like you? Deku, haha, no. Don't get me wrong. I don't expect you to be like us. Todoroki, be better than us. The whole class burst into applause and cheers. In the end, the kids did their work well. When they saw their teacher, they noticed that Present Mike was crying. Present Mike, Aizawa trained you well, boy. Well, you can leave now. The three, thanks for everything, teacher. Insert Justice League intro. The boys were already heading for the exit, but one of the girls caught their attention. Kanta, senpai. Deku, ah? What's up, Kanta? Kanta, THTH, what he said about talking about our quirks. Deku, he's standing, hee. I'll be back someday. Rest assured, you've managed to get my attention. In the meantime, try hard and don't give your teacher as much trouble as we did ours. Haha. Todoroki, Midoriya, let's go. Deku, right, well, I'm leaving now. Take care, guys, go further. Class 1A plus Ultra. And so saying this, the green-haired man left the room and joined his classmates. Bakugo, what was that damn thing over there? Deku, hee, I told you I'd be back to talk about your quirks. You have to admit they're amazing. Todoroki, you're right. Bakugo, haha, I thought you already got a date. Deku, what if I get it for you instead? Bakugo, Shut up, damn it, if she finds out she'll hang up on me. The green-haired boy laughed a little. The three boys headed to their classroom without knowing that the first-year students were watching them from the doorway. Yako, they are amazing. Siko, there is no doubt they are. Sabuto, the three strongest. Takeshi, from the academy. Back in Aizawa's living room. Aizawa, I see you're finally here, how did it go? Deku, everything is fine, Professor, nothing alarming. Aizawa, that's good, I see that Bakugo is finally calming down well, I won't interrupt you. I think you have a meeting in your recreation room, right? Deku, damn, that's true, come on, we'll see you tomorrow, Professor, rest. Aizawa just watched as the green-haired boy ran away while the other two just walked. After a few minutes he smiled calmly. Aizawa, everyone really changed. Recreation Room 3A. Kendo, Midoriya, where are you? Midoriya, I'm here. Kendo, welcome Almight, nervous, why so late? Midoriya, I was with the first years. Kendo, the name of the strongest in the UA has a price. Deku, I know, well, where are the others? Kendo, they haven't arrived yet, but your teammates have already made me nervous. Deku, why? Kendo, see for yourself. Deku entered the recreation room and saw how all his friends had put away all their things. There were no free seats left for Class B. The green-haired boy just sighed and entered. Deku, whose idea was it? Mineta, Bakugo. Deku, he was with me and Todoroki. Whose idea was it? Nobody said anything. The green-haired boy just smiled. Deku, hey guys, what's up? We've been classmates with them for 3 years. I'm the shyest of you all, and yet I get along well with the president, Pony, Ibara, and somewhat strangely with Tokage. We even train together. Can't you do that? Kirishima gets along with Tetsu. Ida and Yaoyorozu also get along with Kendo, but those are only 5 students out of 20. There are 15 more to meet. We could make more friends, more allies. We won't always be able to count on each other. They all looked at each other, as if they had been scolded in the worst way. Deku, come on, settle in, there are more chairs so take them out, I'll go prepare something to eat quickly for the talk and I don't want any fights, understand? Everyone nodded. At that moment Bakugo and Todoroki came in, and without saying anything they also settled down. The green-haired boy came in with large trays of sandwiches while writing a message to Melissa. Deku, Melissa, where are you? Melissa, at the Deku workshop. Hatsum went to your class's recreation room. I think I can't go. I still have details to correct on your costume, but I'll be there for dinner. Deku, be very careful and don't blow anything up. Melissa, promise. The green-haired man put away his phone and headed for the exit to accompany Kendo. Deku, nervous? Kendo, something, it's the first time we'll have them all in the same place without a teacher watching and hoping everything goes well. Deku, and knowing the history of both classes. Kendo, the worst-case scenario is an explosion that destroys the dorms and consequently Monoma, Bakugo and Kirishima are expelled for supporting Bakugo. My position is taken away and all activities are cancelled and our school curriculum is tainted and our dream of being heroes is tainted. Deku, and Kendo? Kendo, and you want to be the #1 hero and if everything explodes you won't be able to and it will be my fault. The green-haired boy laughed at how Kendo was over-exaggerating. Kendo, what's so funny? Deku, don't worry, there are a lot of bad scenarios, but if something starts to go wrong, we just have to fix it together, right? We're a team in this. Kendo blushed, the boy was right. Kendo, but Bakugo has a temper and… Deku, between Kirishima and I we can calm Kaken down. Kendo, but Monoma hasn't spoken much since what happened in my classroom happened. Deku, do you think he's planning his revenge? Kendo, I hope not, but what if it is? Deku, then I'm glad you're the president and my partner in this. Can you just hit her or can I do it, and there wouldn't be any problems because I have your permission or not? Kendo, you always see the positive side of everything, right? Deku, if I don't do it then who? At that moment Kendo's phone started ringing. Kendo, good? Pony, Kendo, where are you? Kendo, in the recreation room of Class A. Pony, okay, we're going there now. Kendo, thank you very much, Pony. Pony, do you think everything will turn out okay? Kendo, I hope so, but at least Midoriya thinks so. It's good to have someone positive by your side right now. Pony, hee okay, then let's go there. The girl hung up the phone, and soon the students from Class B could be seen approaching. Deku, well, it's about time. Kendo, and now you're the nervous one? Deku, it's difficult but I hope to be ready. Kendo, well, we didn't make the teams. Deku, we can do them right now at random. Kendo, sounds good, I just hope they don't take it the wrong way. Deku, you could take it in a funny way, I hope. At that moment the blonde from Class B stood in front of her classmate. Pony, Kendo, we are here, hello Midoriya. Deku, hello Pony, well President, we have to go in. Kendo, yes. The green-haired boy opened the doors and immediately felt the tense atmosphere. Everyone entered and felt strange. It was new territory for them. Class B did not sit down, and to Deku's surprise, Monoma did not make any attempt to make any comment. Deku, I'm glad I can get you all together. Well, it would be great if you could sit down. There are chairs for everyone and some sandwiches for those who want to eat. Slowly they sat down, and some had a sandwich. Kendo, well, as we already told you, we will have this festival so we can get along. The activities will be together, and today we met to put together the teams. Mina, have you already made the teams or can we choose them? Kendo, challenge. Deku, we already have the teams, but we thought it would be more fun if it was done as a surprise. It would even add some excitement. Mina, finally we speak the same language, Midoriya. Hagakure, yes. But how will it be done? Deku, easy Yaoyorozu, can I ask to use your quirk? Yaoyorozu, what do you need? Deku, 2 boxes and labels. Hagakure, I have tags, I can go get them if you want. Deku, well, that would help a lot, thanks. Mina, I'm going for the markers. And saying this, the 2 girls happily ran out of the room, which made the green-haired boy smile nervously, but at that moment the entrance door to the room began to open, putting him in a mid-combat pose ready for any emergency, but it was only Hatsum who timidly entered. Hatsum, hello sorry if it takes too long, I'm too busy. Deku, relaxing, okay, take a seat wherever you want. The pink-haired girl listened and took a place next to Ida, who only asked her something in a low voice, but the girl only denied it with a smile, which made the black-haired boy breathe easy. In a few moments the 2 girls entered, bringing the materials with them. Hagakure/Mina, here you go, Midoriya. The labels had prints of various cute things, unicorns, kittens among other things, as well as a mix of pastel colors. The boy was nervous about any comment, but no one said anything. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, you need some urns, right? Deku, yes please. Yaoyorozu, okay, creating both urns and passing them to the boy, here you go. Deku, thank you, now taking out colored sheets, I need everyone to put their name on these sheets. While the leaves were being distributed, the green-haired man wrote down Class A and Class B labels and put them in both urns. Deku, when they finish they will put their leaf in their respective urn. Kendo, what we will do is that one by one they will take a role. Obviously those who are from Class A will take the role of the Class B urn and vice versa. Todoroki, but what happens if, for example, I get Pony but when she takes one out she gets Ida? Deku, when you take out your paper, the other person is already your partner. If someone takes out the paper with their name, they will have another chance. Todoroki, I see, thanks. Kendo, so? Who wants to be first? No one responded. They were waiting, but after a few minutes Yaoyorozu stood up and took the slip of paper from the Class B urn. Kendo, well? Yaoyorozu, Yui Kodai. At that moment Yui's seriousness stood up. Kodai, I hope we get along. Yaoyorozu, same here. Deku, okay, next. Again silence until the inventor stood up. Hatsum, I want to try it. Deku, but you took care of yourself. Hatsum, I know, but no matter how good it would be too many inventions for me. Kendo, you're right, well come closer and take whatever urn you want. The girl nodded and slowly approached the Class A urn. Handsome, Tenya Ida. Ida, we'll do this together and well handsome. The pink-haired girl just smiled and left with her partner. Deku, thinking, the chances of you getting the one you want are 50-50 maybe, but if we're talking specifically about getting the one you have a good friendship with next up. See you, I'll do it. A few minutes passed and the little frog took out his hand. See you, Setsuna Tokage. Tokage, that's me, we'll do something great Ajui. Tsuyui, yes. Slowly the others approached until they had the couples that would be ready. Yororo Zuyui. Hatsamida. Tsuyu Tokage. Ponimina. Hagakure Manga. Ibarakoda. Kirishima Tetsu. Bando Siro. Tokoe Mikuroiro. Shishida Shoji. Uraraka Yanagi. Hananuki Todoroki. Aoya Marin. And so the teams were formed. The surprise was great to see that the team stayed with Bakugo with Monoma, who continued without saying anything, in the same way Bakugo did not reply either. Everyone was about to leave when the green-haired man asked a question that could tense the problem more. Deku, do you want to stay for dinner? It would be bad if you left hungry. They all looked at each other. The situation was tolerable, but they didn't know if sharing a table would be appropriate. Kendo, I accept at least because you cook delicious food and right now it's a bit late to get there and cook. Pony, me too, I'm hungry and the president praised your cooking once. The others doubtfully but agreed to stay a little longer, it wouldn't hurt. It was a little uncomfortable but in the end everyone had fun and the more they ate the more they felt that the atmosphere was relaxed, even sharing some talks between them. Pony for her part began to join Hagakure and Mina, who had no problem continuing the conversation with the blonde. Ida and Hatsum talked trivial things. Ibara managed to get the quiet Koda to talk a little even in a somewhat light way, which meant a big change. Finally everyone left, even those from Class A went to their rooms, leaving Uraraka and Deku alone, who arranged everything. Deku, we're finally done. Uraraka, for a moment I thought everyone would end up killing each other. Deku, me too, but it seemed strange to me that both Bakugo and Monoma were so quiet. Uraraka, putting her hand on the freckled man's, we all have to mature, even empty-headed people like them. Deku, I guess so but the tension didn't go away in me. Uraraka, but you did a great job, although I still want to work with you. Deku, the disadvantages of being the organizer of this. Uraraka, at least we have these moments. Deku, and they are amazing if we are together. Uraraka, do you still want to watch a movie? Deku, I'm not very sleepy so I'll bring the sodas, you make the popcorn. Uraraka, I'm on it. They both laughed and got to work. After a while they arrived at the Chestnut's room. Deku, and what movie will you put on? Uraraka, I'm not much of a horror movie person but Mina gave me this one, she says it's good. Delu, we'll have to try it Uraraka, it's called The Spell 2. It's old it came out like 2 years ago. Deku, I think more but it's from the same director of Aquaman so let's trust him They both put on the movie and covered themselves with a sheet that had the galaxy print. Some scares, nothing out of the ordinary, but the brunette had been scared on some occasions and was curled up in the green-haired boy's chest, who was red but kept his eyes on the movie. It was strange. He could feel the brunette's breathing. He found it cute how she jumped a little when there was a screamer and snuggled more in his chest. It seemed that she was not nervous, which made the green-haired boy relax and was able to hug his friend, who jumped at the gesture and turned red, but when she felt Deku's calm breathing she also relaxed. Deku, thinking, this is a tender moment, I could even confess to her right now. What are you thinking? How unromantic do I have to be to do it now? I'd better concentrate on the movie. After that, the green-haired man focused his attention on the movie, although he hugged the brunette tightly. He watched the scene where Ed Warren sings, I can't help falling in love. Uraraka, for some reason I feel like this is how you would look singing. Deku, how do you know I sing? Uraraka, Jiro mentioned it Deku, I told him to keep it hidden Uraraka, does it bother you that I know? Deku, no, it's just that I feel sorry Uraraka, maybe one day you'll let me hear you. Deku, maybe just promise not to laugh. Uraraka, promise. They both continued watching the movie until the end, but the green-haired boy couldn't stand it that long, and after the final fight he fell asleep. The girl leaning on her quirk was able to lift him up and laid him down on his bed. She tidied everything up, and after going to the bathroom to put on her pajamas she came back and lay down with the boy. He looked so peaceful, so tender, the brunette couldn't resist. She knew that having a relationship was prohibited at UA, but if he agreed it was worth the risk. The girl gathered her courage and kissed him on the forehead, but after breathing and trying not to wake him up she kissed him on the lips. Now the girl could rest and had finally made up her mind. She would manage to overcome her fears and confess to the green-haired boy. Uraraka, rest Deku, I love you. And so finally Uraraka Ochako, determined to overcome her fears, was able to close her eyes and sleep without seeing that after the kiss a still sleeping Deku formed a smile on his face followed by a blush. Deku, talking in his sleep, I love you Ochako. Chapter 18. Let's go on a date Deku. The hours passed and the green-haired boy's phone rang alerting him that he had to start his training, but he didn't wake up. Instead a brunette did. Waking up somewhat annoyed by the incessant noise, Uraraka turned off the alarm and turned to see Deku, who was still deeply asleep. He looked really tender. The girl remembered what she did last night and blushed completely, but then relaxed since the boy was asleep when she confessed to him. Uraraka, you really are adorable Deku. Deku, I heard that he's sleepy. Uraraka, were you pretending to sleep? Deku, I woke up when my alarm went off. Uraraka, I. Deku, I love you too Uraraka. The girl remained silent and then turned completely red, but the green-haired boy approached her slowly. The girl understood his intentions and did nothing to stop him. The boy was centimeters from her face, and without saying anything he kissed her, a kiss that the brunette returned with all the love possible. She knew they could have problems but decided to face them. She would face anything if he was by her side, and so they both continued kissing until the alarm interrupted them, but it sounded far away, even somewhat muffled as if they had put a pillow on top of it. The girl reached out for her phone, but a sharp knock, and Ochako Uraraka returned to reality. Soon the girl understood. What had happened had been a dream. The constant sound of a phone alarm made her recover. The girl got up, rubbing her back. Uraraka, it was so cute, I'll complain to Deku for leaving his alarm on. The girl took the phone where the sound was coming from, and when she unlocked it she was surprised because it was hers. The photo on the main screen where Deku was seen next to her made her sigh. It was the photo they had taken on their first date when Hatsum and Ida had entered a tool store. The girl turned off her alarm and then got up alarmed. She had to change and have breakfast if she didn't want to be late, but at that moment there was a knock on the door which scared her, and she immediately got into bed. But she was surprised again when she saw that her green-haired boy was no longer next to her, but the sound of the door opening brought her back to reality. But at that moment she recognized Deku's green and messy hair coming in with a chat. Deku, good morning Uraraka. Uraraka, Deku, what are you doing here? Deku, well I slept here, don't you remember? Uraraka, I didn't mean that. Deku, yes I know, I woke up earlier to train and I didn't want to wake you up. You look adorable asleep, Scion level blushing. Uraraka, I am IU and Deku, and I brought you breakfast. I didn't know if you were already awake, but I thought you'd be hungry. Uraraka, thank you very much. I'm sorry if I'm a bother. Deku, no, I did it from the heart. Uraraka, thank you. Deku, well, I'll leave it to you, I'll retire. Uraraka, don't you want to stay a little longer? I have some tea. Deku, if you want. The boy sat down and they both started eating. Deku, hey Uraraka? Uraraka, what's wrong Deku? Deku, did you really ask me out? At that moment the chestnut stopped eating and became petrified, which alarmed the green-haired man who moved it, causing it to react. Uraraka, I am well you see I. The green-haired boy started to laugh, which took the brunette's thoughts away. Uraraka, what's wrong? Deku, nothing maybe it was a joke about the date, and I was worrying. That comment made the brunette get upset, so she stood up and put her hands on the armrests of the chair where Deku was, who was scared and turned red when he saw how his best friend's face approached his. Deku, Uraraka, what's wrong? Uraraka, no jokes. Izuku Midoriya, do you want to go on a date with me? Deku, nervous, why yes, I want to go on a date with you. This made the brunette smile and let go of the green-haired man's chair, who still looked nervous. Uraraka, hee thanks and sorry if I was too rude, Deku. Deku, hee, nothing's wrong, Uraraka. Uraraka, but that's it, young man, no fighting with villains and leaving me alone, understood? Deku, no fights and improvised outfits? Uraraka, exactly. Deku, you take the fun out of life. The boy received a look from the brunette with a raised eyebrow that made him smile. Deku, okay, I promise you anyway, right? Uraraka, sorry, I know it's your dream to be a hero, but I was worried about you. The boy hugged the brunette, who only responded to the hug with enthusiasm. The green-haired girl caressed her friend's hair. Deku, you don't have to apologize. Yes, my dream is to be a hero, and not only that, I will be number one, but I also have to think about myself, so it will be a simple date, do you think? Uraraka, am I not boring? Deku, no, in fact, this time there won't be any crashers, I promise. Uraraka, well then it will be Sunday, Deku, can you please let me go? I have to fix my uniform, don't you too? Deku, that's true, well we see each other in the living room, and if on Sunday. Uraraka, yeah. They both said goodbye, and the green-haired boy left without realizing that a certain black-haired boy with glasses heard everything, and before the green-haired boy left, he used his quirk and ran away, avoiding him from seeing him. A few minutes passed and everyone finally gathered in the classroom. The classes passed without incident, but in the end Aizawa entered the classroom again. Aizawa, Midoriya, Bakugo and Todoroki with me now. The three of them stood up and accompanied their teacher. Midoriya, teacher, yesterday we went with the first graders. Bakugo, I won't say that, we'll go with the B team now. Aizawa, no, we'll return to class 1A. Deku, stop. Aizawa, your work yesterday was exceptional. Present reported that the students looked more motivated, and that is why we want you to go and tell them what the sports festival consists of. Bakugo, we already shattered their false hopes. Do we also have to shatter their dream about the festival being all nice? Aizawa, no, we want you to tell them what the festival is about. Todoroki, tell them the responsibility that comes with it. Deku, I assume we should skip the internship agency part. Aizawa, exactly, that is kept secret to take the pressure off them. Bakugo, nonsense. Todoroki, they did it to us too, don't forget. Deku, they actually only told us that the eyes of the world would be on us. They never mentioned the agencies. Bakugo, ha! Todoroki, you had to encourage him, Midoriya? Deku, it wasn't my intention, I'm sorry. Aizawa, okay, whatever, you guys take care of it. This is as far as I'm concerned. No messing around, understood? Deku, yes, teacher. Bakugo, why does the damn nerd always come in first? Todoroki, because his smile inspires confidence, not terror. Bakugo, that's how it should be. Todoroki, terror to the villains, not to your allies. Bakugo, tell that to your father. Todoroki, buck you. The green-haired boy smiled at the joke and took advantage of that same smile to enter the classroom. Everyone saw them and the entire class fell silent. Deku, and yes, we're back. Takashi, did you come to beat us up again? Deku, did you win it? The boy looked at the silver-haired boy who just smiled at his rival. The green-haired boy smiled back. Present Mike, hey guys, I have to go out quickly. Whatever you want to tell the boys, do it slowly, take your time. As soon as the conversation is over, you can go to the dorms, understand? Class 1A, yes teacher. So the noisy hero left the room, leaving the young heroes alone with their three superiors. Takashi, so? What's the big visit about? Bakugo, sitting on Present's desk, we came to talk to you about something that will excite you, ha ha. Kanta, I don't trust you, Midoriya-senpai, what did you come for? Deku, ha ha ha, well Bakugo was right, Kanta. We came to talk to you about a topic of great interest. Sabuto, what about? Todoroki, the sports festival. Kensher, the professor mentioned it, he said it's close although he didn't give a date. Deku, I mentioned it, do you know what it is? Kanta, the biggest sporting event as far as I know. Deku, exactly, the eyes of the world upon you, the event also known as the New Olympics. Kensher, and what does this have to do with us? Yako, will they tell us what it consists of? With an evil smile. Deku, haha, no. Todoroki, will be brief, well, he will be. Deku, thanks friend, well as I was saying, the sports festival is an important event, the UA before the eyes of the world, we show what we are made of, we show our quirks and how much we have evolved with them. Suddenly the whole class felt an enormous pressure, their fight yesterday showed them that they had many weak points. Bakugo, and yes, if you ask them they'll also see how you mess up and they'll probably laugh at you. Todoroki, that's not helpful you know. Bakugo, shut up, the thing is that everyone will see you, it is understood that you feel an enormous pressure, you are new, you could not practice much with your quirk and yesterday you saw that you were defeated, but do not be discouraged, the festival is the opportunity to see what you are bad at and once you identify that you can polish it. Improve it, everyone wants to win and that is great, but also know that if you do not win there is nothing wrong, defeat does not mean that we are weak, it is a mistake and mistakes are opportunities to learn more things. Deku, exactly, for now try hard, train properly and at the festival give your best, show what you are made of plus ultra. All plus ultra. Todoroki, sometimes I think you have those speeches practiced. Deku, ha ha ha, it's not the first time someone has told me that. Bakugo, well let's go now, I'm hungry, nerd, what are you going to make for lunch? Deku, I don't know, suggestions are welcome. Kanta, this Deku-senpai. Deku, huh? What's up, Kanta? Kanta, I know we don't know each other, but yesterday you made me see my weak points, could you train me? Deku, hee hee, that could be considered cheating and favoritism. The girl became depressed, but the green-haired man walked towards her and placed his hand on her head, caressing her and ruffling her hair. Deku, look, I'm busy right now, I have too many things to do, but if you're willing, maybe after the festival I can help you a little. Kanta, really? Deku, sure, you and everyone who wants to. I know I'm not a teacher, but I'll try my best to help you. Siko, will you also help us, Todoroki-senpai? Todoroki, that's not on my agenda, but I can make an exception if Midoriya doesn't mind. Deku, smiling, ha ha ha, of course not. Well guys, you've heard, if you are patient after the festival I will come for you, okay? All yes. Thank you very much. And at that moment everyone left the room. Bakugo, you look very happy since this morning, damn nerd, what do you have? Deku, ha ha ha, nothing kaken, it's my natural humor. Bakugo, whatever. The three walked calmly and arrived at their bedrooms. The green-haired boy decided to rest a little. He lay down on his bed hoping to get some sleep. He wasn't falling asleep, but for some reason his body felt tired. He was closing his eyes when his phone started ringing insistently. Deku, answering okay? Kendo, Midoriya, how are you? Deku, President, okay? What's up? Kendo, do you think you can cancel the training? Deku, I'm sure, yawning, yes, why not? Kendo, hee hee, yeah. It's just that I told the others to arrange with their classmates so they can submit the project they want to do for the festival, so I think you and I will receive the proposals. When we have them all we will go to Hatsum so she can help us, okay? Deku, yes, hee hee, yes, then I'll wait for the proposals. Kendo, were you asleep? Deku, I tried, hee hee, but don't worry. Kendo, sorry for waking you up, rest, we'll talk later. Deku, yes, goodbye, President. The green-haired man cut the call and prepared to sleep for at least a few minutes. On the other side, Kendo put away his phone and breathed. Kendo, breathing with relief, it's good that I told him. I would have felt bad if he arrived and I didn't. Pony, hi Kendo. Kendo, oh. Hi Pony, what's up? Pony, hee hee, I've learned a little more Japanese, Kendo, don't worry. Kendo, hee hee, I was happy. Pony, who are you talking to? Kendo, with Deka, hee hee. The horned blonde looked at her friend for a moment, and tilted her head. Pony, you spend a lot of time with him lately. Kendo, I think so, although it is helping me a lot. Pony, could it be that you like him? Kendo, Midoriya? Ha, no, Pony, you know I don't have time to think about that. Pony, that's what you say, but I already told you, lately you spend a lot of time with him, you train together and you are organizing this together, for me you are. Kendo, no, Pony, you are adorable, look, you are my best friend, I would tell you anything and you know it, but this time you are wrong. Pony, so? Kendo, I train with him for his skill. He has great combat skills, and although my martial arts are incredible, I've seen him in fights. It's incredible, and I wanted to meet him. 3 years in the same academy and never a hello? It was unfair to me. Pony, I see although it doesn't explain why you do this to him. Kendo, I admire him. In our first fight he held back but still managed to beat me up even when I lost control. It's amazing. Plus his analytical skills are superior to any I've seen. It's simply incredible. Plus I saw in him what made me trust him. Pony, what? Kendo, natural leadership. We saw his fight against the villains. He coordinated his companions and even when they suffered blows he kept them together. It is that leadership plus other skills that he has that make him a great hero. Pony, seeing it like this I even understand why the first years are going crazy for him. Ha! Kendo, yes, and everyone knows he's already in love with someone. Pony, true, but what about you? Even though you say you don't have romantic interests, what about Tit? At that moment the orange-haired girl covered her friend's mouth. Kendo, don't even mention it. Both laughed, and walked away. On the other side of the green-haired boy's room, he was asleep. Sleeping in Uraraka's room is incredible, but his body was asking for a rest. His sleep was peaceful, but he heard someone start knocking on his door, which wouldn't have woken him up if it hadn't been for the fact that the sound got louder until his door opened violently, lifting him up suddenly. Bakugo, damn nerd. Jiro, I told you that if he was there, it was not necessary to bring the idiot Bakugo. Kananari, sorry Jiro, I worried Uraraka, guys, what's going on? Deku, now what did I do to make them knock on my door like that? Bakugo, TCH idiots leaving the room. Jiro, I'm sorry Midoriya, it's just that my partner told me to give this to you, it's the proposal for the festival. Kaminari, the proposal is true. I have to talk to my partner. Deku, and why didn't they give it to Kendo? Jiro, we didn't find her, according to Tetsu went out with Pony. Deku, damn, it's fine, thanks, I'm in charge of reading it. Jiro, sorry if we woke you up. Deku, it's nothing, I'll make you dinner right now. Kaminari, we're sorry, old man. Deku, it's nothing, buddy. Kaminari, Kyuka, do you want to come play for a while? The violet-haired girl turned to look at the green-haired boy who just smiled and nodded discreetly. Jiro, only if you promise not to cry when I win. Kaminari, that's if you can beat me. Jiro, sigh, let's play first, bye guys. They both left the green-haired man's bedroom, leaving the brunette alone. Deku, what's wrong Uraraka, you're very quiet? Uraraka, what was that? Deku, what? Uraraka, 2 things, what was that about Jiro? Deku, haha, that's a funny story. Uraraka, curious why? Deku, smiling like Naruto, she's asking me for advice on not killing Kaminari when he's acting like an idiot. Uraraka, ha, I see. Deku, ha, yes, and the other thing? Uraraka, why did you come to sleep? You'd usually be training. Deku, I don't know, my body felt tired, I felt tired and came to sleep for a while. Uraraka, do you think we should see Recovery Girl? Deku, I don't know, maybe it's because I don't know, but maybe I'll be better tomorrow, it's the first time that's happened to me. Uraraka, how are your wounds? Deku, that's true. I haven't checked them. At that moment the brunette shook her head negatively. Uraraka, let me see them. Deku, don't worry, I'll check them tomorrow. Uraraka, nothing tomorrow. If you haven't done it, then it is urgent to do so. The boy didn't want to fight and lifted his shirt. At another time, they would both be nervous, but this time, the brunette's concern was greater. Uraraka, you said we would take care of each other, right? Deku, well, yes, but it's that. At that moment, the green-haired man lowered his head, looking sad. Uraraka, what's going on? At that moment, the brunette saw her friend's arms. They were full of scars. She knew some and had seen the new ones, but there were others she hadn't seen. They looked old. Uraraka, Deku, this is where. Deku Bakugo. Uraraka Bakugo. Deku, when he became conceited because of his quirk and started teasing, well, sometimes I tried to defend other people. The result was this: over time I acquired more scars, and then at UA I earned more. Uraraka, is that why you didn't want me to see them? The green-haired man nodded. Uraraka, hey, but don't be ashamed, you know I admire these scars. The green-haired boy didn't raise his head until he felt the hand of his secret love caress his arm until it reached his shoulder. Deku, Uraraka, look at me, I'm totally destroyed. One more explosive hit, and I could lose my arms. Uraraka, and that's why you try so hard to train, because that wouldn't happen. Deku, I'm an aspiring hero. I'll give it my all, even more, I'll lose my arms. Uraraka, hey, cheer up, you're Deku, the hero who can do everything, the one that means try hard. Deku, thanks for trying to cheer me up, it's just that if I lose my arms I'll go back to being the useless Deku. Uraraka, you have never been. When we couldn't move because of fear during the attack on the USJ and we were separated, you didn't hesitate to go and save Tsuyu. In the fight against Bakugo, you never gave up, you fought, and in the end you won. Many times we couldn't move, you jumped in to help, Deku. You have always been the Deku who has always come forward and helped everyone. The girl didn't let go of the green-haired man's hand, caressing all the scars. Uraraka, do you know what scars mean? Deku, what? Uraraka, they are the sign that you survived, so don't be ashamed, let them be your pride. Deku, even though I earned them through mistakes and nonsense? Uraraka, mistakes are opportunities to improve, and that's what you've done. Deku, thank you. Uraraka, hee, no reason, sometimes heroes need help too. Deku, hee, what would I do without you? Uraraka, we never have to find out. Hee, let's see, your wounds are fine, I just have to wash them well and change the bandages so they can finish healing. Promise me you won't scream. Deku, why would I do that? Uraraka, this is the first time I've done this. The green-haired man broke into a cold sweat but decided not to say anything. In the end, there was no need. The girl did everything incredibly. Deku, you have talent, hee. Uraraka, Tsuyu taught me, hee. Deku, I see. Uraraka, don't make me come to practice. Deku, it's a promise, hee. The girl began to put things away while the green-haired man put on his shirt. Deku, and where do you want to go, Uraraka? Uraraka, I have nothing in mind, and you? Deku, hee, we are the same, what do you think if we just walk? Uraraka, hee, sounds good, but let's avoid the plaza, please. Deku, a villain attack in the same square when we are going sounds unlikely. Uraraka, I'd rather be safe, ha. Deku, you're the boss. Uraraka, also promise me there won't be any surprise guests this time. Deku, it's a promise, besides I don't know what you're complaining about, you made a new friend. Uraraka, well yes, but I also want a moment for the two of us, I asked you out. Deku, well that's it, hee. They both started laughing, but at that moment they started knocking on the green-haired man's door. Ida, Midoriya, are you there? Deku, and where else? Ha, Ida happens. The black-haired man slowly entered the room, surprised to find the brunette there. Ida, what's up? Uraraka, hee, I came to see how Deku was, I also took the opportunity to clean his wounds. Ida, I see, you are very helpful, Uraraka. Deku, and what can I offer you, Ida? Ida, that's right, Midoriya came to ask you, when do you have to submit the ideas for the festival? Deku, Sunday, Ingo hitting his forehead, damn. The green-haired boy had completely forgotten about the delivery of the projects. The brunette was about to speak when Ida got ahead of him. Ida, I could deliver them for you. Deku, what? Uraraka, why the insistence? Ida, my. Deku, don't worry, Lida. I can tell Kendo that I won't be there on Sunday. We'll arrange the projects, and she'll deliver them. Ida, no. I mean, my position as class president tells me that I should help my classmates, settle down with Kendo and give me the projects anyway. We'll be working together on the projects so there wouldn't be a problem. Deku, okay, I'll ask the others for their ideas right now, and tomorrow or the day after I'll meet with Kendo to authorize them. I'll give you the ones that are authorized and you can deliver them on Sunday, okay? Ida, yes, by the way the others are getting hungry. Deku, I ordered it in a few minutes. Ida, thank you. The black-haired man left calmly. Uraraka, that was strange. Deku, a little. Uraraka, are you okay? Deku, I don't know what to make for lunch, hee. Uraraka, can you make mochi? Deku, I could, but it's a dessert. It would suit Sato better. Uraraka, right, how about katsudon? Deku, it's a bit late for katsudon, it's difficult. Uraraka, calm down, you could make rice. Deku, and I would complement it with some ramen. Uraraka, and onigiri. Deku, that's a great idea, can you help me? Uraraka, sure, let's go. Both boys finally walked out together until they reached the recreation room. Both went directly to the kitchen and began to cook together, supporting each other. The girl tried the broth and the rice to know that it was okay. The smile she gave him was enough for the green-haired boy. He knew that that smile always made him stronger, and he would do anything to protect that smile. Chapter 19. A Date Unexpected Result? The days passed peacefully for the green-haired boy. Somehow Kanta had gotten his phone number, but far from being bothered, he liked her. The girl was too energetic. He asked her for advice and a confrontation routine, to which Deku answered as best he could. His school days were no exception either. He got up early to train, and the clothes had some design for him. Over time he learned to move much better with them. His movements were no longer clumsy and slow. His agility improved along with his reflexes. Melissa's project was also bearing fruit. The girl invited him to the workshop, where she showed him that the suit already had some more things. She even mentioned that with Hatsume's help she added a material that no matter how damaged it would be rebuilt, which was very useful to the green-haired boy. But he still couldn't take it with him since it needed adjustments. Classes were also relaxed in their own way, and Aizawa kept his word and let the boys go early. For the green-haired boy it had become a habit to see members of Class B in the recreation room working on their project, or just talking, like in the case of Pony, who became great friends with Mina and Hagakure. Ibara also came. Apparently Koda had a great influence. The girl looked happy and Koda was more open, at least with her. Deku was happy. It seemed that everything would go well. Even Bakugo and Monoma seemed to work together. Although they did not talk to each other if they could coordinate to work, his relationship with Uraraka was also very happy. Both could spend more time together since Kendo had cancelled training, at least until they are free of worries, and since they left class before now they had more time, which Deku took advantage of to improve his cooking. Uraraka helped him, even she showed him that she also knew how to cook. Both had fun together, and when they least expected it, it was Sunday. Their date was waiting for them. For his part, Deku would do his job and wouldn't bring anyone else and would try to avoid a fight. The green-haired boy got up just as early as always, even having more energy than usual. So he decided not to take any longer, and did some stretches and then got ready and went out to do his exercise routine. The boy felt lighter. He knew that his dream of being no one was too close to come true. He couldn't help feeling nostalgic and looked at the sky, which was barely lighting up, showing its first rays of sunlight, and began to remember everything. It had been 3 years since he managed to enter the UA. A few more months since he managed to meet Almight and be worthy of one for all. The green-haired boy felt proud. He had been through so much, and there he was, training hard to master a power that was created to be able to defeat evil. Deku now saw his arms, hurt and in a fragile state, but nevertheless a witness to the numerous battles that have been fought and won. He couldn't help but think of Todoroki and his father. Of Eri and Overhaul. Without forgetting gentle, brave, The green-haired man went through a lot but finally managed to make that enormous power almost his own. A few more minutes passed, and he stopped. He had fulfilled his quota of confrontation. Deku, now we have to hurry, I have things to do. And saying this, he used the OFA and jumped into his room to arrange his training suit and go in for a well-deserved bath. Finally he left, and hurried to get dressed to get to the kitchen to turn everything on and get to work. After a few minutes Yaoyorozu came in, and a little while after she came in Melissa, who despite the fact that they didn't know what time she had arrived from the workshop looked fresh. Yaoyorozu, good morning Melissa. Melissa, good morning Yamamoto. Hey, why does it smell so good? Yaoyorozu, I haven't asked Midoriya, but you're right, it smells delicious. Midoriya, what are you making? Deku, I won't say until everyone is here, hee hee. Melissa, faking Uraraka's voice, Deku, what are you preparing? Deku, good morning Melissa, I already told you that I won't say anything until everyone is here. Melissa, how did you know it was me? Deku, as if I didn't recognize your accent and forced voice. Melissa pouted, but then the green-haired boy came out with 3 plates of hotcakes and a glass of milk for each of them. Deku, this is for you and one for me. Melissa, boo but. Yaoyorozu, and the food? Deku, the meat has to be heated, hee hee. I think the rest had to be left to rest all night, so that's what I did. Now that I hear it, I'll return to my work. Yaoyorozu, thank you very much Midoriya. You have been doing very well with your cooking these days. You are learning, right? Deku, yes, Uraraka is helping me a lot. I didn't want to get stuck in just a few things. Melissa, the hunger for knowledge is the virtue of the strongest. You are incredible, Deku. Deku, thanks, but eat. They are a little light so you can handle what's coming. The 3 of them started eating. Both girls wanted to order more, but their curiosity to know what else the green-haired boy had cooked was greater than their desire. A pot started to squeal, and the freckled boy got up quickly carrying the plates and continued cooking. Little by little the others started arriving. Todoroki, it smells too good. What is Yaoyorozu preparing? Yaoyorozu, we don't know. He didn't want to tell us and he has the kitchen closed. Jiro, could you put your jacks on the door? Jiro, unless Midoriya is talking about ingredients, I would only hear the sound of the dishes. Mina, I could put some acid in the lock. Yaoyorozu, you'd have to pay for it later. At that moment the green-haired man came out with a food cart and began to put large trays on the table and then the plates. Everyone was still waiting for their contents. Bakugo, damn Deku, what the hell are you bringing there? Deku, it's called food, so try it. It won't kill you, I think so. After that everyone tensed up. The fact that the green-haired boy doubted his own food was not comforting, but then Deku started to laugh, which relaxed them. They sat down and the boy opened the trays. They had onigiri's, takoyakis, ramen, okonomiyakis among other dishes. Immediately the smell began to abound in the dining room, which made everyone's stomachs growl in hunger. Deku, prepare onigiri's of all possible flavors, sweet and savory. Some are breaded. The ramen is completely seafood and there is another that has beef. Serve yourself whatever you want with complete confidence. There is soy sauce, eel sauce, Tampico to accompany it. The first to take an onigiri was Bakugo. Then he served himself a little bit of everything. He started eating without looking at his friend. Bakugo, tch, it's acceptable, damn it. Mina, did you give Midoriya Bakugo a compliment? Bakugo, shut up, do you want to die, raccoon eyes? Ida, calm down now, let's eat. This will get cold and that's no way to thank Midoriya for the banquet. Everyone started eating and they got along somewhat. The food tasted excellent. The boy went into the kitchen and took out a jug with tea and another one that had mango calpis. Todoroki, Midoriya, your cooking is something really new. Even my sister would be amazed. She congratulated you. Deku, scratching his neck, hee thanks Todoroki. Uraraka, so this is what you were trying? Deku, yes, I didn't want them to always try the same thing, although I want to keep experimenting. Ida, you really will be a great hero. Sato, and if we couldn't form a restaurant together, Midoriya, you the meals, I'll the desserts. Hagakure, they would be the heroes of the stomachs. Siro, at least I would go every day. Mina, and me. Aoyama, Hire me and it will be a 5-star restaurant and very bright. Deku, haha, thanks, but you already know my goal is 100% to be a hero. Mina, you're boring, Midoriya pouting. Kaminari, think about it in the future, you might even have room for independent musicians like Jiro. At that moment the blushing girl stuck her jacks into the blonde. Kaminari, it hurts, it hurts. It was a compliment, Jiro. Jiro, shut up, fool. Mineta, could you make a rule? Only girls with skirts 30 centimeters above the knees are allowed, and that the waitresses serve in bikinis dripping drool and releasing a lot of steam. Deku, I don't think that's. At that moment Tsuyu grabbed Mineta and threw him out the window. Tsuyu, you are despicable, Karo. Everyone started laughing as the dwarf shouted for help. Ciro returned it using his ribbons. Everyone continued eating happily. Yaoyorozu, I am satisfied, thank you very much, Midoriya. Deku, there's nothing to be thankful for, I like to cook and if it's for all of you it's better, hehe. Well, I'm leaving now, I have to get ready. Yaoyorozu, get ready? Where are you going? Deku, see you later, Vice President running off to the rooms. Jiro, it's been a while since I told you like this. He must have been distracted or upset, but he ran off, so I guess he's distracted and in a hurry. Yaoyorozu, yes, I guess so. Jiro, come on, let's watch a movie in the living room. I'll bring some leftover onigiri. These things taste delicious. Yaoyorozu, save me some okonomiyaki while I put on the movie. Jiro, I'll take care of it, hehe. I'll also bring the soft drinks, right? Yaoyorozu, it would be very helpful. Meanwhile, with Deku, the green-haired man ran quickly to his room. Ida, listen, slow down, Midoriya. Remember that running in the hallways is prohibited. Deku, I'm in a hurry, Ida, I'll make it up to you someday. Ida, sigh, but you have to give me the projects. Deku, then come with me. Seeing that his friend wouldn't stop, the black-haired boy decided to run with his friend, but Deku was too far ahead. When the black-haired boy was about to reach his friend, he received a message. When Ida took it out, he saw that it was from Hatsum, so he got distracted, and thanks to that mistake, the boy tripped and hit the ground hard. Deku, are you okay, Ida? What is this? The boy found his friend's phone, which showed the message that the inventor sent him. Hatsum, Ida waited for you at the workshop, tell Midoriya to give you the projects. Deku, here, friend, are you okay? Ida, yes, that created. How much did you read? Deku, don't worry, I'm not a gossip, your secret is safe with me. Ida, what secret? I never mentioned a secret. We are just friends and colleagues, that's why I go to the workshop. Deku, I never said you were anything more than friends, right? Ida noticed that he fell into the trap, so he just took his cell phone. Ida, don't mention anything. Deku, calm down, your secret is safe with me, okay? Ida, thanks, sorry to interrupt you. Deku, it's nothing, after all you're also very busy. Ida, I guess so, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Deku, not for me, but it's too bad they couldn't come. Ida, haha, yes, but I prefer to avoid Uraraka's fury, besides it's a moment for you too. Last time we ruined it ourselves. Deku, it was the villain, don't blame yourself. Ida, we live in a society full of monsters and villains of great abilities. There's an attack almost daily. Are you sure there won't be one where they are today? Deku, it is a probability, but I think it would be very low considering that we will be moving and that I promised not to get into fights and I plan to keep it. Ida, you really are amazing, mate, but well, where are the projects? I don't want to take up your time anymore. Deku, it's nothing, I'll get a little more dressed up, hehe. The projects are on that list over there in the notebook. Ida, okay, I'll take it. I'll give it back to you tomorrow, okay? Deku, keep it as long as you need, don't worry. Ida, okay, thank you very much. Deku, have fun. Ida, you two leaving the room. The boy quickly changed his clothes and grabbed a backpack, went out and went to the kitchen where without wasting time he began to arrange things in a bento box, and then his phone started ringing, alerting him of a message. Uraraka, Deku, I'll wait for you at the entrance to the dorms. Deku, yes, it didn't take long. The boy locked his phone and hurried to finish sooner. When he finished, he ran out saying goodbye to those who were still in the recreation room watching a movie. The boy was about to take the elevator, but he stopped faster and went down the stairs at a fast pace until he finally got off, arriving at the entrance where the brunette was waiting for him. Uraraka, hee, it didn't take you long, Deku. Deku, well, I didn't want to leave you waiting. Uraraka, and where will we go? Deku, what do you think if we just walk and think hee? Uraraka, smiling tenderly, yes, let's go. They both started walking. There were no setbacks, no villain, and the day was sunny. The boys arrived at a square and started walking until, out of tiredness, they decided to sit down a bit. Deku, that was a good walk. Uraraka, is it part of your exercises? Deku, I thought he was part of yours. Uraraka, I'm already a little thirsty. Deku, there's a vending machine over there, bring me two soon. Uraraka, do you want me to give you something to pay? Deku, it's nothing, Uraraka, I'll be right back. The girl nodded and saw the boy get lost among the people. The brunette looked away and managed to see phone accessories. The girl had recently changed her phone for a more modern one. This to stay more in touch with Deku, since not being able to send him messages she could only dial him, and now she could do both things. The girl approached and asked about a case for her cell phone, but as soon as they were showing it to her, she managed to see a keychain that had the green-haired boy's mask, something that she loved, and bought both things without being able to hide the big blush she had earned by doing this. The girl returned to her seat, and after a few minutes the green-haired boy also returned, who looked agitated, somewhat disheveled, even trembling a little, but came with both drinks. Uraraka, are you okay? Deku, too many people, I'm fine even though I had to fight for this, hee people are weird sometimes. Uraraka, sure? Deku, yes, scratching his neck. Flashback. The green-haired man walked calmly towards the machine, but suddenly an alarm sounded in a store. Salesman, help, that guy is robbing me. Deku, I promise not to fight, but maybe turning to see Uraraka, who was distracted if I don't make too much of a fuss. Deku prepared one for all and made a great leap, landing in front of the villain. Deku, this won't hurt that much. The boy prepared his fist and punched the villain in the stomach, who flew backwards, colliding with a column. Salesman, thank you very much, boy, you are a hero. Deku, everything is fine now, I'm here. Seller, a fan of Almight, let me reward you. Deku, it's not real at all. Seller, don't be modest, here, take this, at least for the effort, and one for your companion. The man gave 2 soft drinks to the green-haired man, who took them nervously. Deku, I appreciate it even though it wasn't necessary. Helping others is what a hero does. Salesman, it's a relief that people like you still exist, it's really great. Flashback end. The green-haired boy was a little tired from the sudden increase in strength, but seeing his best friend's smile comforted him. But Deku, oh hey Uraraka? Uraraka, what's going on? Deku, did you buy a case for your phone? Uraraka, hee yes, and an accessory showing the keychain, is it nice? Deku, blushing, that's my mask? Uraraka, blushing, yes, they sold it and I liked it, your mask is great, you look like a rabbit, hee smiling tenderly. Both boys turned completely red, but the green-haired boy began to breathe more calmly. Deku, well, let's rest a little, shall we? Uraraka, yes, where do you want to go next? Deku, I have a special place in mind, 100% villain-free, but we have to wait a bit before going. Uraraka, hee well, I trust you, what do you want to do before? Deku, do you want to watch a movie or something? Uraraka, hee I'm not really in the mood right now, and there aren't any good movies in theaters. Deku, right, and what do you have in mind then? Uraraka, timidly taking Deku's arm and putting her head on his shoulder, what do you think if we just walk for a while? Deku, blushing and nervous about his friend's action, why yes, let's go. And even if they were nervous or afraid that someone would recognize them, the two never let go, both arms tenderly intertwined. Both entered a square where their shyness slowly decreased to give way to constant laughter and a more fluid conversation. The girl ran towards the Japanese candy stores, pulling the green-haired boy, who was amused to see the girl's excited face. Likewise, he went to the stores to see Almight products, which brought out a tender smile to the brunette. Finally, and after a while of sightseeing in the square, they both finished, but it was not yet time to go to that special place in Deku's words, and although the brunette was surprised, she did not say anything because she trusted her friend, so they went to a nearby park where that strangeness was put in the background when they both got on the games. Both had fun from game to game. Something that Uraraka loved was Deku swinging her, feeling how he threw her carefully and then stopped her, and then put her back, throwing her. Even though it seemed very simple for the chestnut, was a tender feeling. She felt protected because she knew that both could throw themselves into danger like heroes, and no matter what happened he would take her in his arms, protecting her. Finally it was time to go to that place. Uraraka wanted to ask where it was, but decided that the surprise would be the right thing to end the day. Both walked without stopping, more than a few to drink water. Finally they arrived at that place, and then Uraraka knew that waiting and not asking had been an excellent idea. Before her eyes was the beach of Dagoba, totally clean. It even seemed that the sand shone. The day was perfect. There was still some sun, and the sea reflected the blue of the sky with a beautiful intensity. The sun, about to start hiding, seemed to shine more strongly to the spectacle of the chestnut, who could not help but shed a few tears. Deku, glad to be back with you. Ochako, noticing that her friend was crying. Uraraka? Did I do something wrong? Sorry, it wasn't I may. Uraraka, hee, it's not because I'm sad, it's just that the scenery is beautiful. This used to be a dump and that's why I didn't come anymore. Deku, what do you mean? Uraraka, looking at the horizon with memories. Here I spent beautiful moments with my family. Flashback. Dad. Mom. Can we play a little? Dad, of course, daughter. Mom, just with care, we don't know when his quirk can awaken and we still don't know what it is. The little brunette's father bought a plastic ball and threw it to his daughter, and she to her mother, who threw it to the man. To repeat this. The family was having fun until at one point by accident her father threw it further, so the brunette went for it and brought it with her little hands. Little Uraraka prepared to throw it, but as soon as she did, the ball began to float with a light pink halo. The girl was excited, but this feeling began to transform into one of sadness when she saw that her ball did not go down, and the girl tried to reach it, failing. The brunette jumped but landed badly, and the pain plus seeing that her ball was going away thanks to her made the poor brunette begin to shed tears and then cry openly. Her parents went to her aid. Dad, Ochako, what's wrong, daughter? Uraraka, crying, boo, I lost the ball. Dad, sorry, my quirk is bad. Mom, no daughter, look, be happy, you woke up your quirk. What could be greater than that? Dad, it's true, you removed gravity from an object. It's a very powerful quirk. You will be a great hero one day, my girl. Uraraka, but I lost the ball and you bought it. Dad, no, my girl, look, it's still there. You already saw how to activate your quirk, now we have to see how to deactivate it, okay? Uraraka, sniff, sniff, yes. The girl tried to pull an invisible rope. She tried to attract it with her mind. She even told it to come down, which caused her parents to die of tenderness. Uraraka tried everything but nothing worked, so she started to cry again, but her father quickly hugged her and carried her. Dad, calm down, daughter, don't cry anymore, my little one, everything will be okay. Mom, let's see how hero number 13 does it. At that moment the girl got down from her father's arms and joined her hands as she bowed. At that moment the brunette's quirk was deactivated, causing the ball to fall on her father's head. This made both daughter and mother laugh. Dad, what was that? Mom, I think he already deactivated his quirk, honey. At that moment the girl began to learn how her quirk worked with the help of her parents. Finally the three took a photo in front of the sea where both carried their daughter sitting on their shoulders while they laughed, and the girl raised her hand to the sky. Flashback end. The boy instinctively hugged Uraraka by the shoulders, who leaned on the freckled boy's shoulder. Uraraka, so many memories, we stopped coming because this had become a dump. Deku, yes, I'm happy to have cleaned it. Uraraka, surprised. Deku, was it you? The green-haired man just nodded as he looked at the beach, remembering his hard training. Uraraka, why? Deku, a hero is not someone who only seeks fame, he does good no matter what. from the smallest to the largest. This is where I received the one pretending to cough at his almost mistake. Uraraka, Deku, are you okay? Deku, yes, it's just that there are so many memories. Here I received the training to be able to control my quirk. Uraraka, really? But when I came here after high school, it was still a garbage dump. Deku, that was because my quirk took a while to manifest. You know I was quirkless, and so was Bakugo and all that. Uraraka, yes. Deku, so I had already resigned myself. I was going to take the hero course because it was my decision, but it was almost impossible for it to happen. But when the slime monster attacked Bakugo, Uraraka, irresponsible young man gets into villain conflict. Deku, what? Uraraka, the newspapers classified you like that. Deku, my legs moved on their own, but at that moment I was able to awaken my quirk. I really hate Bakugo sometimes, but I thank him because if it hadn't been for him, maybe I would never have been able to awaken my quirk. Uraraka, Deku. Deku, here my training began. Although I was unable to master my power, at least the repercussions were less. The person who trained me told me that if I had woken him up earlier without my body ready, my limbs could have separated from my body due to the great expulsion of power. At least now they only break, ha ha ha. The girl saw the green-haired boy. Although she didn't even notice how a tear was shed, Deku remembered everything. His pain and his training, his tiredness, but it was all worth it. Suddenly he saw him, the pile of accumulated garbage, and him on top giving a cry, the cry of victory. He saw himself in a sports uniform in front of Almight. Almight, consider yourself lucky, young man. Unlike those who are born with a power, you earned it with your own effort. Uraraka, Deku, are you okay? Deku, wiping his tears better than ever. Uraraka, but let's put this on a table and eat. There's something I want to show you, and we have to stand in a specific spot so you can see it in all its splendor. The girl nodded. They sat at a table, and then the green-haired boy took a box out of his backpack. The brunette sat down and Deku opened it. It had 9 machas, each one a different color. 2 had seaweed rings around them. It had rice balls all placed on a bed of seaweed which had rice grains scattered on it. Deku, I was experimenting alone for this. It's your edible solar system. Uraraka, Deku, yo. Deku, it may not look great, but I did it with a lot of effort. Uraraka, thank you very much, Deku. Deku, well, let's eat. It won't take long. Uraraka, who? Deku, just trust me. The girl nodded and they both started eating. When they finished, the green-haired boy went to his backpack and took out 2 small discs. Deku, sit right here, pointing at the disc. Uraraka, what? Why? Deku, we have to see it from a certain height, trust me. The girl nodded, but as soon as she saw the seat, she saw that it had a label that said, manufactured by Hatsum Mei in conjunction with Tenya Ida. The girl smiled and sat down. He immediately began to rise until they were at a considerable height. Deku, good thing it didn't explode. Uraraka, XX exploded? Deku, according to Hatsum there was a possibility. He didn't have time to test it. But if you feel weird, come, take my hand. The boy nervously extended his hand, but the girl didn't think about it much and accepted. The green-haired boy brought her closer, and as soon as both discs were close they joined together, forming a table N. RJ. That moment they both saw how the sun slowly went down in the sunset. The girl began to understand the reason for the height. It was a beautiful scene. The rays that still gave them were strong. The sea shone intensely. Deku, this is what I wanted to show you. It's something I wanted you to see in all its splendor. The brunette was amazed. The view was incredible. The amount of feelings that a moment could give her. The girl saw her partner with a tender smile. Uraraka, thanks, Deku. The green-haired man for his part was ready. He was not going to hide anymore. She deserved to know his feelings. They both sat so that their faces were close. But without saying anything, the brunette gathered her courage and approached her partner, ready for anything. Deku was surprised. He had not said anything, and yet the girl who stole his heart was kissing him. He took a while to react, but slowly and unsurely managed to return the kiss. A tender kiss, shy but full of love. Either of them was thinking. They were just letting themselves go. They ignored everything. No students. No teachers or heroes, just two young people with mutual affection, but then their phones started ringing, which distracted them, woke them up, and when they noticed what they did, they both separated at full speed. The brunette fell but used her quirk on herself, managing to save herself, but with her distraction the green-haired man fell along with the board, landing in the sand while his phone kept ringing. The boy, fed up, took it out while rubbing the hurt area. He saw the name on the screen. Ida. Deku, answering annoyed, hello? Ida, Midoriya, where are they? Deku, we're still outside. Ida, relax. Ida, it's already past sunset and you haven't arrived. As president of Class A, I order you to return. Deku, TCH, now I understand. Bakugo, say hi to Hatsum for me. The green-haired boy cut the call. He felt bad. Now he would have problems with Ida, and then there was the thing with Uraraka. He basically kissed her. Well, they kissed. The freckled boy felt guilty, and now he didn't know what to do. Deku, it was Ida, we have to go back. Uraraka, let's go. The brunette sounded serious, but she felt the same as the green-haired boy. She had let herself go. It was Tsuyu who spoke to her, but the kiss, that kiss was so surprising. She wanted it, and it felt good. She felt like she had the strength for everything. She didn't care what others thought or said, but now it seemed the opposite. Even in her eyes, Deku seemed serious. Was what he did wrong? The girl had too many doubts and didn't know how to solve them. She didn't even know if she could ask the green-haired boy for advice. The road was too long for both of them, the train ride uncomfortable. They finally arrived at school. The girl entered first, and Deku took half an hour so as not to raise suspicions. Deku, I'm here. Ida, it was about time you arrived. Midoriya, how irresponsible of you, and more so if it's about your dream of being a hero. Now it's stained. Deku, if you say so, I'm going to forget it. I have to prepare something to eat for you. Yaoyorozu, are you okay? Deku, yes, I won't be long. Mina, you're not going with Uraraka? Uraraka, no. The green-haired boy just sighed and went into the kitchen, preparing everything slowly and clumsily. Distractedly, Yaoyorozu entered the kitchen and saw how Deku cut himself. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, are you okay? Deku, yes, it's just a cut. I'll cover it with a band-aid and it'll be as good as new. Yaoyorozu, you're distracted. Deku, I'm fine, it didn't take long. The girl didn't want to get involved and left the kitchen, which the green-haired man took advantage of to relax and cook more carefully. Deku, I really am useless. I have to talk to her and explain everything. I have to tell her what I feel. I can't stay silent. Well, I feel damn, it's very difficult. The green-haired man finished cooking and served his food, but when he sat down he saw that the brunette had sat somewhere else. She looked strange and gone. Hagakure, Uraraka, are you okay? Uraraka, yeah, I just have to sleep, I guess. And dinner passed in silence. Deku finished eating and waited for everyone to finish to take their plates. After a while the others also left. Only the brunette and the green-haired girl remained, both distracted until they noticed the presence of the other, which made them turn red to incredible levels. Uraraka, well, I guess I'll go to sleep. Deku, me too, but I can accompany you if you want. Uraraka, there's no problem? Deku, walking. They both started walking. They thought about so many things. They wanted to apologize. They wanted to throw themselves at each other and kiss each other, but the fear and nerves were greater. They finally arrived at the brunette's room. Uraraka, and this is my room. Deku, yes, books, shoes. Uraraka, yes. Both, Uraraka/Deku. Yes/ what's up? Your first/ not your first. They both looked into each other's eyes. It seemed funny how they spoke, sympathizing with their words. They both laughed and relaxed a little. Deku, nothing, sorry if I bothered you. Uraraka, hee not at all. Well, Deku, see you tomorrow. Deku, yes, see you tomorrow. Uraraka, rest. Uraraka, you're the same. Deku. Both, I love you. Both of them turned red. It was the first time they had said this to each other. The girl turned red, as did the green-haired boy. Both were trembling, but slowly the green-haired boy hugged the girl, who could only feel the heat emanating from the boy she loved, which made her relax and slowly place a kiss on the green-haired boy's cheek. The hug ended, and more calmly they said goodbye one last time so that Uraraka could go into her room. Deku, walking to his room, there was nothing to forgive. Uraraka, lying on her bed looking at her phone with a picture of both of them, both, he feels the same way about me. Deku, I will definitely do it. Uraraka, I'll declare my love to him. Both, to Deku/Ochako. And so both finally decided could relax because they knew that no matter what happened, they would finally confess their feelings. Chapter 20. The festival begins. Let's give it our all. After the date and the decision of both young people to finally reveal their feelings, the days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye it was the inter-class festival. In the previous days Deku and Uraraka looked for a way to get closer to be able to confess, but they couldn't. The classes had them too busy and the teams had to see how their project was going for the festival. Obviously this included Uraraka, who went to the support workshop often. They could only see each other at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but both were so tired that they couldn't talk much even on the phone since they ended up exhausted. They spoke little, although they were both afraid of one thing in particular. Deku/Uraraka, what if I chicken out at the moment? For the green-haired man, he wasn't having a good time either. Being the one in charge of making sure the festival went well, he had to do several things. He had to stay with Kendo very often. He only found peace when he trained, had breakfast, and prepared dinner. On one of the few occasions they could talk, they did so by text message. Deku, I'm too tired, sorry if we couldn't get together much. Uraraka, it's okay Deku, I understand that you're too busy, I'm also very pressured. Deku, thinking about it, this was one of the reasons why I wouldn't have liked to be class president, ha ha ha. I don't know how Ida can stand it. Uraraka, neither do I, but he was excited about the position and is doing a good job, so it's okay I guess. Deku, if you're right Uraraka, well I'll sleep a little, rest. Uraraka, me too Deku, we'll talk tomorrow, rest, I love you. Now she could say it without feeling ashamed, so it was a big step according to the chestnut. But finally the day arrived, the news spread quickly and almost all the media were there because it was an important event. Class A and B in a festival was an event that drew attention since everyone knew the relationship between both classes. There were food stalls sponsored by the schools since among the student events there was none that included food. People began to gather at the entrance of the school waiting for the doors to open. Meanwhile, in the school facilities the green-haired man was a sea of nerves. Deku, what if the League of Villains comes in? What if Bakugo or Monoma ruin everything? What if the events aren't to everyone's liking? What if? The poor boy did not continue speaking because Kendo hit him lightly on the head. Kendo, the League of Villains is almost destroyed. It would be stupid for them to come and they wouldn't be able to enter. No villain could, not even if they were disguised or were shapeshifters, because it was your idea to put a scanner on the door that reveals people's identity, as well as other data. If Monoma or Bakugo start a fight, then we just have to knock them out, right? I've done that before. If people don't like the events, it's their problem. The purpose of doing this festival is for them to see that between us there are no problems, that we can work as a team. Deku, how can you be so calm? Kendo, someone once told me, if it's not me, who will be? Deku, why do I feel like I've heard that before? Kendo, Midoriya, we've all worked so hard for this. You took so many precautions for this that I'm surprised you're so nervous. Deku, because if everything fails it will be my fault. I took all the precautions and if they fail it would mean that I am useless. Kendo, look, either you calm down or I'll hit you. The time is coming. We have to prepare for this, understand? Deku, I guess let's go. They both started walking until they reached the entrance where many reporters were already starting their broadcast. Deku, clearing his throat, well, good morning. In a few minutes the doors will open. To start this festival we ask that everyone please gather on the small stage that is in that direction so that you can hear a few words before you see the great work that our colleagues have done. The reporters nodded and the boys left there going to the stage. Deku, that could have gone worse. Kendo, are you kidding? It turned out great. Everyone listened to you and you had their attention. Now let's go quickly. It's almost time and we have to be there so as not to keep them waiting. Deku, okay. Finally they both arrived and stood in front of the microphone. Behind them were all their companions lined up except Ida, who was with Hatsum checking the last adjustments to a machine that had 2 arms, one of them red and the other silver. Ida, do you think it is calibrated correctly? Hatsum, this baby is from reading Kirishima and Tetsu made to have an arm wrestling contest. Both robotic arms were made to be able to use the same strength of both and a lesser one in case children use it. If I turn off the remote control and what I taught them to be able to use them is correct, then nothing should happen. At that moment the girl took the remote control and both arms turned to face each other and began to applaud. Ida, don't play with the machines, Hatsum. Give me that controller and let's go. Hatsum, I was just having fun. The girl stepped back, standing in the middle of both arms. Ida approached her with the intention of taking the controller away from her. Both were in the middle of each other's arms and by accident Hatsum pressed a button that made both arms activate. They took Ida and Hatsum by the heads and put them together, making them kiss. Both were red and Hatsum turned off the controller along with the arms and both young people separated. Ida, annoyed and blushing, damn Hatsum, I told you not to be playing with the machines. Hatsum, blushing and sad for the scolding, I'm sorry Ida. Ida, sigh, it's nothing but stop playing with the machines. They are not ours, remember that. Hatsum, don't you get tired of always scolding me? Ida, if I don't do it then who? At least you don't listen to me because you don't even listen to Power Loader, and he's your teacher. Hatsum, and why do you think he's a genius? Ida, what? By this time, the girl was on the verge of tears. Could anyone really be that distracted? Did the dark-haired man not notice the nods? Hatsum, are you really stupid or are you just pretending to be? Ida, and now why are you insulting me? Hatsum, for God's sake Tenya, Ida, you are the most person. Ida, more than Hatsum, say it. Hatsum, you are foolish, stubborn and headstrong. Ida, at least I don't play with my classmates' work on the day they present it. Hatsum, you are the most distracted person I know. Ida, but why? Hatsum, don't you realize? Ida, enlighten me, O holy goddess of the obvious. At that moment the girl exploded and slapped the black-haired boy and ran away, getting lost among her babies. Ida, Hatsum, where are you going? Hatsum. May stops running at a normal pace. On the other side at the opening of the festival. The boys were unaware of what was happening between the black-haired boy and the inventor. Finally the media were gathered along with a large crowd of people and children. Deku could swear that among the crowd he had seen Kota. Kendo, well, first of all, good morning. Thank you for being here. This festival is thanks to the support that you all give us. Deku, we also want to show that no matter what class we are in, both are worthy of respect because at the end of everything we are here to become heroes, even those in the support course because they are the heroes who protect the heroes. Everyone here at UA strives to give them a better tomorrow because in the end that is what we are, the heroes of tomorrow. All the media began to focus on the green-haired man who felt somewhat embarrassed in front of the cameras, but quickly recovered. Deku, everyone was given a brochure upon entering the facilities, which lists the organization of all the events as well as the names of the participants. It is also fair to mention that all the great inventions that will be seen today are courtesy of the genius of the Apollo course, student Hatsum. At that moment the girl landed on the stage before the astonished gaze of the audience. Kendo, helping this student is the student and president of Class A, Ida Tenya. The boy did not wait to enter the scene with the help of his engines. Deku, well, don't keep us waiting any longer, the UA Inter-Class Festival starts right now. And with that shout everyone applauded. Some journalists stayed to photograph the boys who posed proudly. Deku, well, you guys don't have any activities to do? Mineta, yes, but... Kendo, but nothing, run to work, let's go. The few who were there started to run away, but the green-haired man heard someone shouting at him. Brother! Brother Deku! Kendo, brother? You didn't tell me that. Deku, Kota, ha ha ha, how are you, little one? Just look how you've grown. Kota, don't run so fast, son, I could barely keep up with you. Oh, hello, Midoriya. How are you? Deku, Miss Sosaki, nice to see you again bowling. Shino, hee, you don't have to be so formal here, Midoriya, calm down. Kendo, this Midoriya, who are they? Deku, oh sorry Kendo, this is Kota Izumi. Kendo, I remember you, the boy from the camp. Kota, that's right miss, a pleasure bowling. Kendo, the pleasure is mine Kota, wait a moment if you came then the Hussycats are. Deku, you have a Kendo confrontation. Kendo, what? Oh you are. Shino, haha Shino Sosaki, nice to see you again Kendo. Deku, not to be rude Miss Sosaki but shouldn't you be on patrol? Shino, I should, but a certain dwarf wanted to come to the festival and see his hero. Kota, blushing Aunt Shino. Shosaki, ha ha sorry Kota. But don't worry Midoriya, Tiger and Pixie Bob are holding down the fort. Deku, I see and Miss Tomoko? Deku knew it was a delicate subject because although the former member of the feline team seemed recovered, he didn't want to seem impertinent. Here I am. Deku, miss, nice to see you. Bowling. Tomoko, ha 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 it's okay kid, you really make me laugh. Shino, where were you? Ragdoll, I'm going to buy something to eat, sorry Shino. The green-haired boy was enjoying his time but the president of Class B caught his attention, they still had work to do. Deku, well I have to go, I have to check the festival. Shino, Aizawa mentioned that you and Miss Kendo are the managers and organizers of the festival. Tomoko, that's right, congratulations kid. Kota, my brother Deku is the best. Deku, haha, well I'll do my best by the way, Kota, do you still use your old cap? Seeing the already battered cap. Shino, he doesn't take it off, he says it's good luck because you saved him with it on. Kota, Aunt? Embarrassed. Shino, you became someone very important to Midoriya. Tomoko, that's right eating a takoyaki you changed the dwarf Midoriya's perspective, it's something that everyone else is grateful for. Deku, it's nothing, after all you are pro-heroes, much better than me in every way. Shino, give yourself some credit kid, you're the one who's done great things, you're a great example. Tomoko, and you will surely be a great hero. Deku, embarrassed he thanks by the way Kota that cap brings you luck because you wore it in an ugly moment, and you came out alive but what if you wear this one? Taking out a new cap identical to the black-haired man's it will bring you more luck. The little boy was speechless, his favorite hero was giving him an identical cap, finally the poor boy couldn't resist and burst into tears. Deku, don't throw away what you're wearing, keep it if you want and wear it with pride, okay? Kota, crying why yes thank you Deku. The black-haired boy took off his cap and gave it to his aunt who carefully put it in her bag, while the boy put on the new one. Deku, well I have to go, I have work to do, excuse me. Shino, it was nice to see you again Midoriya. Deku, the pleasure was mine bowing. Tomoko, goodbye Deku, goodbye Doom Fist walking away. Kendo, it's Battle Fist. The green-haired man smiled, they both turned around and were about to leave when someone hugged the OFA bearer. Kota, goodbye brother hugging him tighter crying. Deku, by little one bending down to be at his height hey don't cry, we'll see each other again I promise, besides what did we say? Smile because in this world. Kota, those who smile are the bravest. Showing a big smile. Deku, that's it, now go with your aunt and enjoy the festival, okay? The boy nodded and went to join his aunt. Kendo, ha 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 you get along well with children right? Deku, I think so hee. Kendo, and what about that girl what was her name? Deku, Eri she's fine, I hope she can come today. Kendo, well let's go, we have to finish so we can enjoy the festival too. Deku yes. They both started walking. There were too many people and their pace was slow but since all the media knew they were the organizers they had no problems when they walked in front and greeted everyone. At one point they walked in front of the Kirishima and Tetsu teams. Kirishima, hey Midoriya come in buddy test your strength. Tetsu, just don't use your quirk or you'll break it. Deku, haha no I don't think so Kirishima, I just came to inspect. Kendo, go Midoriya or are you scared? Tetsu, haha come on old man you won't die if you lose. People started to cheer for the green-haired boy who decided to accept, he entrusted his things to Kendo and took off his shirt, leaving him in a black t-shirt. Deku, okay, he accepted the challenge, raising his arm. Who wants to be the first? Kirishima, ha ha ha, come on, this is on par with my strength, it will be like competing against me. Deku, and what is the part that should scare me? Tetsu, ha ha ha, just what I thought about the strongest of Class A, if you win you go against me, okay? Deku, it's okay. The green-haired man sat down and placed his hand where the robotic one was. Kirishima took both hands and began to count. Kirishima, ready buddy? 1, 2, 3 now. The redhead released his hands and everyone saw how both arms began to move slowly from one side to the other. A winner could not be distinguished, but suddenly the robotic hand stopped moving and began to shake. Kirishima, what's happening? Kendo, it stopped moving. Tetsu, it doesn't look like there's a winner. Kirishima, Midoriya, are you? Deku, smiling confidently, sorry, has it already started? Haha, so now it's my turn. The green-haired man became serious, smiling a little, and began to put more force to then slowly move the mechanical arm. Then he stopped, and to his surprise the green-haired man increased his strength and managed to win the match before the eyes of his companions. Deku, ha ha ha, for a moment I thought I would lose. Kirishima, you're seriously strong, bro. Deku, I have to be it if I want to become number one, plus I have to control my quirk. Tetsu, ha ha ha, impressive, but now you're going against me, Midoriya. Deku, okay, let's go. The boy stood in the same position in front of the other arm and took it. The silver-haired boy stood in the same position as Kirishima, taking both hands, but this time the green-haired boy had a serious look, as if he was waiting for something to happen. Tetsu, alright, here we go, 1, 2, 3 now. Before everyone could see anything, the green-haired man used all his strength and moved the metal arm until it slammed against the base, winning the match. Tetsu, my Midoriya won. Deku, these competitions rubbing his arm making it spin are about speed and explosive strength, you know? Both Quirk's look-alike boys were speechless. Now they knew he was someone incredible. Deku, well, I have to go. I have some things to do, but as soon as I finish I can come back if you want a rematch. The boy gave them a challenging look, which was answered by Kirishima, who approached him. Kirishima, instead of a machine it will be against me, okay? Deku, ha, he accepted the challenge. Both boys shook hands and then said goodbye. Kendo, what was that? Deku, I don't know either, please go slow. Kendo, fear of losing? Deku, that my luck runs out. Kendo, was that luck over there? Deku, I couldn't beat Shoji or Sato if that's what you mean, at least not without using my quirk. Kendo, but you are strong enough to be able to fight without your quirk and leave an opponent out of combat, and you have the ability to fight. Deku, I guess, but I don't like to be boastful. I had to train a lot, but I'm not good at showing off great power. Kendo, like Bakugo? Deku, ha ha ha, you read my mind, I will never be like him. Kendo, we all know that perfectly well, you have something that he doesn't. Deku, and that's it? Kendo, humanity, Midoriya, there are things that make us human beings, others that make us heroes, but there is one thing in common, you need your humanity to achieve balance, and you still retain it. Deku, have you thought about writing fortune cookies? You'd make good money. Kendo, ha ha, I'll keep that in mind. They both started laughing and kept walking. They started to see all the stands, and the image they saw before their eyes was unbelievable. They were all full and looked happy. There were no arguments of any kind. The attractions they had done were diverse. Mina and Pony had done an activity just for children, where they combed the girls' hair. The boys could draw. Ibra with Koda had made a botanical garden where there were some cute little animals controlled by the boy. Manga and Hagakure had done a contest to guess the character. Everyone was having a blast, and that was something that made them feel proud. They both stopped for something to eat. They were almost done and could rest before seeing the festival without rushing. On the other side with Ida and Hatsum. The black-haired man was desperate. He knew he had hurt Hatsum, although he didn't know how, but he was determined to fix it. On the other hand, the kiss had left him with so many things on his mind. Although a few days ago he discovered that he had feelings for the inventor, now it was more difficult to be by her side. He could perfectly understand Deku at this moment. Ida, Hatsum, where are you? On the other side with the pink-haired girl, she was sitting on a bench in front of the festival entrance. She looked like she was crying. Hatsum, you're an idiot, Ida, don't you really realize? Or maybe he just sees me as a friend. But it's just that he was the only one who made me feel that way, unique, special. He made several emotions emerge in me. I guess now that I see it, I'm the one with the problem. I should never have fallen in love with him, but it's just that kiss, accident or work of fate, was so special, so unique, a moment just for the two of us, but now he thinks he won't want to see me again. After all, I'm just an eccentric crazy woman obsessed with inventions. The inventor was beginning to shed some tears. She felt like a fool. Right now she should be inside the festival showing off her babies, enjoying the displays of admiration, but it seemed like her spirits were down. But suddenly she heard it. Someone was mentioning her name in the distance. The girl kept silent in case she was called again. A few minutes passed, and she heard it again, this time closer. It was Ida's voice. The boy was calling her. For a moment the girl thought about running towards him, but remembering the times he scolded her made her sob again. The boy was getting closer and closer, and without being able to stop it the inventor began to cry hard, ignoring that with her sobs the runner came towards her. Ida, here you are. Hatsum, Ida, Ida, hugging her tightly. May was worried about you. Hatsum, Ida, me. Ida, I don't know what I did to make you feel bad, but I'm sorry. Making an Inasa level bow. I'm an idiot. Hatsum, Tenya, you don't have to apologize, after all we are friends. Ida, May, I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a few days. I can't see you as a friend anymore. Hatsum, what? What do you mean? Ida, don't get me wrong, your friendship is the best thing that could have happened to me. You are an incredible person, very smart. I still don't understand how you come up with so many ideas every day, but the point is, I still feel bad for thinking badly of you before. I didn't have the right, and it's not the attitude of a hero. Hatsum, hey Mr. Stiff, relax, you don't have to feel bad, you didn't know me, you have to understand that I'm not mad at you for that. Ida, but then why did you run? Hatsum, for the kiss. Ida, Babu, sorry, I know my intention. Hatsum, I know, but maybe mine does. Ida, I'm sorry, wait, what? Hatsum, 4 days I've been feeling strange. I feel happier, with more energy, with that desire to work and give the best of myself that I didn't know I could have before, but it only happens to me when I'm with you. When you're by my side I feel like my experiments, that my babies can't go wrong, and if they do I know they can improve, but you constantly scold me, and although I know I can improve sometimes I feel like your scolding is synonymous with my clumsiness, and I feel I don't want to. At that moment, the black-haired man hugged the inventor while she felt her shoulder getting wet thanks to chorus tears. Ida, I had no idea you felt that way. May, forgive me, I'm an idiot. It's just that seeing your babies constantly explode and you being so close made me think that something could hurt you, and if that happened I would be devastated. The pink-haired girl hugged the boy tightly. Ida, because I couldn't protect you. My duty as a hero is to save people, but how could I call myself a hero if I can't even save the girl I like? Hatsum, Tenya, yo, wait, what did you say? Ida, standing up, I told the truth. Hatsum, May, I like you a lot. It's just that I couldn't find the words to say it, and then you ran away and I. The boy could not continue speaking because the inventor pulled him by the shirt towards her, silencing him with a kiss. Hatsum, I like you too, Tenya, a lot, with a completely red face. Ida, but we can't be together, May, at least not for now. Hatsum, what? What do you mean? Ida, relationships are prohibited at UA. We couldn't be together because if it gets discovered. Hatsum, and why would they find out? If we're careful, it shouldn't happen. Ida, are you saying we should go against the rules? The girl nods. That goes against my beliefs. I can't lie. I have a duty as class president and future hero, and that is to always remain honest within the parameters of the law. Hatsum, I know you don't like it, but if we tell everyone, your teacher and mine will notice, and then. The girl began to tremble, and without saying anything she hugged the black-haired man. Hatsum, I don't want to lose you. I know it sounds selfish, but it's just that you have influenced me in a positive way. Ida, what do you mean? Hatsum, you have made a change for the better in my life. You have made me discover things that I would never have done alone. Because of you I met great people that I am glad to call friends. Ida. That is why and more that I ended up falling in love with you. I don't want you to be taken away from me. I'm scared. The black-haired man pressed the girl against him. He didn't want to lose her either. Ida, you're right. You also made a change in my life, and although I doubted at first, now I know it was for the better. It's because of you that I'm a little relaxed without leaving aside my occupations. I don't want you to be taken away from me either. You are very important to me, and if I were to lose you I don't even want to imagine it. Hatsum, then why do you say we can't be together because of a rule? Ida, but it goes beyond that rule. I'm also afraid that they'll find out. You said it. If they find out it could go very badly for us. Hatsum, well, but if we are careful they won't have to find out. After all, I am an inventor. I can think of something, and you are the fastest and smartest boy I know. Ida, I think Midoriya is faster than me. Hatsum, but he's not my boyfriend. Ida, so boyfriend? Hatsum, it's up to you. The boy just smiled, and to the pink-haired girl's surprise, he took her and carried her. Ida, Hatsum, do you want to be my girlfriend? Hatsum, kissing Ida, and you still ask? Fool, of course I want to. Ida, will you stop making explosions? Hatsum, if I did that you would stop worrying about me. Besides, you are the only one scolding me by grabbing my cheeks. Ida, how so? Taking his cheeks. Hatsum, sure, now loosely. Ida. The black-haired man released her. They both smiled at each other, and then gave each other a tender kiss. Hatsum, now what do you think about going to the festival? I don't want to miss it. Ida, what you want is to receive praise. Hatsum, maybe. Ida, come, taking her hand, let's go inside, I'm hungry. Hatsum, seeing their intertwined hands, and so you want them not to notice? Ida, you said it, we'll come up with something. They both gave each other a short kiss and went back into the festival. Meanwhile, on the main stage, a certain violet-haired girl was nervous. She was going to have a presentation and the others hadn't arrived yet. Hey, how are you? Jiro, and you still ask? Idiot, I'm nervous. Bakugo hasn't arrived yet, nor Tokoemi, nor Yamamoto. Kaminari, hey, calm down, you don't have to be rude to me, I'm already here. Yairo, I'm sorry Kaminari, it's just that I'm nervous, I'm scared. What if I mess up? What if they don't make it? What if people boo me? The girl began to tremble. The electric blonde knew that it was a sign that she was having a panic attack, so he just approached her and hugged her tightly. Jiro, what are you doing? Let me go. I have things to think about, and if someone sees us the rumor will start. I don't want Mina and Hagakure to start with their silly rumors. Kaminari, I'm reassuring you, Kyuka, you're having a panic attack. They'll arrive and everything will be great. I trust you. You have the talent, the passion, and above all, the beauty to make this work. At those words, especially the last one, the rocker stopped trembling only to look up and find herself face to face with the blonde who smiled at her warmly. Jiro, if I calm down and breathe, will you let me go? Kaminari, deal. The blonde left the girl who was breathing calmly. In those few minutes the others began to arrive. Yayorozu, sorry Kyuka, I was with Todoroki helping him with some first fans. Tokoemi, I got lost on the path of life. Bakugo, screw you, I was busy. Kaminari, you see, they arrived. Jiro, sighing well, as Jack the Ripper would say, let's take it one step at a time. Yayorozu, was that a joke? Jiro, it's to control the nerves. Bakugo, a damn joke? Jiro, you focus your attention on other things, you distract your mind, you stop shaking, Midoriya taught me that. The explosive blonde just cracked his mouth and looked away. Jiro, well, let's do a test with those who have some problems, okay? All yes. Bakugo, whatever. A few minutes passed and Deku and Kendo stood on stage. Deku, well, thank you all for coming. We remind you that the activities will be closed so you can pay attention to this event. When it's over, they will all reopen. Now yes, This event is a small musical space that we wanted to give you so that you feel more enjoyable this festival. With you we present the most beloved voice of the UA since the cultural festival Jiro Kyuka and his great band. The stage opened and lit up revealing the boys on their instruments. Jiro, good afternoon everyone. Kaminari, we are very grateful that you came. Bakugo, now we'll kill them with our music. Smiling grimly. And as soon as the blonde hit the drums, the song started with Jiro singing perfectly, thus beginning the musical part of the great UA Interclass Festival. At the festival entrance, moments before the concert began, a car could be seen slowly pulling up to the festival entrance. It was a taxi, and 3 people were getting out, a dark-haired boy with a depressed look, a girl with long blue hair and a curious look, and finally a tall, muscular blonde man with a smile on his face. Tamaki, we're here but I want to leave now. Nijire, come on Tamaki, don't be a party pooper, it's the first time there's a festival like this, and I already want to see the kids and see how their quirks have evolved, and also the first-year students, I understand they're impressive. Mirio, ha 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 that's true, come on Tamaki don't be bitter. Tamaki, you have too much energy Mirio. Nijire, Tamaki is right, what's all that energy for? Mirio, putting his finger on his lips it's a secret he wait where is she? Nijire, didn't you see her come down? Nijire, that's right, hey where are you? Inside the taxi here. Mirio, hey come on, what's up? And what if he doesn't recognize me? Mirio, ha ha come on, don't say that, he would never forget you, remember you are someone very important to him. Are you serious? Nijire, of course, now come, we have to go in and say hello. In the distance they began to hear the green-haired man's voice announcing that the concert was about to begin. Nijire, what a concert, that guy Midoriya really planned everything, come on, we can't miss it, right? The taxi door opened and a little girl slowly got out with white hair with some light blue sparkles, a small horn, some red ones, but with an innocent look. Mirio, come let's say hello to your hero Eri. Chapter 21, Interclass Festival, The Arrival of Eri. Mirio, come, let's go greet your hero Eri. Eri, yes. The 3 teenagers followed by the little girl entered through the main door walking down the long path. People recognized them and opened the way for them. They greeted them and they responded in a friendly way although not knowing anyone their little Eri hid behind Mirio who upon noticing this took the little girl and carried her putting her on his shoulders. People thought that the white-haired girl was the daughter of the blonde but they didn't care. They preferred not to make comments and that the girl did not get tense. Finally they managed to get to in front of the stage thanks to the people and the media letting them pass. The first song had already finished, and they were taking a short break. The white-haired girl desperately searched for her hero, but there was no success. Eri, he's not here sad. Mirio, calm down little one. Nijire, she's probably practicing a new speech so she doesn't die of nerves. Ha! Eri, he doesn't die of nerves, he's a great hero and a great person. Tamaki, you got him to talk. Mirio, never insult the hero, it's a rule. Little Eri agreed with the blonde by sticking her tongue out at Eri and Tamaki who smiled a little. Both, we understand little one. Nijire, never disturb the broccoli. Eri, Deku is not a broccoli, he is a rabbit pouting. The 3 smiled at the albino's tender reaction. Not long after, a new song started and at the same time the little girl started to have fun. She didn't know the songs but she liked them. They played a total of 5 songs and suddenly, to little Eri's surprise, her hero came up on stage but they noticed the violet-haired girl whispering something in her ear. Jiro, whispering cover me, say there will be a break or whatever, Kaminari wants to talk to me and I noticed he is very nervous. Deku, what do I do? The green-haired man took a nervous breath and approached the microphone. Deku, well, I hope you are enjoying this little space dedicated to music and other art exhibits that will be there. Our band will take a very short break but even though the activities will not resume we will have AA. The green-haired boy was in chaos. They hadn't prepared anything in case this could happen. Jiro had taken him by surprise. Suddenly the violet-haired girl snatched the microphone from the young hero's hands. Jiro, Next up is a special surprise. On behalf of myself and the band, I want to introduce a young musical promise who had not taken the time to exercise his talent, but now he is ready and will make you vibrate and sing. Deku? And who is Jiro? Jiro, here is a great friend and companion, the strongest in the class and also the organizer of this event, Izuku Midoriya. People took into account the great amount of strength that the boy had. After all, he had been the champion of the sports festival last year, but they didn't know about that musical facet that the violet-haired girl had mentioned, but they decided to trust her and applauded timidly. In the first row, the three big ones had a look of surprise, but then Nijire's face turned into laughter. Nijire, Midoriya may be very strong, but I don't think he'll be a good musician, ha ha ha. Tamaki, if he's nervous, I could help him. Nijire, yes, you are an expert on the subject, ha ha ha. A depressive aura covered the black-haired man. Nijire, what do you say, Mirio? Mirio, the world is full of surprises, let's wait and see. The blonde seemed confident, but the truth is that inside he was dying of nerves to know. The freckled boy had never shown musical abilities, and he feared the reprisals he could take. Meanwhile, on stage, the green-haired boy applauded even without realizing that it was him until the violet-haired girl touched his shoulder. Jiro, it's your turn, partner. Deku, finally realizing, Papa, why did you do that, Jiro? Jiro, take it as your graduation from my classes. Deku, I'm not ready yet. Jiro, you are, I think so, you'll do well walking away. Deku, because to me. The green-haired boy looked nervous at the people. Without thinking, he took a guitar and approached the stage. Deku, hello, this is the first time I've done this, so don't laugh, at least not too much. The whole stage burst into laughter at the joke, making the green-haired boy smile and have a little more confidence. On the other side, Bakugo was already walking away, but as soon as he heard that it would be the freckled boy who would sing, he formed a sadistic smile and got in until he reached the first row. Bakugo, ha ha ha, I want to record this, taking out his phone. Back on stage, the green-haired man knew he had things against him. He had to start singing now or everyone would start laughing. But he didn't have the musical accompaniment, he didn't know what song he would play, he hadn't even practiced. Suddenly some whistles started to sound. He knew he had to start, and he clumsily approached the microphone, kicking it a little, making it sound. Nijire, he won't make it, feeling sorry for the boy. Some in the audience looked confused, not even knowing if what they saw before their eyes was a joke. Deku heard it. He couldn't see him since he was on the other end, but he listened to the one he once called friend. His laughter bothered him. Who knows where the freckled man got the courage, and timidly began to sing. Insert Love Really Hurts Without You. The boy started shyly, slowly, almost as if he didn't want to be heard. He heard Bakugo's laughter, and that of some people. Suddenly he remembered his childhood. He was ready to leave that behind. He was no longer the useless Deku. He became the Deku that means you can do it. The green-haired boy smiled and suddenly started singing better. Then the chorus started, the most lively part of the song, and Deku baby! Love really hurts without you. Love really hurts without you. And it's breaking my heart. But what can I do? Baby! Love really hurts without you. Love really hurts through and through. And it's breaking my heart. But what can I do without you? And so, using the guitar, the boy began to sing with all his heart. If he was going to be a joke, at least it would be in his own way. But he was wrong. People began to applaud. He even heard some girls singing the chorus with him. He could see Kanta singing at the top of his lungs. He also saw that although he wasn't singing, Kota was there supporting him. Finally he could see the three big ones, but mainly little Eri, who looked at him with her eyes wide open, which filled the boy with more confidence. He couldn't fail if both children who trusted him so much were supporting him. The green-haired boy did not give in and managed to finish the song. He won the applause of the people. Nijire, I admit it, that boy made me swallow my words. Tamaki, he really has talent, it's not a nerve block. Tamaki, a hero's duty is to smile in the face of adversity and overcome it smiling. Eri, Deku is awesome. Mirio, you said it, Eri, he's great. On the other end of the stage, Bakugo was grumbling, cursing under his breath, but that didn't matter. moments before the song started. We can see the violet-haired girl coming down from the stage following Kaminari. Jiro, so? What did you want to talk about? Pretending a rude pose. Kaminari, I can't believe you convinced Midoriya to do that. I hope he doesn't die up there. Jiro, it's a personal favor. Now I suppose you didn't come to complain about Midoriya, right? Kaminari, do you always have to be so rude? Jiro, I wanted to tell you. Jiro, tell me what? Kaminari, look, I'll tell you the truth. You know perfectly well that I can be an idiot 20 times a day. Jiro, even more. Kaminari, well, yes, also that I'm very absent-minded. Sometimes I can be hurtful. I'm also a pervert along with my netta, and above all I can't be romantic at all. The girl looked up in surprise. Kaminari, wow, I don't even know how to say it without dying of a nervous breakdown. Now I know what Midoriya feels. Jiro, Denki, what's happening? Kaminari, Kyuka, I like you a lot. The girl was speechless. How could she respond to that so suddenly? Kaminari, approaching, please be my girlfriend. Jiro, you're a fool. The blonde was nervous. He saw how the violet-haired girl raised her jacks dangerously. Kaminari waited for the blow, but it never came. Instead, the rude Jiro tangled the electric boy in her arms and pulled him closer to him to give him a kiss. The boy didn't know what was happening. He hadn't thought about this result, but he wasn't complaining. After all, this was what he was looking for when he confessed his feelings. Finally, the kiss ended and Kaminari saw how the violet-haired girl smiled. Jiro, but you're my fool. The blonde also smiled as he carefully got rid of the jacks and hugged the violet-haired girl while they gave another tender kiss. Kaminari, I'll try not to be such an idiot. Jiro, don't make promises you can't keep. Back on stage. Our favorite green-haired boy was happy. He had overcome a fear and people had liked him. Deku smiled at the people. He was ready to leave. He didn't want to abuse his good luck, but he didn't expect that people didn't want him to go down. Everyone started shouting, requesting another song. He smiled nervously. Deku, I'm not doing so well. Do you really want another one? People laughed and started saying yes. The green-haired man smiled nervously. Deku, haha, okay. I guess the public will get what they ask for. The boy sighed and began to play. Insert long hope philia. The boy sang with great joy and desire. He gave his all in every note and made no mistakes. Something he didn't notice was that Uraraka was in the back, but she was attracted to the boy's singing and got closer and closer until she reached the front row right in front of the green-haired boy who, upon seeing her, almost made a mistake with the lyrics but managed to correct himself immediately, making the girl smile, who gave him a tender look and then raised her thumb, making Deku fill with more confidence. He couldn't fail, and even less when she was there. Giving a great display of his talent with the guitar, he managed to finish the song without problems. The people applauded and he, in an act of respect, made a slight bow. Now he was ready to get off the stage. He knew that his confidence would not last forever, but again there were the people encouraging him to sing again. They asked for one more song, but he already wanted to leave. He wanted to finish his pending tasks and go out with Uraraka and decisively confess his feelings, but the people wouldn't let him. They shouted to the rhythm of, "We want another one." Even little Eri said it. Koda, although in a low voice, joined in the shouts. Deku, I'm not sure about this, but I guess if you're clapping it's because I did something right, so I hope this doesn't bother you. This has a special dedication to a certain person. People clapped and whistled with joy, which filled the green-haired man with confidence and a noticeable blush. Pony, a dedicated song. This is going to be exciting. Kendo, you're so adorable sometimes, Pony. Pony, who says he's not dedicating it to you? Kendo, haha, I know it's not for me. You should stop hanging out with Mina. Her habit of pairing off is rubbing off on you. Pony, pouting, but it's fun. Kendo, haha, let's listen now. On the other side in the first row, the brunette was super red. She knew that that song was going to be the one for her, but what kept her in doubt was the song that the green-haired boy would choose. At that moment the boy was in doubt. He couldn't decide which song to play. He had two options, but he couldn't decide, but finally plucking up courage he began to play in a harmonious bass line. Insert Can't Help Falling in Love by Elvis Presley. Deku, wise men say only fools rush in. But I can't help falling in love with you. Everyone there began to sigh. The song was very beautiful and the freckled boy knew how to play it well. But Uraraka had her main attention. The brunette was enchanted with the boy. She knew that he was there telling her everything he felt. She felt the same as in that kiss. No one else mattered but them. This was their story, and there he was standing on a stage ready to start it. On the other end, a certain explosive blonde was grumbling, internally insulting the green-haired man, but wow, I didn't know he could sing that beautifully. Bakugo, what the buck? What time did you get here? I can't come see my boyfriend? Why didn't you tell me you had a festival? Bakugo, precisely because of your damn attitudes, Cammy. The blonde finally exploded in front of his girlfriend, but she stood her ground without being intimidated. Cammy, wow, Katsuki, you're in a very bad mood today, faking an annoyed tone and looking away. Bakugo, falling into his girlfriend's trap, sigh, I'm sorry beautiful, it's just that. Cammy, ha ha ha, calm down my explosive love. But why didn't you tell me you were having a festival? Pouting. Bakugo, I didn't have time or head, I was very busy. Cammy, my king explosion, but I'm already here. What do you want to do? Bakugo, whatever you want, although I'll have to go back to work afterwards. Cammy, do you have an important activity? Bakugo, tisk just stupid things, but yeah. Cammy, don't say it's nonsense, Katsuki, it would be. This was not an isolated incident. Even in our school we found out. It was their multiple fights with Class B that brought them to this. Bakugo, they started this shit. Cammy, was it them or your aggressive sense of superiority that made this happen in the first place? The blonde was annoyed by the comment, even though he knew she was right. But if not even his girlfriend helped him, how could he feel better? Bakugo, if you're not going to help me feel better, go back to your damn spoiled brat school. Cammy, I'm your girlfriend, but that doesn't mean I'm going to tell you that you're right when you were the one who ruined it from the beginning. This doesn't work like that. What I want to do is help you. You don't like this, but you were the one who caused it. Take responsibility, honey, and better get over this. I know you can do it. I trust you. Bakugo, I hate it when you're so damn right. I'm sorry, Cam, it's just. Cammy, wait, you said Cam? Bakugo, no, well, yes, damn. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Cammy, hey, wait. Come on, Katsuki, taking his hand. Do you remember what I told you the day I asked you out? Bakugo, you fell in love with me at first sight? Cammy, I never said that. Bakugo, am I more handsome than Todoroki? Cammy, Bakugo, Katsuki. Bakugo, you said you didn't see what everyone else saw. You said you saw the real me, and that's what attracted you to me. Cammy, exactly, I saw your eyes. I didn't have to use my quirk to see the real Bakugo, Katsuki. Bakugo, never talk to Deku, you might be disappointed. Cammy, maybe I will, I have talent, but while I want to be with you, giving her a kiss, what do you want to do, explosive? Bakugo, let's walk for a while, I want to spend time with you before I have to go back to work. Cammy, do you think I can help you? Bakugo, I'll have to ask the nerd and my partner, are you sure you want to help? You can spend time watching the festival. Cammy, maybe I will, but I also want to help you. Bakugo, you're beautiful, and that's something I don't say very often. Cammy, that's why I'm your girlfriend, I'm the only one you say that to. The couple held hands and left without knowing that not far from there a violet-haired girl saw them. Jiro, for a second I thought Bakugo was gay. Kaminari, who is gay? Jiro, hee nobody, come on, let's go, we have to get back to the stage. Returning to the stage. Finally the green-haired man finished the song. Everyone clapped happily, but before they could say anything. Deku, well, I hope this little crasher gave you a good time, but now our favorite band will be back. The green-haired man retired and the band led by the violet-haired woman returned. Jiro, scary, well, thanks for waiting, now let's dance this. Insert I know by Say Ferris. The green-haired boy smiled and went down the stage stairs. Kendo was already waiting for him downstairs with a bottle of water. Kendo, for a second I thought you would die up there. Deku, thanks for the trust, I'll be back in a while, I'll go look for someone. Pony, who? In a mischievous voice. Deku, seriously, to Mirio Togata and his friends. Kendo, are they here? Deku, in the front row, and they brought Eri. I won't be long. The green-haired man walked among the people while being greeted and congratulated by them. It took him a while, but he reached his superior, whom he took from behind. Mirio, you gave me quite a scare. Midoriya, it's good to see you again. Deku, it's good to see you again too. Togata. Nijire, you were amazing up there. I thought you were going to faint. Deku, you're not the first one to tell me that. Tamaki, but you surprised me. You handle pressure better than me with his depressive aura. Deku, ha ha ha, well, I learned from you. On that mission you were able to overcome things and you were a great hero. Eri, Deku! Deku! The green-haired boy knew that the girl was talking to him, but he was playing and looking for her on the ground. Deku, who's talking to me? Pretending a battle pose, come out and face me, whoever you are. Eri, laughing at the hero's attitude, I'm up. Deku. Deku, up? Looking up, wow Eri, how you've grown, you've even surpassed me and Togata. Eri, yes. Proud but pouting when the blonde put her down. Deku, hey Eri, do you fancy a caramel apple? Eri, with saliva in her mouth, yes. Deku, haha, taking money out of his wallet. Miss Nijire, could you take Eri for her apple? Nijire, understanding what the boy meant, yes, let's go Eri. Eri, yes. Mirio, Tamaki, please accompany them. I don't want them to get lost, you know how they are. Tamaki, yes, you guys don't move from here either. Mirio, ready. Midoriya. Deku, Togata, you said you had to talk to me about something. Togata, seriously, it has to do with Eri. Deku, is everything okay with her? Mirio, yes, but the fact is that they have done some research with his blood. The green-haired man felt a chill run down his spine that later turned into fury. Deku, annoyed, what have you done? What? Togata, do you know how much he suffered with Chisaki? Are you going to tell me that they changed one evil for another? Mirio, calm down. Midoriya, every test has been with his consent. They don't take blood every day, and they divide the samples so they don't have to take too much. Deku, consent, she's a girl. Mirio, they are also to discover the limitations of her quirk. We can help her control it more from the progress she is making. Deku, relaxing a little. Okay, so what does it have to do with me? Mirio, they were trying to find a cure for me. You know that Eri felt guilty about what happened to me the day we went to rescue her. Deku, yes. Mirio, this is also to see if we can reverse the damage done by Chisaki's bullets, but... Deku, but what? Mirio, there's a test that no one wants to undergo. Deku, which one? Mirio, they want to try to have her revert a person's body from all damage. They are almost sure that Eri can choose which parts of the body to revert, or if she wants to do it completely, she is mastering the complete reversal and they want to see other aspects. At that moment the green-haired man instinctively took his arm. Deku, why are you telling me this? Togata, because you've been the only one Eri has consistently used her quirk on, in your fight with. Deku, my fight with Chisaki, I used 100% of my power with Eri's help, I didn't get hurt at all. Mirio, that's why they want you to be the one to do the test, besides it being good for you, they took into account your medical history. Deku, me wait, what? What did they see my what? Is that even allowed? Besides, my body is like this because I gave my best in all my fights, because I couldn't just stand idly by while everyone gave 100%, or even more. Mirio, if you had your body recovered you would be able to use that 100 or whatever you mastered without feeling your limbs numb, you could save more people than you already do. Deku, and to do it I have to use an innocent girl's elixir of life? Mirio, Eri could heal people who were hit by bullets. Deku, I may not know much about genetics or anything like that, but I do know that it is unethical to use a girl for an experiment. I know that she can control her quirk. I don't doubt her nor am I afraid of her. I just don't want to be a guinea pig or for her to be seen as just an invaluable object or an achievement of science. She is a human being and you, more than anything, should know that. Mirio, I know Sai, I guess you're right. I'm sorry Midoriya. Deku, Togata, listen, I know it hurts sometimes, but we also have to be human. That girl is getting her smile back. Don't be the reason for her to lose it. Mirio, she knows about this test. Deku, did they tell you? Mirio, yes, but she said she would only do it with someone she trusted a lot. I can't be the subject of the test because they don't know what will happen. Nijire and Tamaki don't either because they don't have anything that needs the quirk. Deku, so you remembered me. The blonde nodded, but before they said anything the little girl appeared. Eri, we're back. Mirio, hee, how did it go? Nijire, there were a lot of people but we brought one for each one. Mirio, thank you. Deku, thank you very much, Miss Nijire. Mirio, well, we're leaving, we'll see how the festival goes. Congratulations, Midoriya. Eri, see you later, Deku. Do you promise to see me more often? Deku, hee, it's a promise. The four of them started to leave, leaving the green-haired boy alone who was still holding his arm. He knew it was a unique opportunity, but it was unethical to abuse people, much less a girl. But Mirio was right. If his body was completely healed, then he had no reason to fear using his strength. He could be a better hero. Suddenly, and without knowing why, he ran towards the blonde. Deku, Togata. Mirio, what's going on? Deku, give me a few days, I'll think about it and give you an answer, okay? Mirio, more cheerful, it's okay, Midoriya, see you later. The boy said goodbye, but in his mind appeared the kidnapping of Bakugo. If he had been faster and stronger, he would not have had problems. The boy was so immersed in his thoughts that he did not notice when a brunette took his shoulder. Uraraka, Deku, are you okay? Deku, yeah, well, I think so. Uraraka, do you want to talk about it? Deku, I could use some advice. Both of them went to a bench that was far away from everything, but Uraraka noticed that the green-haired man had grabbed her arm, so she removed her hand and put hers on it. The green-haired man didn't make any movement. Then Uraraka knew that something serious was happening. Uraraka, what's going on? Deku, what would you do if, due to the constant excessive use of your quirk, you were now injured and at risk of losing the use of one of your limbs, and they told you there was a cure? Uraraka, if there is a cure that can help me be the same as before, I would take it no matter what. If it returns my body to 100%, then it doesn't have to be bad. Deku, but what if that cure is alive? What if it's someone who trusts you? They can cure you, but you'd have to see them do it. Uraraka, I know it sounds unprofessional from a hero's point of view, but if she only trusted you, then it means she's sure no one else should receive that cure. Deku, but isn't that unprofessional? Uraraka, maybe, but if you can help me get back to how I was before and that person agrees beforehand, then there shouldn't be a problem. Deku, Uraraka, you said I shouldn't be ashamed of my scars, that they were the sign that I was alive and of my effort, but what if they disappeared? Uraraka, then I would feel better. I wouldn't be worrying about you all the time. Honestly, I like your scars. They are the sign of your effort and work, although the ones I would like to be erased are the ones Bakugo made you. Deku, what if they were all deleted? Would you stop liking me? Uraraka, no, I don't know how you take it, but for me you will always be Deku the hero. With or without scars, I will always like you. I am. At that moment the girl couldn't finish speaking because the green-haired man hugged her tightly. Deku, what did I do to have someone like you? Uraraka, being the kindest, strongest, coolest, and sweetest person I've ever met in my life seems little to you? At that moment the green-haired man was ready. He didn't know if it was romantic or not, but he was willing to take a chance for her. Deku, Uraraka, what happened on our beach date? Uraraka, that was I'm so sorry, Deku. I didn't know what I was doing. Deku, but I did. I was kissing the most beautiful girl in the entire academy and the world. I was kissing the lips of the woman I love. Uraraka, wait, what did you say? Deku, Uraraka Ochako, I love you. I know it sounds strong and maybe it is, but it's the truth. I can't just tell you I like you because what I feel goes beyond a simple attraction. I fell in love with you and I don't know if you feel the same as me, but I wanted to say it because I don't want to keep it hidden, not anymore. At that moment the brunette was crying, shedding tears which made the boy alert. Deku, I'm sorry, maybe I scared you. Sorry, maybe you don't even feel the same as me. Sorry, I already. He couldn't finish because the brunette brought him closer and began to kiss him tenderly. Here it wasn't like on the beach, where it was a surprise. Here they both agreed and continued with that kiss that showed that their love was reciprocated. Uraraka, I love you too. Izuku, Deku, Midoriya. Deku, maybe I should have chosen a more romantic place. Uraraka, with you, even instant soup would be a romantic dinner. Deku, so I won't cook anymore? Uraraka, who decided that? He. Deku, although you know that we could not have our relationship openly in front of others. Uraraka, that's the only thing that makes me sad. Don't brag that I have the best boyfriend in UA. Deku, kissing the brunette's nose. Something will occur to us now. Do you want to see the rest of the festival? Uraraka, is my hero Deku asking me out? Deku, I don't see another girl as beautiful as you. Uraraka, in that case let's go. Somewhere else. The concert had already ended, the boys had already gotten off, but Yaoyorozu was intercepted by a certain mixed-haired boy. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, what's going on? Todoroki, I'm not usually someone who likes to express their emotions and you know it. Even though Midoriya has been a great support to leave behind my cold attitude, I have never been able to recover that skill of expressing myself to everyone like others do. Yaoyorozu, I know that, but it's part of you. You can't change it from one day to the next. Todoroki, I know, but if you could be a little more expressive. Yaoyorozu, you are someone very important to me. You knew how to overcome even when the situation was difficult. You are very intelligent, and your quirk is amazing besides being very beautiful. Poor Todoroki was in a situation, he didn't know what to say. He felt that if he said something wrong he could ruin it, but without realizing it his eyes side was activated. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki? Your eyes side. Todoroki, thinking, I really like you. I don't know if it's temporary or not, but I just know that I want to be with you. Why can't I say it? Unconsciously the boy began to form a small blizzard in his hand. Slowly a small sculpture was formed that shaped like a heart. The black-haired girl looked at him interested. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, is it for me? And the boy woke up from his trance seeing the ice sculpture. Another thing he noticed was that the words the boy wanted to say were also engraved on it. The boy impulsively brought his heart closer to it. The brunette held it. It didn't feel cold. Then he read what it said and couldn't help but shed a few tears. Yaoyorozu, everything Shodo, is this true? Todoroki, as true as Midoriya is the strongest in the class. Yaoyorozu, we think the same about Midoriya. Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, would you accept to be my girlfriend? Yaoyorozu, Shodo. You can call me Momo. Between couples there's no need for so many formalities. And it was at that moment that the serious Todoroki kissed the black-haired girl. He didn't need to use his quirk for it to be a warm kiss because it was full of love and respect for the other. Todoroki, do you think Ida will have a heart attack when he finds out? Yaoyorozu, that's right, we can't have relationships while we are students at UA. Alarmed. Todoroki, are you thinking of breaking up? Yaoyorozu, I don't want to push you away. I know we could try again after the academy. But we're so close to breaking up that I feel like they might be playing a secret relationship with you and me, that is, if you're okay with it. Todoroki, I don't want to get away from you either, Momo, so a secret relationship sounds good? Yaoyorozu, maybe I can talk to Ida, and ask him to be a little more flexible about that. Todoroki, do you think he'll accept just because he's so strict? Yaoyorozu, I can try, but for now we can keep it between us. Todoroki, it's a good idea for now. Do you want to keep watching the festival? Yaoyorozu, yes, I have only seen my stand, and while the cultural space is finished we can walk around for a while. The bicolor gave him a smile. Both began to walk calmly through everything. And just like these boys, more couples were formed at the UA, all under the strict oath of not telling anyone, because despite the fact that love was too much, everyone thought it would be the best to be able to maintain their stay at school safe and continue spending time with the people they loved. With so much love at school and an excellent acceptance from the public was how the great and first inter-class festival of the UA came to an end. Chapter 22. Will we be able to hide secret relationships? A new day at UA. The sun barely showed its rays. These managed to infiltrate the windows with curtains giving them to the students, but in another room, in that of a certain brunette, she was protected from the rays by the back of her beloved. That's right. Midoriya Izuku was lying down hugging the brunette with his back to the window. The girl was snuggled up in his chest feeling protected, but an alarm started to ring, making them wake up slowly. Uraraka, you're not training today, turn that off. Deku, I wasn't planning on doing it, it's not mine. The girl managed to lay Deku down properly and climbed on top of the green-haired boy to take his phone. She realized that the alarm was hers. Uraraka, yawning, I'm sorry Deku, I didn't remember leaving it on. Deku, yawning, it's okay, seeing the way the brunette was on top of him. Oka Ochako, don't you think you can get off? Uraraka, noticing his position, I'm sorry Deku, it's just that I got like that to turn off the alarm, I'm sorry. The green-haired boy was completely red along with the brunette, but she didn't move. After a few seconds the pair looked into each other's eyes and started laughing. Deku, pff haha, your face Ochako looks like a tomato. Uraraka, and you have a red broccoli. Deku, oh yeah? Throwing a pillow at him. Uraraka, yes, returning the blow. Deku, you come here. The boy grabbed her by the collar of her shirt and brought her closer to him, but she was nervous and stood up too much and quickly lowered her head, hitting the green-haired boy in the nose. Uraraka, Deku, are you okay? Deku, I think so, hehe, you have a lot of strength. Uraraka, I'm sorry. Deku, it's nothing, looking at the time, damn it's late. Uraraka, you said you wouldn't go to training. Deku, yes, but I have to prepare breakfast for the others. Uraraka, stay a little longer, pouting. Deku, I have to get up, Ochako tickling her. The girl responded in the same way by having a tickle fight, but the green-haired boy slipped off the bed and fell with his girlfriend. Uraraka, does that mean I won? Deku, it means we're not your typical dating couple. Uraraka, well, you're right, but now I can do this. The girl approached the green-haired boy and gave him a small kiss on the lips. Deku, that what did I she whine? Uraraka, just it was a kiss. Both were super red. Although they could be boyfriends, this was the first relationship for both of them. Deku, but well, I think that I'm going. Uraraka, this no, you won't change? Deku, yes, but it has to be in my room. I don't have any of my clothes here, hehe. Uraraka, that's true, completely red from what he said, sorry. Deku, boo, well, I'm leaving now. And so the green-haired boy ran away. Deku, I love you, coming back and giving him a kiss. Uraraka, hehe, I love you too. The green-haired boy went into his room without being discovered by any of his roommates, took a quick shower and changed to run to the kitchen to grab his Filipina and start preparing it. After a few minutes, Melissa arrived, but she had a sad look and came with suitcases. Deku, good morning. Melissa, don't tell me that. Melissa, yes, sorry I couldn't be at the festival. I had a meeting with Uncle Might and the director. They wanted me to stay at UA. Deku, and you said yes? Melissa, that's what I want, but you know my place is on the island. Deku, this is your place too. There's Yayorozu, Jiro, Todoroki, Kaminari, Kirishima, Uraraka and the others. Melissa, shedding tears, you know I have to go. I really don't want to, but someone has to make sure my father doesn't do anything crazy. Deku, if you return to the island you won't be back for who knows how long. Melissa, I'll graduate and I'll come, I promise. Besides, I also want to be a hero. I'll be the hero of heroes, right? Deku, hugging the blonde, you don't know how much I'll miss you. Melissa, me too, but we'll see each other again, it's a promise. But before I go, I wanted to give you this. Deku, taking the small gift box, won't it explode if I open it? Melissa, when you open the box, know when you put it on. I don't know, hehe, I managed to finish it. I added some secrets. I'm sure you'll like it. I'll work more on the island. May will help me, at least that's what she promised me. I don't know if Ida will change her. Deku, Ida? What does he have to do with it? Melissa, nervous, this nothing, hehe, well, have it, but don't use it until necessary. I want to keep the surprise. Deku, how do you know I won't cheat? Melissa, I know you. Deku, I hate that you're right. I don't know when the time will come, but at least I will wear the bracelet. Melissa, okay, You know how to activate it in case it's time to release it, right? Deku, hee hee yeah. Melissa, well I'm leaving now Deku. Deku, wait, Yaoyorozu won't be late, say goodbye. Melissa, hee hee that's why I'm leaving so early. I don't like goodbyes, you say goodbye for me. Tell everyone thanks for being my friends, I'll see them again. Deku, well if you don't want to say goodbye then let me make you something for the trip. At an incredible speed, the green-haired man managed to prepare 2 perfectly prepared sandwiches. Melissa, you didn't have to do that. Deku, you haven't tried anything, it's the least I can do, take them for the trip. Melissa, shedding some tears while hugging the green-haired man, you are the best friend I could have. Deku, well I'm just a Deku hee hee, now run, Yaoyorozu won't take long to come down. Melissa, yes, but at least I said goodbye to you, as for Yamamoto. Deku, I've got you covered, I'll tell him what happened. Melissa, releasing Deku, okay, thanks Deku. Deku, you owe me one. Melissa, and someday I'll pay you back, unless I never see you again or I forget. Deku, hee hee go now, I can hear Yamamo's room door open. The blonde left with a smile, the green-haired man just watched her leave, she was a great friend after all. After a few minutes he continued cooking quietly, even putting music on his phone to fill the kitchen with the rhythm. Insert Bad Moon Rising by Credence. Deku, I see a bad moon rising. I see trouble on the way. I see earthquakes and lightning. I see bad times today. Yaoyorozu, you singing so early? I thought you didn't do it without dying first. Deku, that's only when I'm in public. Yaoyorozu, hee hee what band is it? Deku, I'm sure you don't know them. Yaoyorozu, test me, it's not for nothing that I'm Jiro's best friend, I know some bands because of her. Deku, haha, it's called Credence Clearwater Revival. The brunette remained thoughtful for a few minutes, the boy continued cooking without problems. Yaoyorozu, that doesn't sound familiar, I'll have to ask him. Deku laughing openly. Jiro, what's so funny? Entering the kitchen. Yaoyorozu, Kyuka, do you know anything about that band? Jiro, listening carefully, it's called Credence. I don't know what else, hee hee. Deku, you're not that big of a fan of that style, are you? The song is called Bad Moon Rising. Jiro, well, what is the music due to? Deku, I'm in a very good mood, that's all. Yaoyorozu, did you go to training? Deku, like every day, I finished early and took advantage. Jiro, I see, so what are you making for breakfast? Deku, some katsudon and a special ramen. Yaoyorozu, what's so special about it? Deku, it's a new ramen I'm making, I hope you like it. Jiro, same here, I hope I like it. Deku, wait outside quietly. Both girls left and the others started to arrive, but Uraraka went directly to her boyfriend. Deku, if you come directly here they will start to suspect. Uraraka, yes I know, but I offered to help you. I have the perfect alibi, slowly approaching to kiss her boyfriend. Mina, entering unexpectedly, is the food ready guys? Are you okay? The pink skin didn't notice anything by miracle, but the cost had been a blow to the freckled man's forehead by an upset brunette who, upon hearing the footsteps approaching, got nervous, so when she tried to give him a quick kiss she hit him, the poor green-haired man. Deku, it hurts 2 times a day must be a record. Uraraka, I'll go get some paper, your nose started bleeding. Deku, what didn't happen to me in the morning will happen to me now. Mina, in the morning? Deku, lying in the morning I hit my nose on the door. Mina, it must have hurt. Uraraka, here it is, making a plug for the boy's nose. Deku, it hurt a lot, but oh well, it's ready, tell the others that I'll take it. Mina, okay, I'm telling you, I'm sorry about the hit. Deku, you had nothing to do with it, just tell them to sit down. Mina, yes sir, giving a military salute and leaving the kitchen. Uraraka, that could have gone worse. Deku, that's what I created, although it hurts, hee hee. Uraraka, sorry Deku. Deku, it's okay, giving a kiss to the brunette on the nose, we're even. Uraraka, blushing, yes, do you always have to be so sweet? Deku, I think only with you red. They both stared at each other for a while, then came closer and gave each other a tender kiss. Deku, good at serving dishes. Uraraka, can I help you, darling? Deku, what did you call me? Uraraka, totally red boo boo, I thought I could do it, am I bothering you? Deku, no, it's just that you're too cute too. Uraraka, putting her fingers together SS, then will we say cute nicknames? Deku, you want to? Uraraka, at least between us there wouldn't be anything wrong with it. Tsuku, yes, you're right, Ochako. Deku was nervous, he didn't know how to react, but he didn't expect the brunette to give him a little kiss. Uraraka, you see, they'll get suspicious if we don't take them. Deku, yes. The boy got up and went to help his girlfriend. They left with the food cart ready and began to distribute the dishes. Deku, here you go, Sato. Sato, thank you, Midoriya. Uraraka, Tokoyami. Tokoyami, you're very kind. Deku, Kaminari. Kaminari, thanks, old man. Uraraka, Tsuyu ten. Tsuyu, thank you, Ochako. And so they continued distributing their plates. Deku, Kaken, this is yours. Bakugo, give me that, you damn nerd. Yaoyorozu, can't you be less noisy? Bakugo, what did you say, do you want to die? Todoroki, shut up. Bakugo tried to eat in peace, upset by the way they spoke to his girlfriend. Bakugo, hey you two, damn half and half? I'll kill you. Deku, come on, calm down both of you and eat, here's Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, thanks Midoriya. Deku, it's nothing, Aizawa-sensei? What are you doing here? Everyone turned to look. Indeed, there was their teacher calmly drinking his juice. Yaoyorozu, what is the reason for the view, Professor? Aizawa, I came to make an announcement, but since your partner served me food, I'll wait to finish. Thanks again, Midoriya. Deku, no, it's nothing, Professor. I'll go get another plate. Everyone started eating quietly, even Bakugo. They finally finished. Aizawa, well, come with me to the arcade. All yes. Aizawa, already in the room. Well guys, I came to congratulate you, the interclass festival was a success. Also Midoriya, congratulations, I didn't know you could sing like that. Deku, nervous, thank you? Aizawa, well, moving on to another topic, I wanted to tell you that in a meeting with the director it was decided that thanks to the effort shown by you and your classmates from Class B, in addition to the fact that the festival was a success, it was decided that you would be given a few days off. Everyone, oh wait, what? Aizawa, this short week of rest will also help you prepare. The sports festival is next week, starting on Monday. Each day corresponds to a year. On Wednesday it will be your turn. Remember that this will be the last festival in which you will participate, so I want you to give your all. Everyone remembered the past events, from Bakugo being the first-year champion and Midoriya being the second-year champion after a fight/rematch with Todoroki. All yes, Aizawa-sensei. Todoroki, Midoriya, this year I will be the champion. Deku, that's what I'll leave you, my friend, ha ha. Bakugo, damn half and half, I'll kill you at the festival, and you too, green shit. Deku, ignoring Bakugo, I will be the first two-time champion of the festival. Todoroki, there's no more revenge, I'll defeat you with all my power. Deku, all my power, remembering Mirio's words at the festival. Mirio, if you had your body recovered you could use that 100% or whatever you mastered without feeling your limbs numb, you could save more people than you already do. Deku, Uraraka, can you walk me to my room? Uraraka, what's wrong, Deku? Deku, it's serious. Mina, oh, Uraraka and Deku alone in a room? That's very lucky. At that moment the brunette turned red and began to move her hands pretending. Kirishima, Mina Ashido, the gossip and #1 shipper of UA. Mina, idiot! Throwing acid at him. Kirishima, unbreakable. The pink-haired girl's acid was smoking, but it didn't seem to bother the red-haired girl. Yaoyorozu, creating an anti-corrosive. Now you too, using your quirks in the UA high facilities is prohibited. That's what the dorm buildings are called. Mina, I'm sorry. Everyone was so distracted and didn't notice that a certain green-haired brunette couple had disappeared from their sight. Deku's room. Uraraka, and what do you want to talk about, darling? Deku, if I could turn back time, would you still love me? Uraraka, Deku, what does that mean? Deku, if I return my body to its original state, without so many scars, but with my power the same as it is now, would you still love me? Uraraka, you know what, I would feel good for you. Deku, all my power, if I weren't so hurt I could use the percentage I used without problems. Instead now I feel my body numb, everyone gives their 100, even Todoroki warned me, but I can't. Uraraka, hugging him, if there is a possibility, even if it is 1%, take it and make all your power light up the sky, I trust in you. Deku, hugging the brunette tighter, I really love you. They both gave each other a short kiss, and so they started their day, slowly but at a sure pace. The most tender couple of the UA spent a day together even when nightfall came, where after a delicious dinner and escaping from her classmates, Uraraka agreed to sleep in her boyfriend's room. They both fell asleep, but at 3:30 in the morning the green-haired boy woke up, managed to release the hug he had with his girlfriend, and decisively dialed the phone. Midoriya, do you know who it is now? Yawning. Deku, sorry Togata, but I told you I would give you an answer. Mirio, more interested then? Deku, schedule an appointment with the doctors, and Eri accepted the test, seeing her arms, and Uraraka, I will give my 100%. Deku X Tracer, yes I know, but in my story it will be straight XD. In fact, in between heroes we will see references to Overwatch. Deku in Class B, this story is to show that the events that happened in the original story would be very different if Deku had never been in Class A. A simple flutter can change history. The ship will be someone from Class B, obviously. I also want to do stories Deku X some girls from Class B. Deku X Momo, I'll include an infidelity from Uraraka XD. The girl of my best friend, Deku X Jiro, the name is provisional since it has nothing to do with the story, but the song does. In conclusion, never let my imagination flow XD. If you could do any of these, which would you like to be the first? Chapter 23. Let's go to the doctor, the festival is about to start. The days passed quickly, it was already Thursday, they were days away from the start of his last festival. Deku was training to master One for All, and he also had dates with his girlfriend. Although 85% was something powerful, he needed more, he needed 100 at all costs. Even more, he knew he could increase his power. Flashback. Almight, young Midoriya, I see that you can now master more power of One for All. Deku, that's not all yet, I need a little more. Almight, young man, One for All is a power that passes from generation to generation, and with each one of them it becomes more powerful. My teacher Nana Shimura was more powerful than her predecessor. I am more powerful than her, and you are stronger than me. Deku, All Might. All Might. But One for All is not just the quirk, the vessel also has to train. Your training will make the quirk stronger. Deku, I know that. All Might. When you reach 100%, keep training, that way you can become even stronger. Deku, but that means. All Might, your 50% is my 100% in my time of greatest light, but if you keep training you can increase the mark, you can break your own limits. Deku, I will do it, All Might. I will definitely become the best hero. All Might, I know that, young Midoriya, you will be the greatest hero the world will ever see. Thinking, I hope I can stay in this world to see that moment. Flashback end. Deku, I will definitely break my limits. After his training session he went to prepare breakfast, but when he entered the kitchen he received a call. Deku, Togata, how are you? Mirio, Midoriya, good morning, thank you very much. Hey, I already spoke with the doctors and with Eri. The appointment is on Saturday. Deku, I see, thank you very much for informing me, Togata. Mirio, are you sure you're doing this? Your words at the festival, I don't want you to feel obligated. Deku, yes, I can be the hero I always wanted, but I need to be at 100% if I want to achieve it. Mirio, Midoriya no Izuku, thank you very much. Deku, you don't have to thank Mirio, it's the duty of a hero. Mirio, I'll leave you, I have some business to do. Deku, yes, don't worry, until Saturday hanging up. Yaoyorozu, good morning Izuku, who are you talking to so early? Deku, hee good morning Yamamoto, with Mirio, it's a type of mission. Yaoyorozu mission? Deku, he inherited Sir Naitai's agency and I'm still working there so. Yaoyorozu, oh I see, I'm very glad Izuku, when do you have to go? Deku, I have to show up at the offices on Saturday, I hope it doesn't take too long. Yaoyorozu, I see you've increased your training level. Deku, I'll give my 100 at the festival. Yaoyorozu, are you aiming to become a 2-time champion? Deku, yes, in the end I have to prove that I will be a hero equal to Almight. Yaoyorozu, just like Almight? But you're already like him, saving everyone, going from one place to another. Deku, but the world will know that I'm already here. Yaoyorozu, you aspire to a lot. Deku, since I was a child, ha 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 ha. Yaoyorozu, I admire that about you, we all do, only you are capable of throwing yourself into danger to save whoever it may be. Deku, that's me. Uraraka, wow, it seems they are having fun jealous. Deku, Yuri Uraraka. Yaoyorozu, yes, I'm sorry about this, but I usually always meet Izuku in the mornings. Deku, it's become a habit to talk hee hee hee. Uraraka, you guys weren't talking before jealous. Deku, we are companions, we have to be united. Yaoyorozu, I'm going to sit down nervous. Deku, seeing her leave you won't be able to keep this a secret like this kissing her. Uraraka, did you really think I was jealous? Deku, wait, you weren't? Uraraka, I really fooled you, right? Deku, ha ha ha, you are a cheater, by the way honey, I have something to tell you. Uraraka, what's going on? Deku, on Saturday I'll leave early, I'll go to Sir Naitai's agency office. I don't know how long I'll have to be there but… Uraraka, calm down love, I'll be fine, I still have to train. Deku, will you be okay, really? Uraraka, hee hee, don't doubt me Deku. Deku, I could never. They both gave each other a kiss that went from being tender to a more passionate one, where a tongue battle began that neither one, tying and giving the air as victorious. Deku, that was new. Uraraka, are you mo annoyed? Deku, and no embarrassed. Uraraka, boo well let's hurry. They both nodded and started to prepare. They finished together early and served their food, so the remaining days continued, between kisses, dates and training until they reached Saturday, the most nervous day Deku could have. He was just waking up, the light bothered his eyes but the hug his girlfriend gave him made him feel better, but after a while he remembered his date from that same day. Deku, the day has come, a part of me doesn't want to do it, God, I'm using Eri to heal myself from wounds caused by myself, I'm using a girl I saved to heal myself but on the other hand, I can't be a hero if I can't give my 100, Mirio. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka told me so, she saved me once, she was my hero that day I guess I accepted, I have to go. I can't cancel on Mirio, I would disappoint him and also Eri God, at this moment I can't regret, I just hope I made the right decision, right now I would like you to tell me some words of encouragement Ochako but you look so peaceful asleep that I prefer to have you like this, I love you Ochako Uraraka so much that words would fall short. And so, releasing himself from his girlfriend's embrace, the green-haired man stood up, took a bath, got ready, and took the brunette to his room, carrying her bridal style without anyone seeing him. After leaving her, he went to the kitchen to prepare something for everyone and for his trip. Yaoyorozu, so you'll leave? Deku, hee you know I had to leave today. Yaoyorozu, well then, have a good trip Izuku. Deku, thanks Yamamoto. The green-haired boy was about to leave for the elevator but the black-haired girl shouted at him from the kitchen. Yaoyorozu, hey! Deku, what's going on? Yaoyorozu, is that mission very dangerous and important? Deku, yes. Yaoyorozu, take care of yourself, will you? Deku, haha, you know I always do I just hope I made the right decision. Yaoyorozu, everything will be fine I trust you. Deku, thank you. And so the green-haired boy called the elevator, and when it arrived he turned around to see his friend one last time. Yayorozu, you became my best friend, don't even think about dying Deku, if I die you are capable of killing me. Yayorozu, that doesn't make sense. Deku, you are Kriati, something will occur to you knowing you. Yayorozu, okay, you'll be late, go now hero Deku. The green-haired man smiled, nodded, and waved goodbye as he got into the elevator and left. Deku, am I really a hero? After the necessary time, the boy arrived at Sir Naitai's offices where Mirio and Nijire were already waiting for him with Aizawa with a car. The boy gave them a serious look which changed to a laugh when Eri received him. Deku, Eri, Deku! You came in your hero costume. Deku, haha yes, today I am a hero, I have the hero license with me. It wasn't the outfit Melissa made for him, it was the normal one Hatsum had given him. Mirio, good morning Izuku. Deku, good morning Mirio. Nijire, hey! Izuku, how are you? Deku, fine, thanks Nijire, how are you? Aizawa, enough greetings, let's all go now. All yes. During the car ride to the hospital, Nijire and Mirio talked about various things while Aizawa slept in his sleeping bag. In the background, Deku played with Eri. The white-haired girl used the Almight figure and Deku used a villain. Deku, Mwajajaja, I'll finally beat you today, Almight. Eri, you think so? Ha ha, here's my attack, Texas Smash. Deku, no! Almight beat me again. The green-haired boy let himself fall, pretending to be defeated, and even stuck out his tongue, making the little girl laugh, who threw herself at the poor Deku. But they finally arrived at the hospital. Aizawa, waking up, everyone has arrived, come down in order. Deku, yes. Eri, come with me. Eri, yes. The green-haired boy felt the girl's grip tighten. Deku, giving her a smile, everything will be okay Eri, do you know why? Eri, why? Deku, widening his smile, because I'm here. The little girl smiled and hugged the boy's arm. He came up with the idea of carrying her even with the scolding of his teacher, who after a while did not say anything. In the end the girl looked happy. And so they showed them the entire hospital and its investigations, making the green-haired boy feel calmer, in addition to the words of the girl assuring her that everyone treated her excellently. Finally, they went to a room where they sat Deku in a chair and next to him the little Eri. Then they gave him a small pamphlet where everything related to the test was. Deku, so everything is okay? Eri, Deku. Deku, what's up little one? Eri, everything will be fine, I'm here. Deku, that's my phrase. Eri, it's All Might's. Deku, well yes, but well you understand. The little girl laughed a little, which made the green-haired boy smile. Aizawa, Midoriya, I'm here to prevent anything from happening. Deku, yes Aizawa-sensei. Doctor, well let's start whenever you want Eri. Deku, everything okay little one? Eri, do you trust me? Deku, please little one, lend me your power again. And saying this, little Eri activated her quirk. Mirio, come on Izuku, I trust you. In the room the doctors had Izuku's body on the screens, on the other side his muscles, bones among other things divided between the screens. Soon the boy's body began to show signs of regression in his body, but there was something strange, and that is that his scars did not disappear. Aizawa, what's going on? Doctor, the body is healing, everything inside shows positive signs but your arms, the places that were damaged, the skin does not erase the marks. Mirio, isn't it healing? Doctor, yes, she is healing. Her bones were destroyed even with the operation, some pieces were still embedded, but the girl, she is healing everything, she is rewinding the body to incredible levels, but… Mirio, the scars won't go away. Aizawa, does it mean something? Nijire, you don't think Eri's rewind is useless? Mirio, it's no good. Doctor, it could be that the boy is immune to his quirk, that the rewind only works on him once, but it doesn't explain why his other wounds are healing. Aizawa, but his body is healing, it's the scars that don't go away, but his body is returning to what it was before. Mirio, how long until it's over? Doctor, at least an hour. Nijire, taking Mirio's hand, let's wait for the test to end, Mirio. Mirio, yeah, thinking, I hope I didn't bring Izuku here just to make him remember his past. After the hour. Doctor, well, everything is normal now. I'll turn this off and let's go down to see the patient. Aizawa, and how will we see the results? Doctor, let's first go down and tell Eri to stop, then we'll do an exam and run multiple tests on Midoriya to see the results, okay? Mirio, let's go. They all got off and asked the girl to stop. It took a lot of effort, but she managed it. But before they could do anything, all the machines started flashing red, alerting them. Mirio, what the buck? Nijire, what's wrong with Izuku? Aizawa, Midoriya. The green-haired man was surrounded by a black aura as he began to convulse. Eri, Deku. Nijire, Aizawa, turn off his quirk now. Aizawa, trying, I can't, it won't let me. Mirio, sorry Izuku, I brought you to this. Inside the green-haired man he was seeing 7 people, and what looked like someone's flame. We meet again Izuku. Deku, you are All Might's teacher, Nana Shimura. Nana, I see you remember me. And what about my dwarf? Deku Fu Funky? Funky, haha yeah, the same one. Nana, you'll wonder what you're doing here, right Izuku? Deku, being honest, yes. Funky, you did the unthinkable Midoriya. You went beyond your limits, you almost left yourself incapacitated. Nana, you risked your life countless times. Funky, but you kept training. Nana, you took care more and more of the power that was granted to you. Funky, in the end, All Might made the right choice. Deku, Mirio should have been the one to get one for all. Nana, maybe? Funky, but if that had been the case, the power would have disappeared. Nana, Izuku, things don't just happen, they have a reason. Funky, while Mirio could have been an excellent successor, there is something he doesn't have. Deku, what? All for one's brother, capacity, he may be very strong and all, but he didn't go through your hell. Society forgot about skin racism to move on to quirk racism. It doesn't matter if your quirk is weak or not, it matters that you have it, you know that firsthand, you were humiliated, beaten. Insulted just for lacking a quirk, and yet you didn't give up, you kept your dream, you knew what you had against you and you didn't abandon your dream. Nana, he who has had power all his life loses respect for power itself, but someone who is fragile knows and respects the value of strength and knows compassion. Funky, there could have been thousands of candidates with quirks that would have been better successors. But All Might chose you because he saw something he'd never seen in anyone else, not a perfect soldier. Nana, or the perfect hero. AFO's brother, but a good man, one who would be able to carry the title of symbol of peace on his shoulders and never complain. Nana, he who is capable of giving his life for someone without distinction. Funky, one who knows that true strength comes not from a quirk but from the will to keep going. AFO's brother, a true hero is not so because of the size of his muscles, but because of the size of his heart. Deku, but my arms, my whole body is in critical condition. Nana, have you forgotten it yet? Out there, your body is 100%, no more wounds. Funky, no repercussions. AFO's brother, you had what none of us had, a second chance, now it's time for you to decide what to do with it. Deku, with a serious face, I will save everyone, I will use the gift they gave me, and with my recovered body I will save everyone with a smile. I will not let anyone suffer. OFA/Funky/Nana's brother, correct answer. Funky, now go, they must be worried out there. Izuku, goodbye to everyone, thank you very much. AFO's brother, by the way, before you go, your scars won't fade away. Deku, why? Nana, consider it a reminder. Funky, don't be a jerk, boy. Diki, ha ha ha, well thanks. Back in reality, the green-haired man had normalized, his signs were stable, the black aura disappeared as well as the seizures. Deku, where am I? What happened? Please tell me you didn't kiss me. Mirio, ha ha, you're alive. Deku, of course I'm alive, thinking, now I know what Gran Torino feels. Eri, Deku, are you okay? Nijire, did you think I would die? Aizawa, heroes don't have time to die. Deku, yes, what they said, ha ha ha. Doctor, young man, unfortunately your quirk, or whatever happened to you affected the machines, but we still have to run some tests. Deku, of course, doctor. And so everyone went to take the tests: strength, speed, reflexes, agility. All the tests were passed with ease by the freckled man until finally the last one arrived. Aizawa, showing a ball, remember this? Deku, ha, come on, let's throw. The tired teacher passed it to him, and he took it with force. Deku, thinking, I'll do my best. One for all, 85%. Deku's arm was wrapped in his signature green lightning. Aizawa, Midoriya, stop. Worried about his offspring. The ball flew out at high speed, and a bang could even be heard in the sky. Aizawa, my Midoriya. Deku, Professor, I can still move. The boy stretched out his arm. Aizawa noticed that there was no sign of pain in his student, even his voice sounded calm. Aizawa, this child smiling serenely. Wow, izuku that was. Nijire/Eri, amazing. Nijire, you just gathered strength, and then. Eri, the ball went fwash and then pum. The sky thundered, making gestures with her little hands. Doctor, well? Deku, starting to gather one for all in percentages: 10, 20, 30, 50, 70, 80, 85%. The lightning began to come out of the boy with increasing force and intensity. You could hear them rumble as they collided with each other. His hair began to rise slowly, and his eyes had a more intense shade of green. Mirio, how are you feeling? Deku, smiling warmly, better than ever, Mirio. And with that smile and before their eyes, the hero disappeared from everyone's sight to start jumping everywhere. He felt his power running through his whole body and filling it without making it numb. He no longer felt fear, now it was happiness and adrenaline that replaced fear. He punched the air with a lower percentage of force, making bursts of air. Doctor, ha 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 ha, I'm glad you feel good, young Midoriya, but if you continue like this. Aizawa, Midoriya, you'll destroy the place at this rate. The boy got down and ran to Eri, hugging and carrying her while the little girl smiled. Deku, Eri, thank you so much, little one, you were my hero. Eri, you're mine, giving him a tender smile. Deku, Professor, permission to return to the academy. Aizawa, depend, I already know where you want to go, and the answer is. Mirio, haha, come on Aizawa, don't be bitter. Nijire, I earned it. Eri, please. Making puppy eyes. Aizawa, doctor, what do you say? Doctor, it would help you stretch your legs and know the limits of your strength. Aizawa, sighed, damn is right, okay. Put on your hero suit. I will send a notification that the semi-professional hero Deku is on his way to the academy. I will take responsibility for your actions, so don't make me regret it, okay? Deku, yes. Mirio, Sir Nitai's agency will also take responsibility. Aizawa, understood. Eri, Deku, do you have to go now? Deku, yes, a hero is always fighting against time, but don't worry, I'll come see you more often. Eri, is it a promise? Deku, promise. After all, how could I lie to my hero? The little girl smiled happily. Deku, that's right, I almost forgot. This is for you, taking an Almight figure out of his backpack. Eri, for me? Deku, yeah, you see, this figure is very valuable to me. Eri, great value? Deku, yes, since this figure belonged to me when I was your age. Eri, really? But why are you giving it to me? Deku, in my darkest time this figure calmed me, gave me the courage and strength to move forward. I want you to have it, and never forget it. No matter what other people say, they do not define what you are. You do it, and not with words but with actions. The green-haired man looked at the white-haired woman, who couldn't help but start crying, and hugged the green-haired man, to which he also hugged her. Deku, hey, come on, smile, because in this life the ones who smile are the strong ones. Eri, why yes. Giving a big smile. Deku, that's it. Aizawa, Midoriya, if I were you, I'd leave now. Deku, hee okay, I'm leaving now, take care of yourselves everyone. The green-haired man went into the bathroom and shortly after came out in his hero costume. Doctor, do you need us to open a door? Deku door? Where I'm going doesn't need doors. Saying this, the green-haired man jumped and with a maneuver opened a window to propel himself and go out to the streets. Doctor, okay, you have to admit that was amazing. Eri, that's right, with a look of astonishment. And so the green-haired boy jumped out of the hospital, running on the rooftops, pushing himself off the railings of the balconies, doing somersaults on the poles to push himself off and giving a great jump using his power, propelling himself with light punches in the air with a low percentage, kicks, propelling him at great speeds. He found himself on the way to Death Arms, Empty Lady, Kamui Woods who greeted him. Even Empty Lady and Kamui pushed him with their quirks. Finally he managed to pass over the academy. He did a somersault, and with a kick he landed in the courtyard of the academy, raising a large curtain of dust and leaving a small crater. Nizu, in his office. I think Midoriya has already arrived. Blood King, I'll go see. Nizu, don't be hard on him. Blood King, I know, I'll just tell him that he doesn't have to be so flashy. In the courtyard of the UA. The freckled man was wiping the dirt off his boots and knees when Ida came running up to the others. Deku, noticing his friend's hello. Ida, Midoriya. Why did you come like this? That's not worthy of a hero, especially when it comes to you. Deku, he avenged a mission. Ida, I'm sorry. He. Uraraka, you came back early. Deku. Deku, yeah, I'm glad I could finish sooner. Yaoyorozu, are you okay? Deku, yes, in fact I feel very good. Yaoyorozu, I'm glad. Bakugo, what mission was that, damn nerd? Deku, sorry Bakugo, classified information. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm very hungry. Uraraka, I'll go with you, I'm hungry. So they both went to the kitchen and started talking, but the green-haired boy avoided talking about Eri. But when they were both eating in the chestnut's room. Deku, well? Uraraka, there's love, so many things happened. Today I trained like never before. Yamamoto and the other girls really went all out with training today. Deku, you want to be the best, right? Uraraka, yes, we went through hell. Deku, you can do it. I know you will be the greatest heroine the world will ever see. Uraraka, the biggest after you. Deku, we will be the greatest together, there is none better. Uraraka, we are a team. Deku, exactly. Uraraka, how are you? You seem more motivated than usual, Deku, I can't say anything because it's a secret, but I'll surprise you all. Uraraka, I know that if love, you always do it. They both gave each other a short kiss and continued eating. After a while they got ready to sleep. The green-haired boy left the brunette's room to avoid raising suspicions, but after a few minutes he knocked on his girlfriend's balcony window, and after she opened it they went to bed together. Deku/Uraraka, I love you. And so they both fell asleep, hugging each other without fear of nightmares because they would both protect each other. Days later. Wednesday, first thing in the morning. Present mic, okay, everybody say hey. Audience, hey. Present mic, I do like this audience. Well, as you all know, this year's festival was made so that each grade would have a day to show their strength. So today, as you all know, is the third and last festival of the class that went through a student hell. The people burst into shouts of jubilation and joy. Moments before, in the waiting room, the whole class A and B were gathered together. They were nervous. Uraraka, my knees won't stop shaking. Deku, your knees are fine. Yaoyorozu, God, I'm so nervous. Kendo, we all are. After all, it's our last festival. Todoroki, Midoriya. Deku, what's up, Todoroki? Todoroki, no matter how strong you are, this year I will use all my strength and win the festival. Deku, is it a threat or a challenge? Todoroki, don't hold back, friend, smiling knowingly. Deku, smiling back, I think I had déjà vu. The mixed-haired boy extended his hand, the green-haired boy extended his, and they gave each other a brotherly handshake. Back at the stadium, current time. Present mic, okay, without further ado, here they are, the great and powerful Class 3A. At that moment the doors opened and the students began to leave with a smiling Deku at the head. There were no more fears or tremors. the security that the boy radiated could be felt. Present Mike, led by the great student and champion of the last festival Izuku Midoriya. On the other side of the screen in a certain apartment, Inko Midoriya supported her son with pennants, caps and a t-shirt that said Deku embroidered in gold letters. Back to the stadium. Present Mike proudly announced to the other classes who also came out infected by the green-haired boy's good humor. The +18 heroine Midnight would be in charge of announcing the challenges. Midnight, cracking his whip, let's see before the festival starts, let the champion of last year's festival come up here and say a few words. All the classes that were mixed together made way for Deku, who turned red with embarrassment, and with determination approached the stage. Deku, approaching the microphone, hello, what a terrible entrance, ha ha ha. Well, today we meet again at this event that has seen great people become champions and great heroes. All the students who are here have the same goal, to win and for the world to see that heroes still exist. Let's make our last festival worth it. It doesn't matter if we win or not. What matters is that no matter what happens, we look up and say with pride that whether we win or lose, we never gave up, for the UA and for us. Let's give our best and may the best win. Plus Ultra. All plus Ultra. Kendo, no matter what he says, that man practices his speeches. Midnight, thank you very much Midoriya for such kind words. Well, now let's see what the first challenge will be. And so the roulette wheel turned and stopped on something that was already known to the boys. Present Mike, and here is the first challenge. Let's go there in the already known obstacle course. Midnight, you have 5 minutes to get to the finish line. At my signal you will all leave, okay? All yes. After a while, everyone was at the finish line waiting. Above them was Midnight looking at a small clock. Midnight 1. Uraraka, I will definitely win. Midnight 2. Todoroki, I won't let myself be defeated, Midoriya. Midnight 3. Deku, let's go ahead, for the sake of those we want to protect. Midnight now. Deku, I won't give up. And so upon hearing the eldest's order, everyone ran out. The third Great Sports Festival had begun. Chapter 24, The Great Sports Festival. Midnight start. And so all the students ran out. They crashed into each other, but there were some who supported each other. At one point someone threw Yaoyorozu and Todoroki in a quick movement, lifted her up with ice. On the other side, right to the end where there were no cameras recording, was the brown/green couple. Deku, this is finally empty. Uraraka, yes, may the best man win? Deku, I tried, but let's catch up with the others first. Uraraka, any suggestions? A few minutes passed and the green-haired man came out of the tunnel with Uraraka on his back. Aizawa, and here all the students come out. Wait, student Izuku Midoriya comes last with Miss Uraraka? Deku, lucky you only hurt your ankle, Uraraka. Uraraka, sorry if I'm a burden, but I'll walk in a bit. Present Mike, she's just hurt. Aizawa, remember that relationships between UA students are prohibited. Uraraka, do you think they'll scold us? Deku, you're just hurt, whispering, I also like carrying my love. Uraraka, blushing, whispering, shut up or they'll notice, darling. Deku, blushing, the way you are makes me want to kiss you. Uraraka, whispering, hurry up and as soon as we're done I'll give them to you. Deku, done. Full cowling shoot style 50%. The green-haired boy began to release his characteristic lightning bolts. The brunette clung more to her boyfriend and he took a big jump. He began to propel himself with punches and kicks, almost flying. The race was very even, but everyone was very tense. They did not know what there would be this time. There were no robots or dangerous falls or mines, but 2 festivals full of dangers did not give them a good feeling. In front were Bakugo and Todoroki stuck together fighting for the start, followed by Mina, Oyama, Yaoyorozu and Kendo. But in that everyone was surprised to hear a battle cry. Deku, as if I'd let them win so easily. Todoroki, Midoriya. Bakugo, damn bastard, don't think you're superior to me. Yaoyorozu, since when do you fly? Mina, is that Uraraka? Deku, he hurt his ankle. Landing and starting to run. Uraraka, letting go of her friend and becoming lighter, thanks Deku. Now part of Class A and B were in front, but the green-haired boy was propelling himself with jumps, and finally he took the lead, which made everyone stop fighting so he could get in front of the green-haired boy. Todoroki, that's cheating, Midoriya. Bakugo, I'll kill you, bastard. Deku, catch me first, ha ha ha, thinking, I have to see if there's nothing ahead that will make me lose my place. And so the minutes passed. The race looked normal, but still everyone was on edge. Yaoyorozu, have they finally run out of money? Deku, no, everyone back off. No one paid attention, but they had to when a huge barrier of dust rose up before them along with a sound of explosion. Uraraka, Deku! Todoroki, Midoriya! What the hell? Bakugo, ha, that's what you get for being the damn extra. Yaoyorozu, what the hell? Mina, didn't they run out of money? Kendo, that doesn't matter, let's help him now. Enlarging his hands and moving them like a fan. Aoyama, I'll order, mademoiselle, at your service, miss, using his lightning bolt to cut a path through the dust. Todoroki, Inasa would be good for this part. Uraraka, wait a second. Flashback. While they were in the air. Uraraka, what's the plan? Deku, something gives me a bad feeling. In the previous tests they always set some kind of challenge. Uraraka, what do you mean? Deku, they leave us almost without strength for the following challenges and thus ensure that we use our brains before our muscles, but this time. Uraraka, it doesn't seem like that. Deku, everyone uses their quirks or has them active for any surprise, but nothing happens, and I doubt they are waiting until the last moment because that would only delay the first place and give the opportunity to the others. Uraraka, so? Deku, I think this race is a normal one, but they don't say anything to keep us alert. Uraraka, alerts for what? Deku, we'll have to find out. Flashback end. Finally the dust cleared and they saw the goal before them. Todoroki, and Midoriya? Tsuyu, Ochako, what's wrong? Deku, I thought they would take advantage of the opportunity, but I misjudged them. Uraraka, you wanted us to stop using our quirks to save energy. Present Mike, we're not out of money, we wanted to give you a break for what's coming, something you practiced in your early years, in your classes, in your provisional license exam rescue. Before them was a huge city which began to have various disasters. But as soon as the green-haired man was about to move, he felt a blow to his head. Deku, that hurt. Kendo, you're a fool, you know that? Yaoyorozu, we worry, fool. Deku, sorry about that, but it was the only thing I could think of. Todoroki, you did it to save us energy, or because you wanted to get there sooner. Deku, a little of both, haha, scratching the arthur part of his head. The green-haired boy felt a murderous aura coming from his friends, but an explosion made him ignore it. When he turned around he saw a building engulfed in flames, the windows were rattling and people's screams could be heard. Deku, everyone on guard, let's be heroes. All yes. All the other participants were divided. Present Mike, the winners aren't the fastest to finish, the winners are the ones who do this right. Divide into teams of 5. On the green-haired boys' team were Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Kendo, and Deku. Todoroki, order captain. There was a deep silence, no one dared to speak. Yaoyorozu, come on, say something. Uraraka, Deku reacts. Deku, me? Todoroki, let's not waste time, you're the one with the plans, let's do this right? Deku, thinking seriously. Uraraka, Deku, we trust you, let's do the right thing, but make a decision. Deku, with a determined look, okay, Yaoyorozu, we need you to make bandages, crutches and splints, we need medical supplies to help the wounded, Kendo go with the police to cut off the gas supply, and as soon as you finish come in with me and you will help me get the people out along with Uraraka and Todoroki. Uraraka with the light ones. Cut off the electrical grid and then use your quirk to keep the structure stable. Todoroki, with me you will close the valves and escapes with ice. I don't want to use your fire and cause another accident, and I don't want you to run out of ice, understand? All yes. Deku, let's go team. And so they all got into action, working together, no one interrupting the other, After a while they got everyone out, but Deku and Todoroki stayed because the green-haired boy's plan was to put out the building with ice. Deku, are we done? Todoroki, yes, I hope so, trying to throw ice but it melted quickly. Deku, can't you turn it off? Todoroki, I can't throw dry ice, it evaporates quickly. Deku, what does that mean? Todoroki, it means heat, Midoriya is already dehydrated. Deku, you ran out of ice? You never run out of ice. Why don't you use the water in the air? Todoroki, there's no water in this air, pointing around, what's your excuse? You don't have muscles? Deku, I can't go through the structure, the building weakens in seconds and it's going to fall on us. At that moment pieces of wood fell on them, so they decided to run. Deku, listen, just follow me, this is getting heated. They both started running and went through a wall. Deku, coughing and fist bumping Todoroki, that could have gone worse. Todoroki, returning the gesture if that created. Uraraka, it's not over yet. Yaoyorozu, the building is still on fire. Kendo, and if it continues like this it will spread all over the place. Oyama, News Devon's La Tindra main tenant. We have to turn it off now. Deku, I'm in charge, standing up. If I were you, I'd move away a little. I don't want you to get hurt. Everyone listened, and at that moment the green-haired man gathered his strength and clapped his hands, applauding. With the force of the air, the fire slowly went out. Deku, ready? Todoroki, show off. Present mic. Team Midoriya is finished and they move on to the final round. Deku, let's go. So they started running and reached the finish line. They were the first to arrive, so that in second place came Team 2 with Bakugo in front, followed by Mina, Kirishima, Zero and Hagakure. Deku, hello Kaken. Bakugo, shut up shit, I don't know who told you that you could be ahead of me, but I will win this round and take home the trophy. Deku, of course you could, you're strong. Bakugo, I know shit. Deku, challenging look, but that doesn't mean I'll make it easy for you, I'm strong too. The blonde just grunted and turned back to his team, as did the green-haired man. Todoroki, what happened? Deku, ni Kaken being Kaken. Todoroki, are you scared? Deku, no, I'm excited. Todoroki, hee because I'm not surprised, smiling a little. After a few minutes the teams that would move on to the third and final stage arrived. Present mic, all right. Listen, for this challenge, for the first and only time, the women and men were divided into two separate groups. This is because you already know that the number 1 system was implemented for both categories. So today we will see which young promise will be the next number 1 of the heroes. Aizawa, you have 5 minutes to say goodbye to your teammates, after that split up into those tunnels. Deku, well, here we split up, friends. Yaoyorozu, it was fun working together. Kendo, I guess they did it because when we go pro it's a rule. Todoroki, well, go now, I don't want you to get scolded. Oyama, am I not the brightest one here? Deku, ha ha, you never change. Kendo, you two, win and give a worthy championship battle. Oyama, I'll go settle in. Kendo, and me too, see you later guys. Deku, good luck in your kendo battle. Kendo, likewise Midoriya. Yaoyorozu, saying goodbye to her boyfriend, whispering, if something happens to you. Todoroki, whispering, if I fight with Midoriya, nothing will happen in the end. Yaoyorozu, be very careful, both of you. Deku, yes. Uraraka, take care of yourself, Deku. Deku, always, I have a reason after all and I will not fail. You also take care of yourself, and you know what we said. Uraraka, yes. After a few minutes everyone was now in their respective tunnel and waiting for midnight to spin the roulette wheel. Present mic, and the final challenge is Midnight Battle. Deku, haha, it will be again. Bakugo, grim smile, a battle. Present mic, okay, everyone already heard it, we will have a double battle, men and women fighting for first place as the strongest of the UA and as the possible number 1. Aizawa, the rules are easy. Do not kill your opponent, they can take their quirks, you lose if you can no longer continue or if you leave the platform. Present Mike, you have 1 hour to prepare. In that hour your rivals from both sides will be announced. Now go rest. All yes. Everyone went to rest. After the regulated time everyone went out and saw their battle rival. Finally the fighting event and end of the sports festival had begun. I will ignore all the battles until the last one. Present Mike, now it's time for the grand finale. On the men's and women's side, we have a trio of women who have given their all to reach the grand finale, with you Momo Yayorozu, Itsuka Kendo, and Ochako Uraraka. The stands were filled with shouts and hallelujahs from everyone. Present Mike, and on the men's side it is no surprise, but here are the 3 strongest of the UA, also called the Triad of Terror, son of the number 1 but forged his own history in UA Shodo Todoroki, the first champion of the sports festival, the king of the explosion Katsuki Bakugo. And no less important, the past champion and who comes for the first 2-time championship in the history of UA Izuku Midoriya. The crowd erupted in cheers and cheers. Big fights were definitely coming. Aizawa, now it's time to decide who will be the first triad to fight. Present Mike, that's true, since this is their last festival we made a change to the fights. The last fight will be divided between the 3 best of each opponent. The first to leave or be defeated will be 3rd place, and so on. Now let's see who will fight first. After a toss by Cementos, it was decided that the first fight would be a women's fight, and it resulted in Uraraka as the first place champion, Yayorozu in 2nd and Kendo in 3rd. The 3 ended up exhausted, blood running from their faces mixed with sweat, but when it finished the 3 hugged each other and helped each other get off the platform. Immediately after, Cementos fixed the platform, even making it thicker. Cements, with the force of their blows they will destroy it very quickly. Present Mike, and now it's time for the big show, the destructive triad in a fight to see the strongest. The 3 of them started to walk out with Deku in the middle. Everyone clapped and chanted the names of their friends and idols. Finally they went up to the platform separating. Midnight, okay, you know the rules, if you agree start. And so they began. The blows echoed like lightning along with the explosions and the icy attacks. In a war without quarter, the green-haired man alternated the percentage to be able to maneuver and hit perfectly. Todoroki also cautiously used his ice as well as his fire attacks. Bakugo ignored it and gave powerful attacks. Deku, hey Kaken, if you attack that hard all the time you'll run out of energy for the rest of the fight. Bakugo, shut up. A piece of shit like you isn't worthy of giving me advice. Todoroki, he's right Bakugo, control your attacks or people will get hurt too. Bakugo, shut up you 2 shits, I'll finish you off, I'll show your bucking extras and I'll be number 1. In that small oversight, the freckled green-haired boy took advantage of his friend's distraction and positioned himself below the blonde. He jumped and gave a strong blow to his jaw, making him rise, and in the air the mixed-haired boy hit him with a pillar of ice. Todoroki, let's see if this way he learns to keep quiet. Deku, did I have you fed up with it too? Todoroki just shrugged his shoulders, which made the green-haired boy smile. Deku, and that's even though you haven't known him your whole life. But at that moment a strong explosion was seen that sent large pieces of cement flying, some of which even landed on people. Bakugo, you 2 bucking pieces of shit won't be better than me. And saying this he pushed himself with his explosions and hit Todoroki in the face. He ran towards him, and when he was about to get up he grabbed him by the back of the head, and the explosion embedded him further, but before he could do anything else Deku arrived and kicked him in the ribs to the one he once called best friend, taking him away from Todoroki, who made an ice dome around them preventing people from hearing. Deku, are you okay? Todoroki, I think he's really angry this time. Deku, no, this time he lost his mind, we need to stop him. Todoroki, do you have a plan? Deku, something like that, but you wouldn't like it. Present Mike, what an explosion of skills we found at this festival, your class is incredible eraser. Aizawa, no, they were already amazing before, they just needed a push. Present Mike, but what is that? They are making sounds inside the dome. Aizawa, they started fighting, that's where their alliance ends. And it was true, inside the dome flames began to be seen, followed by blows, but there was an explosion and a body with green hair flew out of the dome to show a standing and tired Todoroki. At that moment Bakugo was about to hit the mixed-haired boy, but Toda, Bakugo wait. Bakugo, what do you want, shit? Todoroki, if we only hit each other we will waste strength and Midoriya will be the champion, the nonsta using all his power, and you know it. Bakugo, do you have a plan? Todoroki, you want to win and so do I. But if he's on the battlefield, we won't be able to do much. I don't like it, but should we call a truce? We take out Midoriya and then this stays between you and me. Bakugo, damn it's okay. Deku hey, when did this become a 2 versus 1? Todoroki, since I told you I would go with all my strength. At that moment a large layer of ice formed and although the green-haired boy jumped he wasn't very fast, and it got stuck in his foot. Izuku was about to hit it to break it but Bakugo was faster and hit him with an explosion slamming him against the ground. Then Bakugo exploded the pillar that Todoroki had formed and let it fall against the green-haired boy. Then they began to attack with fire and explosions until only a large column of smoke could be seen. In the waiting room, the chestnut was terrified. Those blows were enough to even kill. Yaoyorozu, Deku Todoroki is going too far. Kendo, and what about Bakugo? He's massacring him. Uraraka, thinking, get up love, come on please. Back to the platform. Todoroki, we're done. Bakugo, now it's between you and. Are they really finished? Bakugo, what was that? Todoroki, that voice, Midoriya he. Should be. Deku, wounded may be dead but no, you don't do that. The blonde and the mixed-haired boy were back to back. They didn't know where they would attack from. They couldn't even see it but at that moment Todoroki was hit so hard that he flew although he managed to avoid leaving the platform with his eyes but above him there was a large pillar in the air which fell on Todoroki. Bakugo, where are you, damn it? Show up so I can kill you! Deku, landing you know Bakugo if you had super hearing maybe you would have heard me you would have heard the boom. The blonde was in shock, Deku was too hurt. His clothes were torn, burned, he had several wounds and pieces of ice. His hair was a mess and his face had blood running from his forehead and a red eye which was crying some blood but it was as soon as he said that he made a smile that would freeze anyone's blood. Bakugo, crazy son of a hitch, you killed Todoroki. The explosive Bakugo launched his AP shots but Izuku dodged them with his speed. Deku, strike 1. The blonde was throwing full blasts but dodged them again. Deku, strike 2. One last attempt but he failed again, and now his rival was in front of him with that smile, and his face darkened. Deku, strike 3, you're out. The green-haired boy jumped and threw a punch at the same time that Bakugo made a kind of shield with his explosions, but it wouldn't resist much. Deku, you see it knocking. I finally understood what you were saying. And with one blow he finally broke his partner's barrier who retreated a few meters but Bakugo would not stay like that so using his explosions he trapped the green-haired boy in his mountain of earth and pieces of concrete. The blonde could finally breathe, but it did not last long because his prison was opening revealing Deku's grim face who used more force and broke it. Bakugo, you became a damn psychopath. The blonde started to launch explosions without giving any respite but the green-haired man didn't fall. Deku, how does it feel Kaken? How does it feel to be torn apart, to be the victim, to see your dreams die? Bakugo, let me teach you, you damn self-righteous hypocrite. At that moment the blonde released an explosion too strong that knocked Deku down, and made him roll a few meters but he tried to recover, and positioned his hands ready to release an air bullet. Bakugo, air bullet? You can barely stand, how do you plan to take me out? Deku, I'm not trying to get you out. The green-haired man gave a fan kick which raised dust and with his air bullet everything went towards Bakugo which entered his eyes making him temporarily blind. Bakugo, damn it! You blinded me. Deku, it's just a little bit of land, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for you. Bakugo, I'm going to kill you, I swear I'll kill you, bastard. Deku, that's if you have strength. The blonde raised his hands and tried but nothing came out, just slight explosions and a horrible pain in his hands. Bakugo, what the buck? I want to use my power but I can't. Deku, whether I told you or not, save your strength, now you're easy prey and it's time to get rid of Rei's bad mood. The green-haired boy approached his rival and began hitting him on the cheeks until the blonde fell to his knees. Deku grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and raised his fist. Bakugo, this isn't you, you don't do this. Deku, preparing the blow, I'll do it now. Uraraka, no! Don't do it, Deku. There are other ways out, you taught us that. Bakugo, if he does it he won't be better than me, everyone saw it, they saw how you killed Todoroki and they know you're no better, there's nothing special about you. The green-haired man remained silent with his fist raised while everyone looked at him attentively. Deku, yes, they saw it, they saw the ugliness of violence as a solution, and it scared them. It scared me too when I decided to cross that line and do what you do. It's very easy, anger, revenge. Immediately afterward, the green-haired boy threw the punch, but stopped it before it touched the blonde's face, who closed his eyes. Deku, luckily, I'm not your and I never will be. At that moment the freckled man released the collar of Bakugo's shirt, who stepped back and stood up. Bakugo, you killed the damn half and half, look at this place. Deku, Kaken, I thought you were smarter, Todoroki. At that moment the mixed-haired boy came out of the ice pillar with the help of his fire. Todoroki, a great performance. Deku, to be fair I had help, you were getting out of control, you let your emotions guide you and you became a danger, that's why I asked Todoroki for help to stop you. You're right about me, I wouldn't risk innocent lives, I wouldn't kill, but I had to think of a plan if I wanted to avoid collateral damage, that's why I let you hit me for so long. Bakugo, you think it's over? It's not over, you big show-off. If you think I'll let you, a damn stone in my path, win the festival and be better than me, you're living in a bucking dream world. Deku, well, dreams save us, dreams lift us up and make us better, and on my soul, I swear that until my dream of a world where dignity, honor and justice are the reality we share, I will never stop fighting, never. And with those words the crowd exploded, applause was heard throughout the stadium. People chanted the name of the green-haired boy and Todoroki. Midnight lashed her whip. Midnight, Bakugo can't fight anymore. Deku, so Shoto, you want your rematch? Todoroki, ha ha ha, I'm so tired, Izuku, I couldn't keep up with you, I give up. Midnight, Todoroki can't continue either, Midoriya wins. Now everything ended, and with that statement the crowd became excited, the screams were powerful. In the Midoriya house his mother was happy and proud of her son. Present Mike, you heard it, Midoriya Izuku is the champion and first two-time champion of the UA, this boy will definitely be great. Aizawa, not only him, both Bakugo and Todoroki gave a great effort, they will definitely become great heroes. Present Mike, you said it, buddy, the three of you will be the greatest heroes of the next generation. But anyway, now go rest, heal your wounds and wait to be called for the awards ceremony. At that moment the three got off the platform. Deku picked up Kaken and put him on a stretcher. He saw how Yaoyorozu hugged Todoroki, and decided not to say anything and went to the waiting room where Uraraka was already waiting for him. With Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. Yaoyorozu, congratulations Shoto, I'm very proud of you. Todoroki, I'm with you too Momo, it was awesome. Yaoyorozu, although I was the second? Todoroki, second or first or last, for me you are always the best, and I also came in second. Yaoyorozu, did you really run out of strength? Todoroki, I don't like crowds, although I don't have much strength right now. Yaoyorozu, let's go eat something and rest. And the black-haired girl took her boyfriend, helping him walk. Back with the brown/green couple in the waiting room. Uraraka, I was number one Deku, I finally was. Shedding tears. Deku, to me you've always been hugging his girlfriend. They were both lucky, the waiting room didn't have cameras so they could hug each other with confidence. Uraraka, breaking the hug, if you scare me like that again I'll kill you. Deku, if I get scared like that again, deal done. Uraraka, can we go now so I can kiss you? Deku, can we go to the doctor and get our badges first? I worked hard to get it, we both worked hard. Uraraka, okay, but let's go to the doctor first, okay. Deku, okay, I hope Recovery Girl doesn't scold me so much. And so they both went to the infirmary where they were immediately treated, then they went to eat some snacks and left ready to receive their medal. Midnight. Okay, and then to receive your medal we have great guests. Let's make way for number 1 Endeavor. The fire hero entered with a firm step and climbed up to the platform where the 6 students were. Midnight, the living legend, the former number 1 Almight. At a slow pace, the symbol of peace also climbed onto the platform. Midnight, now 2 great women whose skills are also great, the heroine Ryukyu and Miruko. Her entrance was more spectacular. Everyone saw how an enormous dragon crossed the skies and descended slowly and majestically onto the platform to then take the form of the heroine. The rabbit came with her. Midnight, Cementos, and I will also be handing out medals. Everyone applauded loudly and celebrated their teammates' victory. Cementos brought the medal for 3rd place, Almight the 2nd, and Endeavor the 1st place. On behalf of the women, Midnight had the 3rd place, Miruko the 2nd, and Ryukyu the 1st place. But then something incredible happened before their eyes. Endeavor threw the box that had the medal at them. Almight, the medal is not for me, ha ha ha. Endeavor, don't be an idiot. Let me hand in the 2nd place one. Almight, I saw your intentions, of course, friend, here. Endeavor, thank you. And so the medal ceremony began. Midnight Kendo, your daily effort paid off. Seeing that you didn't give up on anything made your own perseverance bring you here. Keep training and you'll be stronger. Kendo, thank you, sensei. Miruko, gosh, and to think I didn't bet anything on you. Yaoyorozu, wait, what? Miruko, ha ha ha, it's a joke, damn. I love to bother brats like you, but the truth is that you surprised me. Your skills improved too much. I'm happy for you. You earned your place. Now just train more and you'll be unstoppable. Yaoyorozu, thank you. Ryukyu, Uraraka, and to think that the first time I saw you was during your internship. You have truly surprised me. Your perseverance can be seen daily. That is something incredible. Keep training and fighting. You will definitely be someone incredible. Uraraka, shedding some tears, thank you. Cements, young Bakugo, your perseverance in battle is admirable. You just need to polish your character more, but you have earned your place. Bakugo, give me that shit. The hero was afraid but managed to put the medal on his student. Now it was Todoroki's turn. Everyone remembered the attitude they both had towards each other, so they didn't know what would happen. Endeavor, Shoto, you earned this place with your own feet. You gave the best of yourself, and it is something I admire. Become stronger in your own way. Follow your own path and become the hero you want to be. I am proud of you, son. Todoroki, thanks, Dad. Deku, wow, are you crying, Shoto? Todoroki, I'm back. Do you want to try? Deku, I never said anything. Almight, young Midoriya, words cannot describe how proud I am of you. You kept your word. You made yourself known for your heroic actions. I'm sure you will make your own legend because the world already knows you're here. Deku, thank you, Almight. Present Mike. And with that, this festival's grand event concludes. Thank you all for attending. We had so many thrills this year, and this one will be one to remember. Midnight, now, a few words to close the festival from the 2-time champion. Deku, me again? Yaoyorozu, you can do it, Deku. Go and show off your speaking skills. Todoroki, or die of grief, it's your choice. Deku, I also appreciate the support, friend. Uraraka, do it, I trust you. Deku, okay, I think. And so the poor green-haired boy climbed back up. Deku, I want to close the festival by thanking everyone. Thank you for supporting us and for your trust in us. In our final year, you want to show that we will do our best to be the heroes you can respect. Here's to the next generations, to the heroes yet to come and to the future to come, plus ultra. All plus ultra. Todoroki, and you didn't want to go up. Deku, shut up, can we leave now, Midnight Sensei? Midnight, yes, now the festival is over and you can leave in an orderly manner. And so they all left. But both Deku and Uraraka managed to escape from their friends and managed to leave the festival to go to a restaurant far from the academy, but during the train ride they kissed and slept a little. Finally they could spend time as a couple and no one can ever take that away from them. The scoldings and threats do not matter because their love goes beyond normal relationships. Theirs is a love between heroes. Chapter 25, The Storm. It's been days since the sports festival. Aizawa reluctantly gave them more days off. This was to see things related to the boys' graduation. They accepted reluctantly because even though they liked having some time off, they didn't know when they would return to classes and admitted that they missed their classes with Aizawa, but they tried to stay busy. Deku could go out more with his girlfriend and also went often to see his mother, who congratulated him. The girls could spend more nights together and be able to stay up without problems, but on Bakugo's side he was moderately silent. He still maintained his attitude, but he was no longer so explosive. All this since the festival. On the other hand, Deku and Todoroki had their rematch in the gym. A fight that ended in a draw because they both ended up exhausted and because of the almost destruction of the place. But not everything was rosy, because on the girls' side something would happen that would endanger the brunettes' relationship. Girls' night, Yaoyorozu's room. We can see the girls gathered. Now that their teacher gave them a few holidays, they took advantage to get together more. Jiro was sitting on the desk with her bass playing Another One Bites the Dust. Mina and Hagakure were playing Uno. Tsuyu and Uraraka were talking about trivial things until she came in with a tray with tea and some snacks, interrupting the others, and so they started talking. But it was only a matter of time. Mina, and then? Tsuyu, so what? Karo. Hagakure, don't pretend, haven't you heard the rumors? Jiro, please, we didn't come for that. Yaoyorozu, I agree, besides aren't we too old for that? Mina, come on Yamamoto, it will be fun, especially considering he is one of the strongest in the academy. Yaoyorozu, now what did you invent about Todoroki? Mina, eh? I never mentioned Todoroki, excited. Hagakure, just one of the strongest, said anything to say? Gossip instinct mode on. Yaoyorozu, calm down, you said the strongest, that includes Todoroki. Hagakure, don't forget Bakugo. Mina, and Midoriya. Tsuyu, Bakugo is too explosive, there will always be notes of his bad mood, but they will never be able to invent gossip about a relationship. Karo. Uraraka, and Deku is the sweetest person, but have you seen how he gets when speaking in public or with women? Thinking, my boyfriend is wonderful. Mina, but it has to do with Midoriya. At that moment the brunette felt a little annoyed. She didn't like the idea of gossip being made up about her boyfriend, but she kept quiet. She didn't want to make a scandal. Yaoyorozu, sigh, well, let's see what they say about him. Mina, how would it sound to you if he and Kendo had a secret relationship? Tsuyu, nonsense. Karo. Yaoyorozu, ridiculous. Hagakure, but it's true. Uraraka, do you have proof? Mina, well, not physically, but doesn't it seem strange that he and Kendo are hanging out a lot? They've been getting closer for a few days now. All these comments were annoying the brunette, but Jiro, he clarified it, they are training together. Tsuyu, they started talking by accident the day you guys organized the party, emphasizing on you. Yaoyorozu, also, she liked Tetsu. Mina, but feelings can change. Hagakure, exactly, and isn't it strange that they spend a lot of time together, even when they're training? They even organized the festival together, something that must have been organized by Kendo along with Ida and Yamamoto. All the comments were aimed at the brunette. She was a bit jealous without knowing it. This is seen in the manga, so I didn't make it up. She trusted her boyfriend, but they were also right. Tsuyu, talking about someone without knowing them is rude. Mina, I've already told you. Karo. Mina, yes, but this rumor was false. No one said anything about them too. It was an invention of Mina and Hagakure, but they did not expect the four girls to defend it so much. Hagakure, and since when do you defend him so much? Yaoyorozu, you didn't even speak to him, you didn't treat him with contempt, but he wasn't part of your circle of friends. Mina, realizing Hagakure's plan. You too, Jiro, always so indifferent. Hagakure, we don't talk about Tsuyu and Uraraka because they are her best friends, but you? Yaoyorozu, no, he wasn't part of my social circle, but I always admired his tenacity and analytical skills. His decision-making is also enviable, and in the days I've been able to get to know him I realize that he's a great friend. Jiro, I say the same, we don't always have to be carried away by appearances. The two girls were nervous. Their rumor was not having the effect they wanted, but Hagakure, but there are testimonies. All what? Mina, Yes, there are people who swear they see them at the mall or downtown kissing. Now they got it. Uraraka Ochako was upset. The girl finished her tea in one gulp and got up heading for the exit. Tsuyu Ochako, are you okay? Worried about her friend's reactions since she knew Deku and Uraraka were dating. Uraraka, lying yes, but I forgot that my parents would send me a good night message, girls. And so with her head full of doubts the brunette went to her room. The following days were the hardest for the couple. The brunette asked him if she could accompany him to his kendo training, to which the green-haired man responded that yes with affection. But there were times when the brunette could not go, and that was when her mind was filled again with the words of the pink-skinned girl. She knew it was wrong. She could not doubt her boyfriend, but Mina was always there with her rumor. Deku's room. Friday morning. The green-haired man was putting on his sportswear while he watched his girlfriend sleeping peacefully in his bed. Deku, see you later, honey, I love you, kissing her on the forehead. The green-haired man was about to leave, but Uraraka, Niizuka half waking up, rubbing his eye. Deku, what's wrong, Ochako? Surprised because I called him by his name. Uraraka, you would cheat on me? If before Deku was surprised by the reaction, now he was wide-eyed. Deku, oh, what's the point of the question? Uraraka, please answer. The green-haired man moved away from the door and sat next to his girlfriend, looking at her and taking her hand. Deku, a relationship is only for two, we are new to this. Sorry if there are times when I seem distracted, but it never crossed my mind to cheat on you. Besides, you know me, I am a terrible liar. If I were with someone else, you would be the first person to realize it. Uraraka, Deku. Deku, also, why ruin my first relationship? I love you so much, Ochako. I could never do anything that would separate me from you, after all the effort it took me to confess? The green-haired boy caressed his girlfriend's messy hair, who smiled at the gesture. He was right, she had no reason to doubt him. Mina was the #1 gossip in the academy. She had to wait for them to say that one day. She would never let something she said affect her again. Deku saw that his girlfriend's expression had changed to a happy one, so he laid her down and climbed on top of her to start kissing her tenderly. The girl didn't turn red, either of them. Spending some time together had made the massive blushes disappear. Now they could enjoy their kissing sessions without problems, but the kiss went from being something tender and innocent to something more passionate. This had been happening a few times, but they simply stopped, but this time it was different. The tongue kisses without an apparent winner. The brunette managed to wrap around her boyfriend's legs and hugging him by the sides, she turned around where now she was on top. The green-haired boy let himself go and hugged his girlfriend by the hips, and Uraraka grabbed Deku by the hair, but then the lack of air had to interfere, causing both of them to separate, breathing heavily, and with a small thread of saliva joining their mouths, but they looked at each other. Uraraka's blouse that served as pajamas was lifted up. The green-haired boy was directly touching the girl's soft skin. On Uraraka's part, she had messed up her boyfriend's hair, and was already unbuttoning the green-haired boy's jacket. They both looked at each other for a few seconds to turn completely red and jump. The green-haired boy recovered immediately by buttoning his jacket again and adjusting it along with his hair. He rebuttoned his tennis shoes and, totally nervous, he opened the door. In bed the brunette was arranging her clothes. Both were trembling. Deku, Bubiyu well Riri back to the Rare Rado Ochako, I love you. Uraraka, why yes Deku, be very careful, I love you too. The green-haired boy left and barely closed the door. He ran out with the support of his quirk, but in the minds of both young people only one thought passed. Deku/Uraraka. I don't know if it was bad, but it felt good. In training, the green-haired boy was giving all his energy. He had to distract himself from what had happened not long ago in his room. For his part, the brunette decided to take a bath because sleep was something she could no longer get. Without thinking, she went to her room and then returned to her boyfriend's and got into the shower. The bath was taking effect, but then she realized the room she was in, and suddenly the memories returned, causing her to start to get even more nervous, and without realizing it she turned on the cold water handle, which when it hit the girl's skin made her let out a little scream that was immediately silenced so as not to arouse suspicion. She quickly took a bath, got out, and saw the room to go to bed and get dressed at an incredible speed and then run to her room. A few minutes later the green-haired boy came in. He had trained until he was too much, and that made him too exhausted, so he didn't notice the mess in his bed or his girlfriend's clothes in his basket. nor the smell of humidity coming from his bathroom. He just took a bath and went to the kitchen. Yaoyorozu, good morning Midoriya, what happened to you? Deku, good morning Yamamoto, nothing, I just overdid my training a little. Yaoyorozu, giving him a sniff, don't be silly, look at what you're doing. I know you want to be number one, but there are limits, and you know it. Deku, sorry, I was just distracted and… Yaoyorozu, and be careful. Without realizing it, the green-haired man was pecking and almost cut himself with a knife. Yaoyorozu, you're a lost cause, okay, I'll help you putting on a Filipino, what will you do? Deku, ramen and some kushiyachs. Yaoyorozu understood. And so they both started chopping their food and cooking, frying and doing everything. At times they talked and after a few minutes they finished. Yaoyorozu, well, it doesn't taste that bad, hehehe, what do you think? Deku, it could have turned out worse, I guess, ha ha ha. Yaoyorozu, are you implying that he cooked badly? Threatening the green-haired boy with a fork. Deku, a fork? Are you Aquaman's daughter? The black-haired girl slapped poor Deku, who rubbed himself in pain. Deku, haven't they told you that you have a heavy hand? Yaoyorozu, sometimes. They both laughed, and when they saw that all their companions were already gathered, they began to serve everyone. Mina, I'm bored. Siro, this mini vacation is totally out of fun. Mineta, I miss classes. Kaminari, classes or Midnight Sensei? Mineta, both. Ojiro, we're so used to having non-stop classes that now we feel stuck. Tokoemi, when even the lowest performing students miss school, then it is a serious problem. Mina, you called me a fool, Tokoemi? Tokoemi, I only said lower performing students. Todoroki, but it's true that we were used to a stronger study regime and having this free time is difficult. And so the hours passed. Deku trained for a while with Kendo, who was becoming better at his physical abilities. The others found a way to distract themselves, but the evening came and now they were all gathered in the arcade watching a romance movie requested by Mina and Hagakure. Finally the movie was about to end, but… Kirishima, guys, I have an idea. Siro, what's on your mind? Kirishima, what do you think of some sparring matches? Kaminari, training fight? Kirishima, when was the last time we measured our strength in a 1 versus 1? Shoji, at the sports festival, and that was a few days ago. Kirishima, but that was a free-for-all, it doesn't count. Koda, then no, a lot has happened. Kirishima, so why not try it now? Who's the strongest in Class A? Mineta, the world has already seen that it's Midoriya. Kirishima, yes, but don't you think it would be rewarding to win that title at least among us? Bakugo, I support you. Jiro, you just want to fight Midoriya. Bakugo, I didn't ask you, damn bored, shut up or I'll kill you. Kaminari, come on man, you don't have to talk to her like that, she hasn't done anything to you, somewhat annoyed by the way they spoke to his girlfriend. Bakugo, you shut your damn mouth too, power failure. Jiro, then let's go to the gym, I'll beat that mood out of you. And with their spirits high, each and every one of them accepted. Yaoyorozu, what do you think, Ida? Ida, okay, we can organize small fights, but you know the rules, and if someone crosses the line it will be stopped immediately, and we will come back here, understood? Yaoyorozu, it is also forbidden to damage the gym, remember that it has just been repaired. Kirishima, they will only be small fights, and the destruction is not man-made. Mina, okay, let's go. Hagakure, wait. Ida, Yaoyorozu, can we wear our hero suits? We're in the facilities and they'll also serve as support for those of us who don't have a long-range attack. Ida, that's true, I guess I can be lenient this time, okay? Everyone was shouting with joy, but… Ida, they can only carry a portion of their equipment, whatever helps their attacks be more effective, so we can see how much they've improved, okay? All yes. Deku, entering the arcade, what happened that I got lost? Kirishima, hey old man, we'll have practice battles, Ida and Yaoyorozu approved them, you can bring a part of your hero team. Uraraka, also feigning tiredness, you fight? Mina, combat practice is the right word. Uraraka, can we bring some of our equipment? Yaoyorozu, yes. By this time everyone was already gathered with the best parts of their team. Ida, well, we'll go ahead. Grab your things and you can catch up with us at the gym. Deku, yes. Watching the others leave. Bakugo, listen shit, today I'm going to tear you apart, do you understand me? You're just a bucking stone in my path and I'll prove it. Deku, oh okay? Uraraka, what was that? Deku, Bakugo being Bakugo, I guess, do you want to go? Uraraka, we can have fun for a while, honey. Deku, we might as well stay and play for a while. Uraraka, are you afraid that the title of the strongest will be taken away from you? Deku, no, but I have a bigger feeling. Uraraka, come on honey, we are heroes, what can happen to us? Deku, okay, let's go get our teams. Uraraka, yes, will you wait for me until I get back? Deku, yes, giving him a kiss. The green-haired man headed to his room but couldn't get out of his mind that something wasn't right. Deku, what's going on? I still have this bad feeling. After a while they both left and headed to the gym where Ida was already there as a good president with everything and a rotating board where he showed how the fights will be. The green-haired boy did not have to fight immediately against Bakugo or Todoroki, so he relaxed a little without knowing that those friendly fights would mark a before and after in the family that is Class A. Chapter 26, The Final Battle, It's All or Nothing trailer. We can see Deku's suit turning his back. It was very damaged and broken. The surrounding landscape is chaos. Destruction is seen everywhere. People fighting in the distance. The green-haired man takes off his mask and turns around. His face is totally damaged. Some cuts. One eye half closed with blood running down his nose, mouth and forehead, but he still smiles. Deku, hey Kaken, live with honor. Everything turns dark. Insert Avengers, Endgame theme song by YouTuber, Neil Stenson. Deku, how do I know I was the chosen one? Sir was right. Mirio should have been the one to take up the torch that is one for all. We can see the city destroyed, debris flying. We see pillars of ice and fire tornadoes going from one side to the other. In another scene we see Uraraka trying to defend herself from a fist covered in muscle fibers. Almight, after all, it's my power, and young Mirio may be very strong and all, but I saw something unique in you. And now it's time for you to show the world that something. Almight, go and let the world see what I saw in you. We see how that same hand grabs the brunette's face and slams her against the ground again, then lifts her up and with one hand takes her by the waist to begin squeezing more and more. The poor girl hit the hand uselessly while shedding tears. Almight / let them see the strongest Quirkless, let them see a true hero. Uraraka, Deku! Screaming in pain. Everything goes dark but a green ray is seen, everything lights up. Uraraka is safe on the ground while she sees the hero's back. Deku, you were right, Ochako, I should never have walked away. We now see both of them giving blow after blow. The shock waves were immense, but we can see how he took a more aggressive combat position. Deku, this ends now. The screen goes dark to hear a creepy laugh. Everything slowly lights up to see a figure approaching dangerously. Then we see a poor Kendo lying on the ground in a huge crater, completely beaten. The blood was running non-stop. Her breathing was slow. The girl could barely stay conscious. Deku helps her, but she holds his hand tightly. Kendo, and don't hold back or he'll kill us all. Another scene, Deku with his suit destroyed in front of this mysterious guy. Deku, I don't know where you came from, or what hole you came out of, but I swear I'll send you back. Compilation of scenes. Bakugo, die bastard, making explosions. Todoroki, we won't let you get to them. Doing a fire/ice combo attack. Another scene shows Deku completely injured, hugging Uraraka, who was also injured. Uraraka, you have to wait for the cavalry. Deku, looking at the brunette with a smile, Ochako, I am the cavalry. Mix of scenes where we see all the students fight against different villains, and at the end we see how the monster and Deku run up to strike a blow. Dark screen and only one voice can be heard. Deku, I will protect everyone. Chapter 27, Stay away from her. Deku, Kaken, always boasting about your power, but what would happen if now I boasted about mine? Bakugo, show yourself, damn it, and I'll show you why I'm the king of the killer explosion. Deku, remember when we were in first grade? You always wanted me to come with all my power, well now I can. We're not getting too far ahead, let's go back a little if we want to see how they got to this point. UA Gymnasium. Ida, well, these will be the first fights. Tokoemi, Yaoyorozu vs Mineta, Tsuyu vs Koda, Ojiro vs Hagakure. Siro, they are interesting fights. Aoyama, how did you form the fights? Ida, I wrote down the names and put them in an urn. Yaoyorozu and I put our hands in and the two names that came out would be the contenders. Koda, good thinking, Mr. President thumbs up. Kaminari, so these aren't planned fights. Deku, we'll never know what we'll face when we go pro, so it makes sense. Kaminari, it's true, I hadn't thought about it like that, good work Midoriya. Jiro, it was the logical answer. Kirishima, well let's not waste time and do this right. All yes. Deku, thinking, because I can't stop feeling like this is a bad idea. And so the fights began, fast or slow but all demonstrating the skill that the boys had. There were no serious injuries because this was about having fun. Ida, and so we finished the first round. Yaoyorozu, let's take a break and that's it, okay. Everyone /Bakugo, yes /whatever. And so the fights continued, although the green-haired boy would have a surprise. Ida, ready? The last fight Jiro vs Midoriya continues. Deku, ready with a smile? Jiro, same here. Ida, you know the rules. Deku, you heard Jiro, no attacking my wounds. Jiro, don't be a crybaby and fight. Both gave each other a challenging smile, and as soon as Yaoyorozu blew a whistle they started to fight. Jiro's technique had improved quite a bit to the point of being able to maintain a hand-to-hand fight almost without problems. But it was a problem when he alternated with his jacks. Deku, you've improved a lot, Jiro. Jiro, and you seem to move more freely, have you improved your movements? Deku, thinking, I still can't tell them that I healed my body, something like that, it's a surprise. Jiro, then come and show your growth. Deku, ha ha ha, no hard feelings? Jiro, why? Deku, for this. At that moment the green-haired boy occupied 85% of the OFA and began to surround the girl and then sweep to her feet and propel himself to the ceiling to propel himself down again, ready to hit Jiro, who was still in shock caused by the boy's great speed. Deku, the time I fought Kendo he gave me this technique, now I'll just use less percentage, whispering 10% Manchester Smash. The green-haired boy was about to drop the kick, but at the last moment he bent it, and pushed himself with his waist towards his left side and gave a blow that seemed to be in the air, but after a few seconds he heard something hit the ground. Immediately the violet-haired girl stood up. Deku, thinking, damn, I missed the chance to finish the battle with Jiro, get out of there Hagakure. All what? Yaoyorozu, what are you talking about Midoriya? Deku, about this. The green-haired boy started jumping at different points, and at one point he went with a kick towards a point out of nowhere in the gym, but he didn't touch the ground. He stayed in the air for a few seconds and then he was pushed. Deku, do you think I wouldn't notice? Jiro, damn, we lost our only advantage. Hagakure, damn Midoriya putting on his gloves, how did you notice? Deku, your invisibility is perfect, but you just have to sharpen your vision, and your outline makes a slight image distortion effect. Plus I heard your breathing when I moved around the field. Now this isn't cheating, right? Ida, you caught us. We decided that this round would not be so easy for you. It is worth using everything to beat you. Deku, come on Ida, and you are the most upright of us. Well, this will add more excitement to the fight. Come on, getting on guard. Both girls listened and launched an attack against the boy, who also started a fight. Although it was difficult, he managed to keep the girls at bay. Jiro attacked with his jacks while Hagakure attacked stealthily. Deku, taking a breath, wow, they really are impressive. Hagakure, you knew how to counteract your lack of a long-distance physical attack very well. You are too agile. You too, Jiro, look at that fighting hand-to-hand. Hagakure, I couldn't stay behind all of you guys. Jiro, either do I. Besides, this is your fault for letting us see your notebook. That thing is a great help. Deku, then I won't let you see it again, and there are still some points left to add. Jiro, it will be after we defeat you, then special move Heartbeat Shock. Hagakure, Light of Moon. The green-haired boy just smiled. The invisible girl was waiting for Jiro to attack to release a large amount of light, while she positioned her gloves so that the light was more intense, but she didn't count on the fact that as soon as the girl let go of her jacks, the green-haired boy would manage to dodge them and take them to throw them at Hagakure, who received the attack, and thanks to that she lost control of her power, causing her to release her light blow earlier, but the green-haired boy used Jiro as a shield. In the end, both girls fell exhausted. Deku, helping them up, they really are incredible. They really had me, but remember that I noted their advantages and disadvantages as well as the techniques to improve their attacks. I knew that you only use your jacks to use them as whips. You hoped that your heart would speed up enough to be able to land a resounding blow. It was really strong you managed to knock down Hagakure. Jiro, you're a cheater. Deku, when your teammates have such strong quirks, you have to come up with a plan against each of them. Hagakure, you didn't fight at your full strength. It's like we're no match for you, sad. Deku, if I had done that I would have hurt you seriously, and I don't want that. You are my family. Besides, this is just a friendly practice. Cheer up, you managed to put me in real trouble. A little more and maybe I would be the one lying on the ground. Both girls smiled and sat on the floor, helped by the green-haired man. Izuku was not one of those who boasted of his power, and that said a lot about him, in addition to his big heart and his spirit of helping others. Deku, well, what's next? Todoroki, show off with a smile. Yaoyorozu, this is the penultimate round. There are Ida, Uraraka, Bakugo, Todoroki and you. Deku, okay, I'll go get some water. Todoroki, he accompanied you. Ida, yes, rest a little. And so a few long minutes passed where everyone was able to regain some strength. Yaoyorozu, well, everything is ready. Ida, we will name the following fighters. Yaoyorozu, and they will be Uraraka versus Ida, sweating cold Bakugo. Everyone got tense. It was an incredible fight, but the explosive was a real force and everyone remembered what happened at the first festival. Deku knew that was where his bad feeling came from. He was about to say something, but the brunette took his hand without anyone noticing. Uraraka, then Todoroki will fight versus Deku. Yaoyorozu, why yes. Uraraka, smiling and pointing at the two-colored and the green hair, then we'll see whoever wins in the final. Deku, I'll be right back, I forgot something from my hero costume. Ida, moving his arms like a robot, I told you not to forget anything. Deku, I know, I won't be long. Yaoyorozu, well then go, we'll take a few minutes for you to get ready, okay? All yes. Yaoyorozu, worried I'll go see what he has. Uraraka, no, I'll go. I think I know what's wrong. You make sure Bakugo doesn't explode anything around here. Yaoyorozu, are you sure? The chestnut nodded seriously and left. Tsuyu, I'll follow her, maybe I can help Midoriya. Yaoyorozu, I trust you too, thanks Tsuyu. The green-haired girl jumped and started to move on the walls using her camouflage. Uraraka, Deku, what's wrong? Deku, I don't trust. Uraraka, in who, in me? Deku, in Bakugo. Uraraka, calm down, look, I've practiced too much. I won't lose, or at least not like in the first one. Also, if he goes too far, you'll knock him out with one hit. Deku, promise me you won't hold back, because he won't, and if I lose you, I don't know what I'll do. Uraraka, kissing him, you will never lose me. I could never get away from the man I love. Deku, do you always have to be so cute? Uraraka, just with you. Now come, let's go inside or they'll worry. Deku, okay, one last kiss. Uraraka, hee, you're adorable. They both headed back into the gym without seeing that the green-haired frog was following them. Yaoyorozu, it's good that they're back. Ida, you didn't bring your equipment back. Deku, hee, yes, here it is, showing the bracelet that Melissa gave him. Jiro, I've never seen that, is it new? Bakugo, that shit belongs to the damn four-eyed blonde. Why the hell do you have her, you damn nerd? Deku, upset by how he referred to Melissa. It's from Melissa. She gave it to me on the day of the Expo. It has a limit of uses, but it cushions the blows and makes my blows more agile. The green-haired boy decided to take advantage of his friend's ignorance towards the full gauntlet, and use it to his advantage, which worked since everyone believed him. Todoroki, are you sure you want to let them fight? Deku, no, but I trust her and that Bakugo isn't an idiot. Todoroki, if the situation gets out of control? Deku, I'll knock out Kaken with one hit. Todoroki, don't you think the others would be upset? Deku, Bakugo has been acting weird since the festival. It's like he had an explosion, and now he's ready to let it out, so I hope nothing happens. Todoroki, hey, let's try not to destroy the place. Deku, speak for yourself, Ice Pillar. They both gave each other a challenging smile and waited. Ida, well, fighters up. They both listened and climbed slowly, but... Jiro, hey Bakugo, Uraraka is not like Kami, she will give you a fight. All Kami? Bakugo, what did you say? Surprised because he knows about the girl. Shut up or I'll kill you, you damn weird board. Jiro, I feel sorry for not facing each other. I would have gotten rid of you in a bad mood by force. Bakugo, I'll kill you shit. Todoroki, okay, Bakugo is going too far. Deku, yes, activating the OFA slowly. The boy was ready to deliver a simple kick and finish off his rival. The green-haired boy was analyzing the entire gym. In case they tried to stop him, he could counter their attacks or dodge them, but... Uraraka, hey Bakugo, your fight is with me and you better not ignore me taking a fighting pose. Bakugo, you too? Bucking round face, this is going to hurt you to space. Both of them launched themselves at each other. The blows came and went, but Uraraka was receiving almost no damage. Her agility prevented her from receiving full explosions. This made the blonde more annoyed, so he made a powerful explosion on the ground, but it only cracked it. Bakugo, what the buck? Uraraka, come on, don't tell me you've already given up. Bakugo, shut up. I'll kill you. The boy lunged at the girl, but as soon as he stepped on the part that he had cracked with his explosions, the girl opened her hands. Uraraka, release. Zero gravity. At that moment the ground began to shake, but the blonde didn't care. A serious mistake, because the cracked parts rose at an incredible speed and hit the blonde upwards. The blows to his feet made him stumble, and when he was about to fall, blows to the stomach, chest, face, jaw. Bakugo was riddled with debris from his own explosions, but still stood up with the little sanity he had left. Bakugo, damn round face, if you think you're capable of doing any damn harm to me, then you're crazier than you think. Uraraka, I created it, because I'm going to finish you off right now. Earthquake gravity. The debris stopped rising and was now falling at an incredible speed. The blonde exploded some and dodged others, but he didn't see when a large one trapped his leg, which made him fall, and he stopped attacking. That made the others hit hard. Uraraka, panting, that was harder than I thought. Mina, what did he do? Hagakure, those were concrete bullets, she didn't do that before. Deku, smiling, if he did it alone, which he never put into practice with everyone present. Uraraka's quirk allowed him to remove the gravity from objects, remember? All yes. Deku, well, by studying here with all of us and practicing constantly, he discovered what we can call the second phase. Kaminari, second phase? Deku, yes, something like what happened to Kirishima, his normal form and his evolution to unbreakable, and Ida with his recipro. Now Uraraka can remove or increase the gravity of whoever she touches. She can do it in one hit, or she does it with percentages. Kirishima, that doesn't explain what he did. Tsuyu, I never touched the rubble. Deku, the rubble as such, you're right, I don't touch it, but what about the ground? Everyone was now with their mouths open. Deku, every flip, every dodge, turn, he propelled himself with the ground in one way or another. He didn't touch everything but enough to have a part well covered, and as soon as Kaken set his trap he released it in a combo, but I don't know if that exhausted her. After all, he had to activate his quirk and keep it like that until his plan worked. Todoroki, so the ground was under full gravity, that's why the explosion didn't work. Deku, exactly. Todoroki, it was a great plan. Deku. He also knew how to take advantage of his advantage over his rival. Kaken focused on hitting and did not see his surroundings. Everyone's mouths were open. They didn't know since when the chestnut had become so good, but then they saw how the mound of rubble began to move and Bakugo slowly came out. Bakugo, why you're ma damn, Jew, I swear I'll kill you, I'll beat you one more time. Uraraka, then come here Bakugo, I'm not the same girl from first grade who gets scared easily. Many people supported me and believe me today. I'm going to fight with all my strength and I'll defeat you taking a fighting pose. Deku, hee, that's my girl. Everyone, what did he say? Bakugo was furious. When did the girl have so much courage? That he wouldn't be the strongest defeating everyone else? When did everyone start to surpass him? Then in his illusion, in his sanity hanging by a thread, he saw how the short brown hair turned green, the freckles slowly appeared. The size increased until before his eyes appeared his greatest rival, Deku before him with a battle pose and a confident smile. Bakugo, when did you arrive damn? Deku/Uraraka, it's time to end this. Both of them launched themselves against each other again. Uraraka dodged Bakugo's attacks as best she could, but she was getting tired and now the blows did manage to hit her. Sometimes the girl was thrown to the ground but she always got up. The green-haired boy was about to stop the fight sometimes, but something inside him prevented it. He knew it was the brunette's fight, and he had to trust her. In a quick movement the girl took the gravity off a large piece of rubble using it as a shield, but then she took it with force and threw it against the blonde, who couldn't dodge it because of the speed causing him to hit him, managing to knock him down. The brunette stopped for a few moments to take a breath, but the blonde got up before and was ready to attack, but the girl managed to dodge it, and getting on her knees she raised a curtain of dust towards the blonde who dodged her. Bakugo, you thought that would work again? You're even stupider than I thought. Uraraka, I knew it wouldn't work, it was just a distraction. The blonde attacked Uraraka, but she grabbed his arm and propelled herself to turn Bakugo around in the air to slam him against the ground, but she didn't let go. Using her quirk she removed the boy's gravity and spun him around a few times to throw him against more rubble, but the blonde got up and attacked again, but the girl was no longer there. Bakugo kept looking for her until Uraraka, appearing behind the blonde, were you looking for me? Well, here I am. The girl hugged Bakugo by the waist and pushed himself backwards, making him hit the ground, but the girl was already hurt, so she got up with difficulty. Uraraka, that's what he had. Oh Jiro, since when? Kaminari, how the could you do it? Hagakure, invisible? Sato, Midoriya, did you know that? Deku, I'd like to say yes, but the truth is no, thinking, it's very similar to the technique of Uraraka, it's a skill I learned from someone else. Toga, I just hid my presence. Uraraka, I still have to perfect it. But then the rubble started to move, it was Bakugo who was getting up again. Kaminari, he got back up. Mina, scared that shouldn't happen anymore. Deku, Kaken, what motivates you to wait a second? That look, those eyes are just like God. No. The green-haired boy recognized the look. It was the same one Kendo and Jiro had when they lost control because they thought they were weak. Now it was Bakugo, but it didn't show an unbreakable will. It reflected hatred, anger, and revenge. He knew that this mixture was bad, and even more so when it came to Bakugo, so he started looking for the bicolor, but after a few minutes without success he decided to approach Yaoyorozu. Deku, Momo, where is Shoto? Yaoyorozu, Shoto? He went out to get something to eat to regain some strength. Deku, this is bad, stop the fight now. Ida, what's up? Midoriya? Deku, Ida, the fight is over, Bakugo lost a while ago. Kirishima, come on old man, don't say that, look Baku bro is still standing. Deku, that's not Bakugo, it's the mixture of feelings caused by defeat, by feeling weak, I saw it in Kendo and Jiro. The violet-haired girl, upon hearing her name, approached slowly. Deku, they have to stop the fight or Uraraka will get hurt. The green-haired boy tried to approach but was stopped by Kirishima. Kirishima, calm down Midoriya, it's a friendly fight. In the arena the brunette was in trouble, she was exhausted, she had trouble dodging blows. At one point Bakugo made the gesture of throwing a punch and Uraraka stopped the blow, but Bakugo, I got you. The girl looked down and a hand on her stomach from the blonde sent her flying a few meters. The shot at point-blank range managed to affect the girl even more in every way. Now she was used as a punching bag by the blonde who wouldn't let her recover. Deku, Kirishima, let me go. This is no longer a fight, it's a massacre. Kirishima, come on old man, just go. He's still the same Bakugo, that was his plan. Deku, that's not a plan, that's pure violence. Kirishima, Midoriya, it's not like men to get involved in another man's fight. Deku, sorry Kirishima, 15%. Kirishima, unbreakable. Deku, that won't stop me, 30%. The boy let go of the redhead. It was enough. Uraraka couldn't stand. Bakugo was bringing her with kicks and explosions. The boy was about to arrive when Zero's tape wrapped him around and slammed him to the ground. The green-haired boy got up only to see how Bakugo unleashed a mega explosion against the girl who couldn't resist anymore and let out a heartbreaking cry of pain. The green-haired boy was left with his mouth open. Bakugo had massacred his girlfriend mercilessly, and now he had a sadistic face. The green-haired boy couldn't resist anymore. A fury began to envelop him. The OFA went up in percentage. Nobody noticed when he broke the tapes and jumped full of fury, ready to hit who he once called his best friend. Deku, get away from her, damn it! With his fist ready to hit. Chapter 28, Civil War, A versus A. Deku, get away from her, damn it! With his fist ready to strike. Bakugo didn't react in time and the green-haired boy managed to land the blow in the blonde's stomach, which sent him flying a few meters. Deku was about to land the second blow but was tackled by Kirishima in his unbreakable form, and Zero wrapped him around him to pull him back away from the brunette's body and Bakugo. Deku stood up and broke the tapes but was stopped by Shoji. Shoji, calm down Midoriya, forget about Bakugo, Uraraka needs attention, focus on her. Deku, why did you do that, Kirishima? Kirishima, you interrupted a fight and hit Bakugo without justification, that's not manly. Deku, stop that shit. You can't say that, Kaken was massacring Uraraka. Kirishima, it seems like everything Bakugo does is bad for you. Deku, that wasn't Kaken, he was out of control and you know it because you're defending him. Kirishima, because I am his friend. The green-haired boy was about to answer when Todoroki appeared. Todoroki, if you are his friend then you have to admit that what he did was wrong. Kaminari, we all know how Bakugo behaves, there's no need to make a drama out of it. Yaoyorozu, would you have said the same thing if it was Jiro who was unconscious? The blonde said nothing. Deku, okay, buck you Kirishima. Buck you and go with Kaken, but no, that was too much, I'm going to take Uraraka to the infirmary. The green-haired boy was about to pass by but Kirishima didn't stop him and pushed him back to his place. Deku, annoyed, believe me, you don't want this. Kirishima, if it weren't for you and your damn Quirk Bakugo I wouldn't be like this. Deku, are you seriously saying that? He screwed up my life since I was 4. For damn years that I had to go through insults, blows. Do you know how many times he left me totally beaten just for not awakening my quirk? Kirishima, and you had to stay there? Why not just leave? Deku, because I considered him a friend, because every time he fell I helped him get up, because no matter how strong he was there would always be something stronger than us, because I admired him. Kirishima, and yet now you make me under threat? Deku, threat? Kirishima, don't play dumb. If you hadn't had a casual friendship with Kendo Bakugo it would still be the same. Deku, he earned that threat, I had nothing to do with it. Kaminari, don't lie. Jiro, if he weren't such an idiot with a wicked sense of humor and a big mouth, everything could have been avoided. Because of him, in the first year the other classes hated us, remember? Kirishima, that's him, you know that changing him would be bad. Kaminari, also, who said he was the cause of Almight's retirement? Right, it was you. Shoji, enough Kaminari, you know he won that argument, you don't know what we went through when we rescued Bakugo. The tension was rising. Ida took Uraraka to lie down on the stands because he couldn't let things get out of control. On the other side next to Kirishima were Kaminari, Zero, Mina, Sato and Hagakure. On Deku's side were Todoroki along with Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Aoyama and Shoji. Ida, damn, this is what I wanted to avoid. Ojiro, Ida, we have to stop them from fighting. Koda, we can't ignore that both are right, but if they fight, it can hurt them more than it can help them. Tokoemi, they both seem determined, but someone needs to do something stupid for them to start. Mineta, I can't help but want to see Yayoro's huge pillows, but our unity as a class is more important. We have to do something. Tsuyu, Bakugo touched a nerve from Midoriya. We have to calm them both down along with Kirishima and Todoroki. They are the priority. Ida, I'll go talk to them. Ida approached, thinking about what he could say to them. Ida, hey guys, calm down. This was a friendly training. Both have their points, and yes, both are right, but we can't let this separate us. We are friends, right? Kirishima, are we Midoriya? Deku, it depends on your next move. Serious and annoyed, I'll take Uraraka to the infirmary. The green-haired boy was about to leave when he saw the blonde. Deku, you won't say anything? Bakugo, you are shit, a sentimental shit, and that will lead you to ruin. You will always be below me, damn. No matter how strong you are, I will always be twice as strong. Deku, I'm willing to endure this if you apologize to Uraraka, turning his back to the blonde. Bakugo, I'm going to destroy her. I'm going to destroy her again like I did to you. I'm going to destroy her and the half and half bastard. Deku, either you regret saying that or I'll personally make you do it. Bakugo, really? Sadistic smile, let's see how you avoid that. The blonde pointed at Uraraka. Steam began to come out of his hands, signs of an imminent explosion. The green-haired man activated One for All, ready to go out to tackle the blonde again, but as soon as he was about to jump, Zero's tapes wrapped him again, but now they were frozen by Todoroki. Todoroki, go! The green-haired boy broke the ribbons and went towards Bakugo, who used Uraraka's explosion as bait to attract his rival. As soon as he had him close, he shot. Bakugo, die nerd! Deku, you'll have to do more than that. The green-haired man tensed his fist, and when he saw the imminent explosion, he released the punch upwards. Deku, smash! The green-haired boy landed and faced the blonde. And with that, the war began. Kirishima immediately launched himself at Deku in his unbreakable form, but Todoroki formed a wall of ice that the redhead collided with. Kirishima, what the hell are you doing, Todoroki? Todoroki, you defend your friend, I defend mine. I thought you would understand the concept. Kirishima, I'm going to hit you so hard if you don't take this thing off. Todoroki, come and try it. I thought you were smarter. This fight is theirs. We don't have to fight each other. Kirishima, why are you defending him? What has Midoriya done for you? Todoroki, show me what it's like to have a friend, a person to trust, and that forgiveness can happen. Kirishima, you're protecting him just because he cured your damn trauma. Throwing a punch. Todoroki, what about you? What's your excuse? Is Bakugo too masculine? At the beginning of school, you called Bakugo a lunatic and a dirty fighter, and now you're with him all the time. Did he buy you off? Kirishima, shut up. The bicolor made shields of ice and hit with his hand wrapped in flames, sometimes alternating the order between both elements. Kirishima also hit with his unbreakable form without giving respite or signs of tiredness. On the other side, Sato and Shoji also unleashed strong blows. Aoyama and Mina had a fight that the blonde maintained at long distance. Ida was about to tackle Deku and Bakugo, but an electric current prevented it. Ida, I want to stop them being electrocuted. But then a blow hit Kaminari's cheek. Mineta, calm down, Kaminari. Kaminari, this shouldn't be like this, old man. Bakugo is the strongest. If he wins the fight, we'll be fine, throwing electric rays. Mineta, is that why you're doing it? For safety? Dodging with a bouncing ball off his head. Kaminari, I don't want to face his fury. You saw what he did to Uraraka. Mineta, are you a coward? Damn it, we could all hold Bakugo back, but you're afraid of him. Are you capable of betraying us just for safety? Kaminari didn't say anything, but then he was caught up in some jacks he knew, but before he could do anything he was pulled in and hit. Kaminari, you don't. Jiro, I'm sorry, dear, but if you are capable of selling us out for safety, then I have to be the one to punish you. They all started hitting each other without stopping, but on the other side the number one rivals stared at each other. Bakugo, if you're going to do something, do it now, damn it! Deku, I'm not lacking in desire, but I would prefer to avoid violence. Let's forget this and calm down. Help me take Uraraka to the infirmary and ask her for forgiveness. This argument is ours. We don't have to involve everyone else. Pointing at his friends. Is that okay, Bakugo? The green-haired boy stretched out his hand to his old friend, but he got very angry. When he saw the extended hand, he remembered all the times the freckled boy extended his hand to help him. Deku kid, are you okay? You didn't hurt yourself? Bakugo, he didn't need your damn pity. Making an explosion. Deku, don't be an idiot, it's not pity, you're my friend. Bakugo, I don't need a piece of shit like you by my side. Deku, starting to lose patience sometimes. I would like to break your teeth, but we need you, Kaken, the class needs you. Bakugo, but not you. Deku, I'd never asked you for anything, even when you were the one who always screwed me over. Bakugo, get out now! Releasing an explosion against the green-haired man who received the impact, full throwing him a few meters. I will crush you, damn it, always putting yourself in my way, helping me when I never asked you to. You are a damn stone to me and I will prove it to you. The blonde man pushed himself towards the freckled man who was still on the ground. Deku kid, wow, Kaken, you have a very strong quirk. I want to awaken mine now. Bakugo kid, no matter what quirk you have, you'll always be under me. The blonde took Deku by the face and, pushing himself with one hand, dragged him across the ground until the green-haired man managed to land a kick that made Bakugo release him. Izuku got up and threw himself at his friend who was trying to knock him down with explosions, but the freckled man still didn't fall until he got close enough and threw a punch at the same time as Bakugo. There was a clash of fists that hurt Bakugo more. The green-haired man's strength was greater, but Bakugo was faster and hit Deku in the stomach, but he only took a few steps back and now he was the one who hit Bakugo in the face. They both approached. Bakugo hit, and Deku used his arm as a shield, and with the other he hit the blonde in the face. The blows came and went. On the other side the others were also fighting, but unlike the blonde and green-haired who attacked and defended, the others did not do it with so much force because they did not want to hurt their friends. Yaoyorozu, Bakugo will kill Midoriya. Attacking Mina with a steel bar. Mina, since when do you care so much about Midoriya? Melting the bar with acid. Yaoyorozu, creating a shield and hitting Mina in the face with it since he became my best friend. Mina, best friend? What about Todoroki? Yaoyorozu, I'll explain it to you later if you calm down. Kirishima, Midoriya has gone crazy. He's attacking Bakugo as if he were the enemy. Todoroki, and what about Bakugo? I know you firmly believe in your actions, but for the common good, you must stop. Kirishima, everything will stop when Bakugo defeats Midoriya. Todoroki, do you want more blood? There's Uraraka fainted because of your best friend, it's too much. Kirishima, shut your mouth. The redhead hit Todoroki in the face and back. The bicolor fell to the ground and was about to receive another blow when a shield fell near him. Without thinking he took it and covered himself with it to avoid the blow from hitting him. Back to the fight. Deku versus Bakugo. They fought tirelessly. Although they did not use their quirks, their blows were with great force, but it was Deku who kept the battle in his favor. Bakugo, why the buck don't you fall? Deku, I can't, I have the obligation to beat you and I will. Besides, look at me, your punches don't do anything to me. Bakugo, I curse loose mouth. Deku, have you forgotten that I've known you since we were kids? I know your way of fighting and you've never used a fighting style other than just using explosions and punches. We've trained together and that technique hasn't improved. I have, you've seen me train with you, but you haven't seen my training alone. I've improved. I always try to master this power, and guess what, hitting Bakugo in a combo, I won't give up. The green-haired boy began to be more aggressive. He grabbed Bakugo by the head and slammed him against his knee, then kicked him in the ribs and another in the stomach. He approached, avoiding a blow from the blonde, and gave him an elbow in the nose and a blow to the chest. The blonde tried to dodge, but was somewhat tired, but it was when he was kneeling and Deku kicked him in the head that he saw him. Bakugo Katsuki could see a version of Deku when he was 5 years old, trembling and on guard. Deku kid, that's bad Kaken. If you keep going like this, I'll never forgive you. Then Bakugo stood up with a smile, a triumphant smile. He knew that maybe in attack they were tied, but psychologically Deku was easy prey. Bakugo, what are you going to do now, damn it? A Detroit smash? Or maybe a Texas? How about a California? That's a good one. All Might's attacks are amazing. Deku, what are you saying? Bakugo, yeah, All Might's attacks. That reminds me, since when did you stop being quirkless? Deku, ma damn. Bakugo, ha ha ha, it's true you don't have a quirk. It was because of All Might that you now have one for all, a quirk that must have belonged to someone else, someone with their own quirk. Deku, you're closing his fists and trembling. Bakugo, ha ha ha, that's the Deku I know, the damn useless crybaby. The trash without quirk. If it weren't because they gave you that wonder you couldn't be here, right? Do you know it, or am I wrong? When you find someone worthy you'll have to pass the torch, and then you'll go back to being the same shit without quirk that we all remember, the same useless, the same Deku. Deku. Bakugo. Bakugo, or am I sorry, did I say something wrong? Or have you realized, without one for all you'd be nothing, and only then would I? He couldn't finish his sentence because the green-haired man threw himself at him, and hit him in the face, and was about to give him another when Bakugo stopped his fist. Bakugo, are you slow or tired or something? Why don't you sit down? The blonde attacked with an explosion that made the boy retreat and made him fall on the ground. Now they started the second round with a more dominant Bakugo and the blows by alternating them with explosions without giving respite or possibility for the green-haired boy to get up. The others were already tired, so they could see how the blonde hit the green-haired boy brutally, and in the end with an explosion he sent him far away. Bakugo, what I said, damn it, you'll always be below me, it only took a few words and you let your guard down. Todoroki was upset. He used all his strength and could only watch as his friend was beaten without being able to do anything. Finally the green-haired boy fell again. He was exhausted. His strength was abandoning him. He knew he didn't have to limit himself. He could have finished Bakugo with one blow, but he couldn't do it. He was his friend and now he was out of control. The green-haired boy was about to throw in the towel when he heard it, almost inaudible in his head. One for all is the mixture of the abilities of multiple people, a power passed from generation to generation for the common good. There are no rules for its use but one, having the heart willing to sacrifice yourself for those you love. Deku didn't know where that came from, but soon his body began to feel warm. His wounds stopped bleeding and were no longer bothersome. Inside him he felt the flame grow larger, illuminating and warming his entire being. Try hard, Izuku. The green-haired boy couldn't fail, he still couldn't fall, much less in front of his friend. Gathering his strength he slowly got up. Deku, you're right, Kaken, one for all is not mine by birth, and yes, one day I will have to give it to someone else. Bakugo smiled confidently. The blonde thought he had already won, just like the others who couldn't hear those who spoke more than a few words. Deku, but if it was entrusted to me for now, then I will train it, take care of it, and increase its power, and yes, when I give it to the next successor I will become quirkless again, but until that day comes I will train tirelessly and nothing will stop me, not even you, since I will be the next number one. The green-haired boy looked up with his gaze full of confidence and determination. The blonde was in shock. He couldn't believe that even in his current state he could say something, but soon his feeling of impression turned into one of fury, anger, but he remembered, he brought his team. He could still win, so he quickly went to the stands like the green-haired boy who wanted to jump, but then he felt like some ribbons took him by both hands. Deku knew he could break them, but then he felt something hit his back and then he felt a horrible burning. It was as if his skin was slowly melting, suddenly a blow that forced him to kneel. It was a kick and he knew who it came from. Then he began to writhe because Kaminari was electrocuting him. Unable to resist, he began to scream. Yaoyorozu, they'll kill him. Jiro, Denki, stop. Tokoemi, go and help Midoriya. Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow, I'm very tired, collapsing on the floor. Dark Shadow can speak in the manga. Ida, Kirishima hurt my engine, help him. Shoji. Shoji, I can't, I have no strength left. The green-haired boy continued to scream. As soon as Kaminari stopped his attack, the freckled boy fell suddenly against the ground and looked up only to see Bakugo putting his grenades on his arms. His sports suit that looked black began to change color to a navy blue one. The green-haired boy was now angry. He stood up quickly. Zero pulled his ribbons, forcing the freckled boy to make his arms back, but the boy was not defeated yet. He activated the OFA and pulled his arms along with his body in a jump, wrapping himself in the ribbon and pulling Zero towards him, but as soon as he was close he grabbed him by the head and slammed him to the ground. Mina formed a ball of acid and threw it at Deku, who dodged it, and managed to hit Kirishima, who, although it did not affect him much, could not help but get distracted, and at that moment Deku took him by the waist and pushed himself backwards, pinning him to the ground, but he received another discharge from Kaminari and Mina's acid, who were still in the battle, but the freckled man approached them walking. Kaminari, stop Midoriya. You know what happens if I release my 100%. Deku, yeah, you get stupid. If you want to do it, go ahead. I won't stop you, come on. Kaminari, Mina, go now, or my technique will affect you too. Mina, yes. Running somewhere else. Kaminari, don't say I didn't warn you. 100% Electro Day. The blonde released his electric bomb, becoming stunned by the short circuit in his brain, so he didn't realize that the green-haired man had jumped. Mina, you're a cheater. Deku, I said I wouldn't stop him. I never said I wouldn't move. The green-haired boy looked back at Bakugo, but he was no longer there, so he turned around only to see him get an explosion in his face, knocking him down. Bakugo, don't get up, damn it, it's the last warning. Deku, slowly getting up and taking a fighting stance. I withstood all of their attacks. Come on Bakugo, I could do this all day. Bakugo, damn Deku, you know that my quirk allows. Deku, sweat nitroglycerin which you make explode, you say it all the time. Bakugo, these grenades were made to be able to store all that substance. It was a great idea, very functional, but I aspired to more. I managed to convince the crazy inventions woman to do this, pointing to his outfit. It is a suit which absorbs my sweat, and as soon as it is full it passes it to my grenades. Deku, what the hell did you do? Bakugo, the best thing is that I can use them separately or putting both grenades together. Sinister smile start explosion. At that moment the grenades began to glow a deep green. Deku knew there was no other way. Deku, the day has arrived. Activating Melissa's bracelet, thank you. Bakugo, if you don't get out of the way, he'll kill you. The explosion happened, fast and dangerously approached Deku, who, although the bandages were fast, knew they wouldn't arrive in time, so he didn't think much and just said, Deku 50%. The green-haired boy hit the explosion, which began to take the form of a sphere that after a few seconds exploded. Bakugo saw how the green-haired boy hit what would be his best attack with his bare fist, which left the blonde in shock, who immediately remembered his first year. His battle test where he occupied for the first time, and the freckled boy had deflected it. Bakugo, damn liar, you said your arms were at critical point. Deku, let's get this over with, then you throw your tantrum. The green-haired man covered himself with his characteristic green rays and launched himself against the blonde, hitting him in the stomach, which made him kneel, something that the green-haired man took advantage of and began to jump using 85% of his power. Deku, Kaken, always boasting about your power, but what would happen if now I boasted about mine? Bakugo, show yourself, damn it, and I'll show you why I'm the king of the killer explosion. Deku, remember when we were in first grade? You always wanted me to come with all my power. Well, now I can, just watch 10%. The green-haired boy moved around and hit the ground in front of Bakugo, creating a mini crater. Deku 30%. A bigger crater. Bakugo narrowly dodged it. Deku 50%, 80%, 100%. The green-haired man couldn't reach 100 yet, but with the full gauntlet he could do it. But even so, by pushing off the roof he was able to make a crater that was too big. Bakugo, if you have so much power, then don't be a coward and hit me. Deku, okay. Appearing in front of Bakugo, you know Bakugo, today you were very right. Almight's attacks are great. What do you think if you try them? Bakugo, damn. Deku, starting to jump. Let's play a little guess what attack I'll use. Bakugo, you're a lunatic. Deku, Texas, Detroit, Missouri, Carolina, New Hampshire, Oklahoma. The blonde looked everywhere. He didn't know which one he would use. They both knew the attacks, but he didn't know which one he would attack with. Deku, Manchester. And after that he didn't say anything. By instinct, Bakugo covered himself. He knew that this attack would come from above, but Deku, that's not All Might's, that's mine falling on top of him. The green-haired boy pushed himself with all his strength, landing on Bakugo, with one foot on each of the blonde's wrists, destroying the grenades. Deku lifted Bakugo by grabbing him by the collar of his shirt, his other fist raised. Deku, Bakugo, I win. The green-haired boy released Bakugo, who hit the ground. He was scared. He saw Deku's power and felt scared. That was no longer the Deku he knew. There was no longer any trace of fear in him. That was the Deku who was determined to be a hero. But Uraraka, Deku! Deku, Ochako, are you awake? How are you feeling? We need to get you to the infirmary quickly. Approaching the brunette. Uraraka, trembling, hugging herself in fear and looking everywhere. No. Stay away from me, you're not Deku. Deku, Ochako, what's wrong? You know me, it's me. Uraraka, the Deku I know, my Deku wouldn't hit his friends. The green-haired boy looked around. He didn't hit all his friends, but there they all were, knocked down, exhausted. Uraraka, you're not a hero, you're a monster! Screaming. And saying this, the brunette ran out of the gym. Deku saw the whole landscape, his friends knocked down and Bakugo totally hurt. Deku, I did this, I wanted to, but it wasn't right, I ruined it. And saying this, the boy deactivated his suit and ran towards Uraraka while everyone tried to get up. Bakugo. Heh, stupid sentimentalist. Tartaro's prison. We can see some guards carrying a villain with multiple cuts and his face covered in blood. Guard 1. So this is the new tenant. Guard 2. Yes, he is a big bully with a powerful quirk. Guard 1. Create blades, right? Guard 2. Yes, fortunately Endeavor arrested him, melted his knives, and with Hawk's help they disabled him. Guard 1. Well, one less, put it over there. The guard took the prisoner's handcuffs and violently moved him to the cage, where he opened it and kicked him. Guard 2. Enjoy your stay, idiot. Closing the door. At that moment the guards headed down the poorly lit corridors, but a sound made them turn back. It was applause, and it came from Dabi's cell. Guard 1. What are you doing? Dabi, applauding. I appreciate the show, I already want to see the second act. The black-haired man continued clapping, and slowly many criminals began to imitate him, causing the guards to shiver, who moved away but felt even more fearful when they heard Dabi and Muscular Siri laughter. Dabi, it's going to be a great show, don't you think, strongman? Muscular, ha ha ha, don't even mention it, I already want to be at the premiere. Chapter 29, United we will win, divided we will fall. The green-haired man ran at full speed while trying to catch up with his girlfriend, but she managed to get into her room. Deku, knocking on the door. Ochako opens. From Uraraka's side, only her sobs and the sound of grabbing and throwing objects could be heard. Deku, let me explain, it's not what you think, I didn't hit all of our friends. Finally the door opened and an unrecognizable Uraraka came out, her tender face bruised and her eyes swollen with tears. She was carrying a box that she gave to the green-haired man. Uraraka, save your excuses, what will you say? That they did it? That they provoked you? It was a peaceful training. I told you if Bakugo went too far you would knock him out, but only Bakugo. The others had nothing to do with it. They are our friends, and yet I wake up and see everyone on the ground, exhausted, wounded, and you holding Bakugo in a threatening way. Maybe the rumors were true. Better go with Kendo. You are no longer the sweet Deku I knew. You are not my boyfriend. At that moment the girl closed her fists and the box suddenly increased its gravity, making the green-haired boy fall, who slammed the box, making a lot of noise. The boy opened it and saw the inside, destroying more his poor heart. There were their photos, letters they had written to each other, drawings that the green-haired boy had made for the brunette, and Deku's keychain for his phone that the girl had bought on their date. The green-haired boy carefully took out a frame where a broken glass could be seen, but inside there was a photo of the two of them hugging before entering the cinema. Immediately he felt a lump in his throat. Without realizing it, a glass from the frame managed to get loose and fell on the freckled boy's hand, managing to cut it, causing him to drop the frame in pain, letting it fall, breaking it further. Deku, no, taking the frame with trembling hands and tears streaming down his face. But what he didn't know was that his entire class had followed him. Everyone heard his argument with the brunette. Kirishima now knew why he acted that way and understood. If it had been Mina who was in Uraraka's position, he would have done the same. Now everyone who supported Bakugo felt the worst. Even Bakugo himself also shared that feeling. Bakugo, thinking, I just wanted to be number one, this didn't have to happen. Tsuyu, Jiro and Yaoyorozu were the only ones who approached the green-haired boy. Jiro, hey Midoriya, are you? Deku, wiping his tears and closing the box quickly, I'm fine girls, thank you very much, giving them a fake smile. Tsuyu, do you want us to help you? Kero. Deku, hee no, I'm really fine. Yaoyorozu, so Uraraka and you? Deku, we were a couple, I guess you just heard it, and now you don't. I'll respect your decision. I guess you're right, I made you fight, I hit Zero, Kirishima and Bakugo, and I'm truly sorry. Bowing. Jiro, oh hey Midoriya, there's no need to do that. Deku, it is, I will accept any punishment you give me, while I ask you to give me permission to go to my room to organize my things. The girls had no reason to hold him back any longer. They let him in. They felt bad. Jiro and Yaoyorozu retreated to the recreation room, but Tsuyu approached the door and knocked slowly. Uraraka, I don't feel like talking. Tsuyu, Ochako, we need to talk. Uraraka, no! Leave me alone, please. The little frog played for a while longer but received no response and withdrew. The green-haired boy was arriving at the recreation room to board the elevator that would take him to his floor, but Kirishima stopped him. Kirishima, hey Midoriya. Midoriya, here they are, I'll leave this in my room and make you dinner, okay? I won't be long. Kirishima, wait, man, I wanted to. Deku, and also sorry, my actions today were not very manly. Sorry everyone, I dragged you into a fight that was mine, I'm really sorry. Bowling. Zero, oh hey wait. And the elevator opened its doors, the green-haired boy entered and went up to his floor. The only thing they couldn't see was that upon entering he couldn't help but shed tears and cry inconsolably, but he couldn't allow them to see it. It wasn't a question of pride or superiority. Deku, a smile that gives hope to others, a smile without fear, because in this world those who smile are the bravest. I am a hero, I protect people. The green-haired boy entered his room where the box was waiting under his bed. He proceeded to remove all the photos they had as a couple. He took out his set of keys and saw that he had Uraraka's keychain, which he proceeded to remove. In a short time there was nothing of them in his room, everything stored in the box. The green-haired boy went out to his balcony while he had a photo of her in his hand. Thick dark clouds began to settle in the sky. Lightning threatened an imminent rain, but the green-haired boy ignored all warnings. Thick drops of rain began to fall on Deku, whose head was spinning, but Uraraka's words were there. You're a monster! You're not my Deku, you're not my boyfriend. Deku, everyone is right in the end, I'm just useless, I need advice. I think I'll call All Might. The green-haired man took out his phone, which had a photo of both of them. Deku, life really hates me, changing the photo and calling All Might. All Might, okay. What's up, young Midoriya? Deku, All Might, I wanted sobbing. No, it's silly, sorry for bothering you. All Might immediately recognized his pupil's tone of voice and became worried. All Might, young Midoriya, nothing is a joke, remember that I will always be there for you. What happened? Deku, sobbing, have you ever been in a relationship? Of all the questions that could have occurred to the former symbol of peace, this was one he never expected. All Might, young Midoriya, my boy, I'm sorry to be useless on this occasion, but I'll have to answer negatively. Certainly there was someone in his time who caught my attention, but my duty as a hero and my dream of being number one kept me with my judgment focused only on that. It's clear that I can no longer repent, but what's the question? Deku, oh, you're welcome, All Might. Thank you very much for your words. All Might, it's nothing, my boy, but are you sure you're okay? Deku, yes, thank you very much. All Might, it's okay, young Midoriya, hey kid. Deku, what's going on? All Might, I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, kid. I had to go on a trip. Deku, wait, on a trip? To where? Are you okay? All Might, me sighing, ha ha ha, of course, young man. Who do you take me for? I am All Might, the symbol of peace, nothing can harm me. Deku, Well, but what did All Might come out for? All Might, I had to go to America to check some details of my hero license. Deku, your license? Weren't you retired? All Might, exactly, those are some details that I have to review along with some gaps that I left about my quirk. You know that I can't make one for all public. Deku, I understand, so you're alone? All Might, no, David is accompanying me. Melissa stayed on the island, but David, being the one who helped me years ago, is the one who is guiding me. Deku, oh well, I see. Well, All Might, I won't interrupt you anymore, good luck. All Might, thank you very much, young Midoriya, and cheer up, you are the hero, Deku, you can overcome anything. Deku, thanks, All Might, always knows what to say. And saying this, the green-haired man cut the call, feeling somewhat calmer. Deku, it's true, I am a hero, and as such I must overcome this. A hero always comes out ahead despite everything. Meanwhile, with All Might, the blonde in his skeletal form coughed, and watched the blood drip while he put away his phone. At that moment David's shield entered the place where they were. David, you were talking to Midoriya, right? All Might, yes. David, Toshi, I heard it, because why didn't you tell him the truth? All Might, David is going through a difficult time right now. Unfortunately, I can't help him, and if I tell him the real reason why I left Japan, I feel like I'll destroy him. David, Toshi. All Might, I grew fond of him like a father to his son, shedding a tear. He's my only family. David, Toshi, taking him by the shoulder, will get out of this, old friend, I promise. They both gave each other a confident look and continued talking about other topics. Back to Japan. The green-haired boy was in the kitchen, preparing dinner for his friends. The atmosphere was tense. They didn't know how to react. They barely realized that there was a relationship, and yet that same day it was ruined. Todoroki was next to Yaoyorozu, hugging her chest. They didn't care if they saw them or made fun of them. All they wanted was to be together. Jiro on her side remained away from Kaminari. Both were serious, deep in their own thoughts. Likewise Ojiro and Hagakure, along with Kirishima and Mina. They were separated. Like Uraraka, who was silent, Bakugo silently did not want to talk to anyone. The silence was significantly overwhelming. Tsuyu and Tokoemi talked together, holding hands. Tokoemi, is it clear from the scene that everyone in the class has a relationship? Jiro, we had. Tokoemi, excluding Midoriya. Everyone nodded, but then the green-haired man came out with everyone's food, handed it out, and sat down to eat in silence. Kirishima, oh hey old man, I mean that. Deku, I'm sorry, my attitude wasn't the best. I behaved like something very different. My attitude wasn't very heroic and I hurt you all. I really hope you forgive me. I behaved like a monster. I'm so sorry. I will try to be better for everyone and I will accept any punishment you want to give me. I ask everyone to please not separate or break the ties you had because of me. You are a great family. Jiro, oh hey wait. Deku, I don't want to bother you. I've already finished dinner. I'm going back to my room. Good night. Bowling. Everyone watched the green-haired boy leave. They all wanted to stop him, tell him that nothing was his fault, but no one dared. In Uraraka's mind, she was surprised. The green-haired boy referred to himself as a monster just as she had called him. Now she felt guilty, but the images of her friends on the ground and Bakugo totally beaten were in her mind. And so the days passed. The couples made up of Jiro/Kaminari, Ojiro/Hagakure, and Mina/Kirishima had taken a time out since Saturday. The tension in Class A was noticeable. There weren't so many screams or fights anymore. Even the rude Bakugo seemed affected. He no longer screamed. His mood seemed to have calmed down, but everyone was worried about Uraraka, who seemed the most affected by the girls. Mina and Hagakure had heard their fight and the final part hurt them. Maybe the rumors were true. Better go with Kendo. They both knew it was their fault. There were never any rumors. They had made everything up without knowing it would have a destructive effect on their partner. The girls wanted to talk to the brunette, tell her the truth, but they didn't have the courage because they also knew that could destroy their friendship with the tender Uraraka. On the part of the men, they also wanted to talk to Uraraka, explain how the fight arose, but they didn't know how to approach her with delicacy. Being the ones who caused the fight and the breakup of such an adorable couple was terrible for them. Kirishima felt very guilty. Deku was his friend. He had sacrificed his life on several occasions to keep everyone safe, and the redhead only ruined their relationship. Class A was divided. Deku also worried his friends, becoming reserved. He trained earlier, and when he prepared breakfast he was exhausted. Several times he even cut himself by accident, and these marks were visible to his classmates. He had cancelled training with Kendo, lying that he didn't feel well, but he trained alone to the extreme. Sometimes he entered the room recreational as if he were gone. He walked slowly, dragging his feet, his eyes red. The kids approached him and asked if he was okay, but he just gave them a smile. Deku, a hero always overcomes everything. It was what he always told them. Everyone knew it was a lie, that he was suffering inside, but they decided to give the boy some space, and so finally the day came when their mini vacation ended. They arrived at the classroom. Aizawa entered but didn't make any comments about their fight. Everyone became a little more relaxed. So the hours passed until the last one arrived before going to the cafeteria. Aizawa, okay guys, I'll be brief. Can you explain to me what this is? The black-haired man showed images of the fights that took place in the gym. Everyone felt an indescribable pressure in their bodies. His teacher's face was not angry, nor bored. This was a new facet that he had not shown. Aizawa, please, I want you to tell me why you were fighting. Mina, it was a friendly exercise. Aizawa, yeah, I would have believed that if I had seen this before. The professor showed images of his first fights. Aizawa, but this? This is different. Now there were other images. Aoyama throwing his lightning against Siro's ribbons, Mina fighting against Yayorozu, Jiro against Kaminari, Kirishima hitting Ida in the face, and the most shocking Deku with the OFA hitting Bakugo in the nose while he made an explosion in his stomach. Aizawa, I expected it from Midoriya and Bakugo, but from you? You're supposed to be teammates, you're supposed to be a family, that you supported each other, and now I'm finding out that's not the case, that you beat each other until you were exhausted. What happened, guys? Why did you do that? Now they understood. Their teacher's tone was not one of anger or tiredness but of disappointment. Shota Aizawa was disappointed in his students. Aizawa, hey, please answer me. You are my offspring, and even if it doesn't seem like it, I am worried about you. I want to know what led you to this destruction. They couldn't stand it anymore. They knew that the punishment was imminent. Bakugo along with Kirishima were about to stand up. It was the redhead who organized the battles and the blonde who caused the destruction. On the other side, Ida was also about to stand up along with Yayorozu. Both were the ones who should make sure that the battle didn't get any bigger, and yet they didn't. The four were about to stand up when... Deku, it was me, teacher. I was the reason why everyone fought. I lost my mind and let myself be carried away by my emotions. Everyone saw the green-haired man stand up. Everyone quietly told him to sit down, that the fault was collective, not just one person's. Aizawa, Midoriya? Are you sure? The punishment will be severe. Deku, I know, I'm aware of that, but since I was the one who caused an unnecessary fight between companions, then I'm willing to bear the punishment. A hero must take responsibility for his actions, whether good or bad. Aizawa, so you were the cause? Deku, yes, I misinterpreted things in the penultimate battle and hit Bakugo hard. The rest was seen on the cameras. Kirishima tried to stop me and make me see reason, but my judgment was clouded, and thanks to that my companions supported me. Ida tried to stop us, but as I said, I was not thinking about my actions. It's all my fault. Class A was now feeling bad. They knew that the green-haired boy was not in the best mood, but putting all the blame on you for a collective act was something that could be seen from everywhere was a terrible idea, and even more so when it came to Aizawa. Everyone wanted to get up and say something, but their voices did not come out of their mouths and their movements were not correct either. The pro-hero looked his student in the eyes looking for any sign of a lie, but all he saw was the strong determination so characteristic of him. Aizawa knew that not everything was his fault, but he could not punish the entire class without them having said so. He felt some pity for the boy. Aizawa, sigh, it's okay, Midoriya. At least you are aware of your actions, so the punishment won't be so severe. But even so, what you did was wrong. Your punishment is... At that moment the bell rang, alerting them that it was their time to go get their lunch. Aizawa, well, I'll say it later. Go get your lunch and I'll see you here, okay? All yes, Aizawa-sensei. Slowly everyone headed to the cafeteria, being the last one the green-haired boy, because he didn't want to be asked the reason for his actions, but they didn't know that the worst punishment that the freckled boy would take was about to begin. Everyone went slowly. The silence at least was not as uncomfortable as the first days. Now they talked a little more. Things were normalizing, at least for some people. Uraraka was already talking to Tsuyu, but every time the frog wanted to touch the subject of the green-haired boy, Uraraka cut the subject because it still hurt her a lot, and more because of the things he said to her, because it didn't matter if he was right or not. The words he used were strong, and the words that the green-haired boy used today proved him right, because even if he didn't say it, Uraraka knew that the word monster was there in the small letters. They all went to the cafeteria, but what happened when they entered shocked them all. Because on the screens they saw the video of the fight that Deku had. Somehow they had obtained it, and they had also hacked the screens. They all had a title below. Destruction in Class A? What motivates a student to hit his classmates? We can see the video only now. It had audio. Deku, I'm willing to endure this if you apologize to Uraraka. Bakugo, I'm going to destroy her. I'm going to destroy her again like I did to you. I'm going to destroy her and the half and half bastard. Deku, either you regret saying that or I'll personally make you do it. Bakugo, really? Let's see how you avoid that. We see how they start to fight, and the title changes. Fighting over a girl? Over his friends? Or out of pride? We now see scenes where Bakugo hits Uraraka and Deku tries to stop him, being stopped by Kirishima. What motivates someone to defend a person so much? Now we see the scene of the sports festival where the brown/green couple were sitting on the bench. Deku, Uraraka Ochako, I love you. I know it sounds strong and maybe it is, but it's the truth. I can't just tell you I like you because what I feel goes beyond a simple attraction. I fell in love with you and I don't know if you feel the same as me, but I wanted to say it because I don't want to keep it hidden, not anymore. Love, source of power for a hero but also of disappointment. Now we see screenshots of a phone, specifically in a conversation. Ochako. Katsuki, are you okay? Katsuki? Doesn't hit that hard, hehe, I'm more worried about you. I think I went too far, sorry. Ochako. It's nothing, I know you didn't do it with hate, although it hurts me that we can't tell others what we did. Katsuki. I'm sorry, beautiful. You know the stupid school rules. Ochako. Yes, I know, but at least among our classmates, if we didn't have to hide it, I wouldn't have to lie to that idiot. Katsuki. Don't even say his name. Ochako. I'm sorry, I'm just bored. And so the captures continued to be shown. Fight for a love? Everyone watched closely, the video was repeated, then explosions were heard. Bakugo. Who the hell was the son of a hitch who did that? Everyone turned to look at him. The blonde exploded with desire. Immediately many were on guard and others stepped back. Kirishima. That's private. It shouldn't leave the classroom. Activating his quirk. Who did it? There was no response, but a green-haired man started walking among his friends and took them by the shoulders. Deku, hey, calm down, they're making a scene. Bakugo, why are you stopping me, you damn nerd? I'm going to kill the one who. The blonde turned to see his partner, but his angry face turned into one of surprise when he saw that the green-haired man had a blank look. He seemed calm, but those eyes showed everything. His smile, a false smile, a shadow of what he was before. Kirishima, dude, this can't stay like this, damn it, we have to find whoever did this and hang him by the balls. Deku, they're making a scene, let's go eat before lunch runs out, let's let Aizawa find out about this. I guess he's already seen it. Whispering, I can already imagine his scolding. The two boys looked at their companion who walked slowly towards the food bar. Everyone looked at the video, and then at the boy while on the screens only appeared the strongest defeated by his own companions. Finally Deku went to sit on a bench away from everyone, but before his gaze Monoma stood up and walked towards him. Both Class A and B were on guard. The blonde had been too quiet, and now Deku was emotionally vulnerable. They did not know what he was planning, but they would stop him. But to their surprise the blonde just sat in front of the freckled man. Jiro used his jacks. Monoma, hey, can I sit down? Deku, it doesn't matter. Monoma, I'll take that as a yes, Mito Midoriya. Deku, if you're just coming to make fun of what you saw, yes, I had a relationship with Uraraka, yes, I was a monster and attacked my classmates. Are you happy now? Make fun of it if you want. Monoma, no, I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry. For everything I did before, I made fun of you without knowing you, and that wasn't right. I also wanted to tell you that I don't know what happened in your class, but I know that you didn't attack just because. I don't know what caused it all, but I hope you can solve everything. Deku, thanks, I guess it's weird coming from you. Monoma, it is for me too, but we are companions, future heroes, not little children, we have to mature. Deku, yes. They both continued eating in silence. Jiro stopped using her quirk, although she was surprised by the blonde's words. After a while the bell rang again. Everyone had to return to their classrooms. Aizawa, Uraraka, Midoriya, Bakugo up. The three stood up immediately. Aizawa, I really didn't want to scold you anymore. Uraraka, Bakugo, is it true that you are in a relationship? Uraraka, no. Bakugo, I'm not crazy. Besides, I already have one, but it's not from here at school. Aizawa stared at both of them, causing the blonde to sigh in annoyance. Bakugo, what the buck, taking out his phone. If you want to check, go ahead, I haven't deleted anything. Aizawa, it's okay, I don't have to get into your business. I guess Uraraka is also right. That only leaves me with one question, Midoriya. Deku, yes, we were, Professor. The green-haired man stared at his teacher, showing his determination. Aizawa, well, as I've been reminding you, relationships are prohibited at school. It's something you should have kept in mind. Violation of this rule may merit expulsion of those involved. At that moment Aizawa couldn't help but feel a chill. He didn't want to expel any of them. He had grown very fond of them, and they were so close to graduating. Aizawa, they didn't have to risk themselves like that. They could have held out until they graduated. The green-haired boy could notice how the brunette had some small tremors and could hear how she began to sob. Coming to the UA was her dream. Being a heroine and helping her parents, the green-haired boy couldn't help but shed a tear. Deku, thinking, a hero always helps everyone no matter what. Aizawa just looked at both of them with a look of disappointment and sadness. Aizawa, you guys have made a lot of progress, but… Deku, wait, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, what's going on? Deku, Izuku Midoriya had a relationship with Ochako Uraraka, but she decided to end it. A relationship is just a distraction from our work as a hero and as students. She decided to focus on her goal, which is to be a heroine. We acted badly, but it was my fault. I confessed and made the proposal. She acted well and, taking responsibility, decided to end it. I am the one who takes responsibility for my actions. Whatever the punishment, I am willing to endure it. Uraraka, me Midoriya, you don't have. Aizawa, Midoriya, you already have enough punishments. Deku, I acted badly. That goes against the school rules and against my own principles. That's why I want to make amends. The black-haired man only saw his student. He knew that he was sacrificing himself for his partner. Aizawa, thinking, why Midoriya, why do you have to be like this? Tsuyu, remembering, you can stretch out your hand and the other person can bite it. Aizawa, well, seeing that you at least acknowledge your mistakes, I will accept your apologies. I will talk to the director so that the expulsion is forgotten. Deku, thank you, sensei. Aizawa, even so, you have a punishment. You will clean the third-year classrooms and the High Alliance facilities for 3 weeks. You will also be prohibited from doing hero practices during that time. Your license will be confiscated until further notice. You will have to repair the gym. You will take anger management classes with Ibra Shiozaki. You will have double the homework until the end of the year, extra classes with some teachers, and finally you will be denied leaving the facilities for 3 weeks. Understand? Deku, yes, thinking. A hero is always in constant battles. I have to overcome this. Aizawa, thinking. I'm sorry, kid. Well, you can leave. Your punishment starts tomorrow, Midoriya. Deku understood. Aizawa, well, go now before I change my mind. Oh, yes. They slowly left the room with Deku last. Bakugo, don't even think I'll thank you, damn it. Deku, no need, Bakugo. I didn't do it for you but for everyone. I provoked it. I will solve it. The blonde just walked away annoyed, even bumping shoulders with some people. Uraraka, you expect me to thank you? Deku, no, I did it because you have a dream to fulfill, and if you hadn't been with me from the beginning, none of this would have happened. I'm just useless. But I hope this makes up for my mistakes. Uraraka, Midoriya. Deku, thanks for giving Deku a new meaning. See you later, Uraraka. The green-haired boy began to slowly move away from the brunette. He couldn't stay there any longer. He knew that if he stayed a few seconds the girl would break, and he didn't want them to see him like that because the next number one has to be an unbreakable symbol. But Uraraka, hey! What they showed of Bakugo and me. Deku, turning his back, it doesn't matter, it's your life and you can do whatever you want with it. Only now I understand. Uraraka, what? Deku, because you asked me the question about infidelity. Uraraka, from Midoriya. The boy turned to look at her and Uraraka began to break down. The green-haired boy was smiling, but his eyes were empty and dull. They could only shed a tear. His smile was trembling. It was fake. Deku, be very happy, Uraraka, and always fight for your dreams. The green-haired man began to walk, each step making him feel more miserable, but he never lowered his head. Deku, swallow your pain, don't let anyone see your weaknesses. A smile without fear. The green-haired boy continued walking until he reached the dormitories, where he continued with his charade until he reached his room, where he couldn't take it anymore. He finally broke down, started crying, and lay down on his bed. Deku, what would I do without you? Uraraka, we never have to find out. Deku, then let's take care of ourselves together. Uraraka, okay, but don't make me come and heal you every day, okay? Chapter 30. I can overcome it. The days continued in the Hero Academy, but they were no longer the same. Class A was quieter. Mina and Hagakure, who were the queens of gossip and the source of good vibes, were now quieter, both affected. Todoroki, who was being more open with his feelings, seemed to return to what he was in his first year, quiet, serious, cold. Only Yaoyorozu, his girlfriend, could see through the layer of ice that he himself put. Kirishima, the symbol of manliness, stopped being so energetic and smiling, trying to help everyone who needed it regardless of grade. Bakugo, more serious and not so explosive. The rude boy seemed to have calmed down a bit. Uraraka too. The tender and sweet girl was now quieter, more focused on her studies and training, but without a doubt the one affected was Izuku Midoriya. The boy went to the principal's office to hand in his license and hero's suit. The shy boy had disappeared, now more serious and cold. He no longer spoke to anyone. He got up earlier. He trained until he was almost exhausted. His classmates hardly saw him anymore because his punishment kept him away or very busy. Mineta and Kaminari, who 2 years ago made fun of Bakugo and Deku when it was their turn to clean, now remained silent. The green-haired boy just ate and left. Also, his tasks consumed him too much. Nobody knew how he could do everything without dying or fainting, although on some occasions he was seen on the verge of collapse. Girls' night out. In Yaoyorozu's room, almost everyone was there except for a brunette who excused herself, saying she felt sick. Everyone was gathered, but the atmosphere was no longer the same. Jiro was not using her trusty base and was sitting hugging herself. Tsuyu, with her head down, sitting on the floor. Yaoyorozu sitting on her huge bed while reading a book. Hagakure reading a magazine and Mina hugging a pillow. Tsuyu, girls, don't you think we should do something? Kero. Yaoyorozu, closing her book, something like what? Jiro, things are ruined, things will never be the same again. Tsuyu, you can't say that, Kero. Jiro, you don't understand, either you nor Yamamoto. I had a relationship with Kaminari. Maybe he was an idiot, but he was cute, and because of that stupid fight everything was ruined. Tsuyu, Fumikage and I are not doing very well, let's say Kyuka. Kero. Yaoyorozu, you've seen how Shoto behaves these days. It's not the same anymore. Jiro, yes, but you're still together. What about the others? Starting to tear up. What about Midoriya? Because of us, he has the most inhuman punishment in school. Mina, thanks for giving collective blame. Tsuyu, don't say anything, you know that part of their argument is your fault. Kero. Hagakure, we didn't know. If she had told us, we would have kept quiet. Yaoyorozu, would you have told us about your relationship with Ojiro? Jiro, or Mina's with Kirishima? Hagakure, In our defense, neither of us knew about the other's relationship. Jiro, and they are able to say that Uraraka lied to them? Mina, we were going to do it, but let's remember that among our friends is the vice president. Yaoyorozu, and because I'm her friend I would have covered for them because I have a relationship with Shoto. Mina, stop bragging that you still have yours. Yaoyorozu, if I keep it, it's because I talked to my boyfriend and because I didn't side with a maniac. They were both screaming quite loudly. The screams could be heard outside the room. Tsuyu, what if they shut up? We have enough on our minds without fighting amongst ourselves. Kero quite annoying. Jiro, Uraraka is our friend, we have to help her. Hagakure, and what will we do? Yaoyorozu, tell the truth. Mina, great idea, Brainiac. What do we say? Hi Uraraka, how are you? Oh, by the way, the rumors were false. We made them up. Sorry? Do you realize how stupid that sounds? Jiro, sounds better than leaving your boyfriend's best friend's side. Mina, it's not funny. Jiro, I didn't do it. Tsuyu, don't even look at me. I wanted to avoid them fighting and Fumikage supported me. Hagakure, but Yaoyorozu, yes, Midoriya only said a few words to you and you believed him. Yaoyorozu, did you forget that I read the files? I know all the damage that Bakugo has done to him before and during school, and he didn't just defend Midoriya, but Shoto too, because I don't know if you remember that Bakugo wanted to force him to use his flames just so he wouldn't feel lesser than Deku. Hagakure, that doesn't take away from the fact that. Yaoyorozu, also, if I did it, it's because Midoriya is my best friend, Shoto is my boyfriend, and you are my family. Tsuyu, we have to find solutions, not fight each other. Kero. Yaoyorozu, and we will tomorrow. Now everyone go out, I want to sleep. Hagakure, we must also help Midoriya. Yaoyorozu, tomorrow. I really don't want to talk. All the girls nodded and left the black-haired girl's room. Tsuyu was walking away, but in her mind she couldn't think clearly. She had to help Uraraka, after all she is her best friend, but the green-haired boy was affected more than they saw. And so the days passed, but there was something curious, and it is that each time it seemed that Deku was slower, his movements were clumsy, he bumped into some furniture, sometimes the food was oversalted or simply didn't have any, so the days passed. They were barely in the middle of the second week of the green-haired boy's punishment. Everyone was in the recreation room after school. Mina, we have to do something. Kirishima, what do you want to do? Boring. Hagakure, we have to go back to how we were before, united as a family. Ojiro, that would be great for me. I'm already getting bored of seeing us fight. Siro, we're not fighting, just. Kaminari, divided seeing Jiro. Jiro, why not join forces again? We're heroes, we have to overcome things. Aoyama, yes, say that to those who almost killed Midoriya. Mina, did you have to remember it? Kirishima, that's not Sai, it's not for men. Aoyama, either was hitting him, tangling him, or burning him with acid, and they did it. Todoroki, if you keep arguing you'll only end up with a fight, and now there won't be Midoriya to save you. We have to do something to help him, not to hurt him further. Kirishima, and what do you have in mind? Todoroki, he's my best friend, the person who sacrificed himself for us. He's the person who doesn't mind breaking his bones to help us. He even prevented us from being punished or expelled. We have to show him that we are sorry, that we want to help him. Uraraka was entering the arcade and managed to hear the way the bicolor referred to Deku, which impressed her because she thought Todoroki would hate the green-haired boy. But Bakugo, what the hell are you saying? Damn, half and half. Todoroki, I don't want to fight Bakugo. If you're not going to say anything important, then go. Bakugo, I've known that damn Deku long before you. I've known him since we were bucking babies. I know more about him than you do. If you want to do something, it will be as I say. Do you understand me? Todoroki, yes, you know him so well that he has scars that you caused. What a great friend. Bakugo, how do you know that? Uraraka, scars. Deku, when he became conceited about his quirk and started teasing, well, sometimes I tried to defend other people. The result was this: over time I acquired more, and then in UA. You know the rest. Todoroki, we could all see them, he hides them and with good reason. Bakugo, yeah? And what about you? How do you call yourself a best friend? Just because he took away your daddy trauma? Todoroki, I know you're looking to fight but you won't get it, now either you help in some way or you leave. Bakugo, listen to me, damn it. Both were getting dangerously close. Everyone was ready to stop them but… Deku, if you're going to kill each other, do it outside. I'm going to clean the floor and blood is hard to remove. Everyone looked at the green-haired boy in amazement, putting aside the joke that they would never expect coming from the boy. Now Deku looked like Aizawa. With a tired face, he didn't smile and seemed to have hints of dark circles under his eyes. Yaoyorozu, Mito Midoriya, are you okay? Deku, yes, are you referring to this? Pointing to his face, it's nothing, you've left me worse. Now if you could leave so I can clean it would be a great help. Kirishima, don't you need us to help you? Mina, you look like you're about to die. Deku, no thanks, I'm fine. But if you don't leave it will take me longer, and I'll be in a hurry. Hagakure, you've done so much for us, let us help you. Deku, I'm fine, calm down, giving them a fake smile. Everyone saw that smile, it looked so real, but they also saw how a small red liquid thread came out of the green-haired man's nose. Sato, oh hey Midoriya, these are… Yaoyorozu, bleeding from the nose, creating a rag. Kyuka brings some water to wet the rag. Deku, this? Wiping the blood, I'm fine really, nothing to worry about, see? Jiro, don't be an idiot, you're overexerting yourself too much, your body won't hold up. Deku, I have a quirk that breaks my bones if I don't control it, do you think a little bleeding will stop me? Kirishima, brother, that's not manly, if you need help just tell us. Deku, men, I'm fine, really. I'll finish this and lie down if you want. Bakugo, enough with the nerdy shit. Let us help you for once. These damn extras care about you. Deku, something annoying, sigh, let's do something. Everyone leave so I can clean everything. If you're so worried, leave someone, but don't interrupt me in what I'm doing. If that person sees that I collapse or die, then they can come do whatever they want, okay? No one agreed. They wanted to help the boy, but his determination was great. Everyone sighed defeated. Yaoyorozu, okay, if that's your decision then we'll respect it. Now who do you want to stay? Deku, it doesn't matter, I'll start, decide outside. Everyone nodded and left towards Todoroki's room. The green-haired boy watched them leave slowly. Uraraka was the last. He wanted to go with her and tell her that he was sorry, but he had made a decision. As much as he loved her, he would leave her alone. He once was about to lose his dream because of her. He wouldn't let it happen again. Everyone left, and then it happened. The green-haired boy fell to his knees. He didn't know how he could hold out so much. The blood ran more strongly from his nose and mouth, staining the floor. He had gone with Recovery Girl, and she told him that his body was working at forced marches, that he had to stop or something serious could happen. This was added to the fact that he hardly ate breakfast. His classes and his extra tasks also prevented him from trying to eat, along with his anger management classes with Ibara. His dinner was not very extensive either. Gathering his strength, the green-haired boy managed to get up. Deku, the others won't be long in coming back. I have to get up. This won't stop me now. I know how Almight feels. I have to ask him how he could hold out so long. Speaking of Almight, I have to call him to see how he's doing with his business. But in the meantime, let's go upstairs. Managing to get up. Leaning on the couch, that wasn't so bad. Now comes the hard part, moving. The green-haired boy started walking slowly, so he started cleaning everything. After a few minutes, the one who arrived was Jiro, who jumped and lay down on a chair with his headphones. After a long while, the green-haired boy finished. Deku, yes, see, I told you I'm fine. Agitated, you're exaggerating. The truth was different. Her body was demanding rest. She knew that at any moment she could collapse. She felt that the blood was about to run again, so she laughed a little to prevent the violet-haired girl from saying anything else but, Jiro, are you sure you're okay? Deku, ha, yeah, well, now that I'm done I'll go back to my room so I can get ready and go see Ibara for anger management. Jiro, the one who should have gone was Bakugo. Deku, haha, yes, but well, now Deku retires normally. Jiro, seeing him leave, and was it necessary to imitate All Might? The green-haired boy prayed not to run into any of his classmates, and fortunately that was the case, so when he got closer to his room he took out his phone. Deku, please answer, please answer. Well? Diki, thank God you answered, Ibara. Ibara, you're thanking God? That's a miracle, Midoriya, but what's going on? You've never called me. Deku, yes, well I would like to see if we could starting to cough, realizing he was bringing out a few drops of blood we could suspend classes just for today. Ibara, surprised, why? I mean, I don't want to be nosy, but you know I have to report to Aizawa-sensei and I would feel bad lying to him. God would be disappointed in me. Deku, please Ibara, I've never asked you for anything, just let me miss you just for today, I'll make it up to you, I swear. Ibara, Midoriya, are you okay? Is something wrong? Do you want me to call Recovery Girl? Midoriya? Okay? Are you still there? The green-haired boy didn't answer. Ibara only heard something hitting the ground and then the call was cut off. At that moment Kendo was passing behind the girl. Kendo, Ibara, is everything okay? Touching her on the shoulder. Ibara, scaredy, Kendo, you scared me. Kendo, sorry, hee, but are you okay? It seems like. Ibara, it's Midoriya, I'm calling to cancel our meeting today. Kendo, so? Hee, the poor guy is working too hard. Ibara, he sounded strange, like he was tired, he was breathing and pausing his words. This was worrying the president, who began to get alarmed by the freckled man, but she reached her maximum capacity when. Ibara, and then I heard something hit the ground, he didn't answer and. Kendo, Ibara calls Recovery Girl, tell her to go to the Class A dorms now. Ibara, Kendo, is everything okay? Kendo, no, it's not at all, taking out his phone while running, please answer. Hello? Kendo, Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya collapsed in his room. Aizawa, what? Kendo, he heard it, he was pushing himself and finally reached his limit. Aizawa, that kid, call Recovery Girl now. Kendo, I already did it, it's on the way to Class A. Aizawa, understood, thanks. Kendo, take your students out, he's been working non-stop to make sure none of them feel bad, if they see it, everything will go to. Aizawa, understood, thanks for the heads up. The orange-haired girl cut the call and ran to the elevator where she found Pony. Pony, what's happening? Kendo, it's Midoriya, he fainted in his room. Pony just covered her mouth with her hands. The orange-haired girl continued on her way. When she arrived she could notice everyone outside. Kendo, what's up, Ida? Ida, Aizawa called us, he said that Mike-sensei, Midnight-sensei and Cementos-sensei would train us for a while. Kendo, and Midoriya? Fearing for the freckled one. Ida, he can't go out to train, that was part of his punishment, and Yaoyorozu, to make sure he fulfills it, he kept it. Kendo, oh I see, no wonder. Todoroki, right? Kendo, Aizawa called me to come, Ibara will also arrive in a while to her anger management meeting. Ida, I see, good thinking on Aizawa's part, well then we'll leave, excuse me Kendo. Kendo, proper, try hard boys. All yes. They all walked next to the president, who looked at them with a smile. She disapproved of what they did and the cowardice of not helping her companion, but she decided to ignore them. But she felt like at last someone hit her shoulder. When she turned around she didn't see anyone but a certain brunette who was walking with her companions. Kendo, will it be possible? Aizawa, Kendo. Kendo, Aizawa-sensei, how are you? Aizawa, his temperature is high, recovery will be here soon. Let's go inside. Kendo, let's go. Aizawa couldn't help but feel scared because he arrived first, and when he opened the door he saw the green-haired man face down on the floor, and when he picked him up he saw that there were blood stains on his face and on the floor. He immediately cleaned him and laid him down on the bed while he put his hand on the freckled man's forehead. He felt the heat emanating from it, and immediately went to wet a cloth to put it on his forehead. Finally, Recovery Girl arrived and checked him completely. The kind old woman sent Aizawa for the medical report from her office while scolding him for demanding so much from Deku. Kendo was changing the cloths on the freckled man's forehead, and when the fever gave him a chance to go down, they took him to the doctor where they did more tests. Recovery girl, okay, it's over. Aizawa, how are you? Recovery girl, he's alive, that's what matters. You're an idiot hitting Aizawa with the cane. Did you really not think about your own student? Aizawa, yes, but nobody said anything. I know he's not to blame for everything. I couldn't, but I can't punish everyone without explanation. Recovery girl, no, but you can increase his homework, you can make up anything, they are already in 3rd year, it must be more difficult, they would know. Now the poor boy is there in that bed exhausted, he took his body to the limit, he has no strength for anything, he needed him to recover to at least cure him, do you understand? Aizawa, yes, I'll reduce the punishment, I understand. Recovery girl, Shota, I know you love this class a lot and that's why it hurt you to punish Midoriya like that, but you also had to think about his physical condition. The others were able to recover, but he wasn't. He even has scars on his scars. That's a lot to talk about. He had already made great progress, he didn't come here so often anymore, and seeing him like this, it breaks my heart. Let him rest at least a little. Aizawa, even if I tell him, he won't accept, he knows how stubborn he is. Recovery girl, he's just like Almight, but that's why we have to help him, or else he'll end up like him long before becoming a pro. Aizawa, okay, I'm leaving. The black-haired man slowly left the room. It hurt him to see one of his offspring like that. Recovery girl, you can come in now. The orange-haired girl had stayed outside while the 2 adults were talking, so she didn't hear the conversation. Kendo, how are you? Recovery girl, she's already recovering, she's strong, thank goodness, but she's young, she thinks she has to carry the weight of the world on her shoulders alone, and that's not the case. Kendo, Midoriya. Recovery girl, I have to go to the director, if he doesn't listen to Aizawa he'll listen to me, I entrust you to this idiot president. Kendo, why yes. Recovery girl, he's asleep but he won't be long in waking up, and I know that as soon as he gets up he'll want to go on with his business, so please keep him here, even if you have to tie him up, he'll wake up without any strength, and it will be the same, understood? Kendo, yes. Recovery girl, I'll try not to be long. The old lady left and the girl stared at the poor green-haired man. Kendo, Deku, please let me take care of you, you've already suffered a lot taking the freckled man's hand. And so a few minutes passed, but finally the green-haired man opened his eyes. Deku, what happened? Where am I? Kendo, Midoriya. Hugging him, you scared me to death, idiot. Deku, president? Where are we? Kendo, don't you remember? Deku, remember? Right, I have to continue with Ibara's classes and I still have homework to finish and… The green-haired boy couldn't continue speaking because the orange-haired girl hit him on the head. Kendo, are you done? Deku, ouch, I have to go, President, I have to finish my punishment and… Kendo, you're not going anywhere, I was asked to take care of you, and what do you think is what I'll do? Deku, do I have a choice? Kendo, yes, one, listen to me and you'll leave sooner. Deku, but it's the punishment that Aizawa-sensei gave me. Kendo, who do you think brought you? You're too heavy for me. Deku, you called me fat? Kendo, no, starting to sob. Deku, hey, what's wrong? Kendo, nothing, maybe you see the simple fact that you're in bed after we found you with your face covered in blood? Didn't you think of anything else? Are you a hero or are you almighty? I remind you that you're also human. One accident, one slip, and there goes the next number one in a body bag. Deku, Kendo. Kendo, nothing, Kendo, you're an idiot. Think about something other than yourself or them. Think about your family, the people who love you. How would it make them feel to know that you died? At that moment the green-haired man remembered Kota, Eri, so many people who were behind him. Deku, you're right, I let circumstances cloud my judgment. Kendo, forgive me, I wasn't thinking clearly. They don't have to decide for me. If they want to see me down, then I won't give them the pleasure. I am Izuku Midoriya, UA student and future number one, and I won't let anyone decide for me. Kendo, sure? Deku, yes, because I am the hero who can do everything. I am the one who dignifies and strives. I am Dek. The poor green-haired boy couldn't continue because Recovery Girl hit him on the head with her cane. Recovery Girl, damn, kid, you're a hopeless case. Look at you running out of strength. Did I tell you what would happen, yes or no? Deku, yeah, that thing it's made of does hurt. Recovery Girl, it's obvious that it hurts, especially to an airhead like you. Deku, hey, my heart is healthy, don't damage it. Recovery Girl, at least you seem better. Well, Aizawa told me your punishment and all. I assume you don't want to go to your building, right? The green-haired man only lowered his head. Recovery, okay, don't be like that, at least you have energy. I'll finish healing you and you'll stay here to sleep, understand? Deku, can I? Recovery Girl, of course, silly, I just hope you don't snore too much. Deku, I don't really snore. Recovery Girl, better for the janitor, won't give him a heart attack. Kendo, well, Midoriya, then since you will stay here I will take it away. Deku, thank you very much, Kendo, I really appreciate it. Kendo, tell me, Itsuka, we are friends, aren't we, Deku? Deku, at this rate everyone will call me Deku. Kendo, or do you prefer Zuku? Deku, Deku is fine, or whatever you prefer, Itsu. Kendo, you have to practice it, ha ha ha. Deku, that created hee hee. Kendo, okay Deku, I'm leaving. I'm going to my bedroom, rest. Deku, rest anyway. The orange-haired girl left the hospital less worried. On the side of Class A they were not worried because they thought that the green-haired boy stayed in his room all day. They did not know the truth. Back in the infirmary, the green-haired boy was already better. Recovery Girl had already cured him and now he was lying down regaining strength. He was thinking everything that had happened with his friends, with his ex-girlfriend, and what happened now. He could not cry. It was no longer time for tears. The green-haired boy was thinking serenely when his phone started ringing. The freckled boy managed to reach it. The number was unknown. He hesitated for a few minutes and the call cut off. He was going to leave it in its place when it rang again. He picked it up and saw the same unknown number. He hesitated to answer, but a voice in his head told him to do it. The call was cut off again, and the green-haired boy sighed, but not much happened, and it rang again. Now determined to find out who the mysterious person was, the boy answered the call. Deku, okay? Good evening, excuse me, am I speaking with Izuku Midoriya? The green-haired man was now surprised. He didn't recognize the voice. It didn't sound like any he had heard before, not even the villains, much less All For Ones, but for some reason it sounded very familiar. Hesitating a little, the green-haired man answered. So I'm talking to Almight's biggest fan? The one who dreamed of being a hero as cool as him when he was a kid? Deku was now strange and excited. No one knew what he said as a child. Only his mother and his. Deku, wait a second, Pa Dad? Hisashi, hello champion.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.